Hello everyone! How are you doing today? I almost forgot to actually start. But that's neither here nor there. Okay. Oh yeah, are we ready to finally beat Takano? We will do it in this stream. And we will have time to play 999. I'm sure of it. There's no way the rest of this chapter is gonna be a whole 6 hours. That would be ridiculous. But yeah, I'm excited. This has been a long time coming to finally finish Higurashi. Even though there's like 3 chapters that were released this month. But yeah, no, those are extras. We can wait on those. Okay, let me go ahead and get it ready. Let me see. Is the window capture gonna work today? It is. Okay, cool. So, I'll get all ready, go. But yes, it is finally time. It is finally time to destroy Takano-san. Yeah, I expect this is gonna take maybe an hour or 2. I can't imagine it taking 3, but who knows? It's Higurashi. It was past midnight and almost dawn, the very quiet time of the night where staying up late and getting up early melded together. That exact thing was happening in the offices of the Okanogi gardeners. There were only 2 people on guard duty, and they were playing cards. They weren't sentries, so they really didn't need to be on guard all the time. However, they weren't allowed to fall asleep either. After the TV broadcast went off the air a little past midnight, they usually ended up playing cards. Suddenly, the phone rang. The phone was right nearby, so one of them answered immediately. "Thank you for calling, this is Okanogi Gardeners." "Yes." "What?" Suddenly, the man taking the call stood up with a jolt. He even hit his knee against the desk, but he was too panicked to care. Takano dashed into the underground security room in a hurry. "I'm sorry to bother you, Major. Forget the coffee. Give me an update. Are you sure about this?" "Yes. At 4:15 a.m., a body was found in the Okinomiya jurisdiction was identified as R." "How could that be? R is homesick with a cold, isn't she? You were observing her, weren't you?" Major, there's more. According to an intelligence agent at Okinomiya PD, at least 48 hours have passed since her death." Takano could feel her blood freezing, starting from her feet. She just couldn't believe what was happening. At least 48 hours? At least 48 hours since the death of the Queen Carrier? Takano just couldn't understand. That can't be right. Why are the villagers still so composed? They could have developed terminal symptoms as early as 36 hours, which was last night. But according to the intelligence agent, this is a reliable information, and the station was even put under a gag order because they were fearful of religious impact it could have on the village. What do you mean? Then who do we have observing that house? Major, our observation system is perfect. Rika Furude is there in that house. Ever since we started, she hasn't even stepped out of the house once. Director Iri confirmed it himself. It's just impossible. Then how do you explain this? The police department is saying that the body is Rika, and that it's been 48 hours since her death, right? Are you telling me they're lying? A lie. A lie? That's it. Maybe it's a mistake. I was planning to fake my death using an operative from the Gifu Police Department tonight. This is the same thing. Yes, it's a lie! It must be a mistake. Takano wasn't confused because she was still half asleep. No, Takano was afraid. Her grandfather wrote this in his article that within 48 hours of the Queen Carrier's death, everyone in the village would develop terminal stage symptoms. This would mean that he would have been wrong. What about everyone who believed in his words? What would they think? Excuse me, Major. There's a phone call from Nomura-sama in Tokyo. Why is that woman calling me now? While I'm on the phone, check the body the police found immediately. We can't, not right now. When our agents come in, we'll have them approach the station and observe what's going on. And what time is it? 5? 6? It needs to be done as soon as possible. Tell them to hurry up. Good morning. Takano here. All the unit members were gathered in the office of Okanogi Gardeners, which served as a garrison for the mountain dogs in Okinomiya. I see. As soon as you find out something from the police, call both me and the Major. By the way, regarding the observation system at our residence, why didn't you confirm that she's home? We assumed she didn't pick up the phone because she was sick with a cold. Director Iri went by and confirmed her presence, so we just took him at his word. Naive. So there is someone at our residence, that's for sure, right? Yes, there is someone there. Commander, why don't we enter the residence? We still have a little time. We can't do that without approval from the Major. I'm sure she won't let us until she confirms the matter at Okinomiya PD. In preparation for that order, increase the number of observers at the residence. At least 8 people. Commander, there will be a festival at the shrine later today. We can observe, but I don't think it'll be possible to enter until tomorrow around midnight. Shit, what lousy timing. Wait, this is too much of a coincidence, don't you think? Okanogi's rusty yet wild instincts were sounding an alarm. He sensed that someone was attacking him. He sensed that his enemy had begun to attack. He realized that the enemy had taken the initiative. People usually take a deep breath before they attack. That moment right before they strike is their most vulnerable. Okanogi assumed that whoever his enemy was, they were led by an excellent commander who knew the precise moment to strike. By the way, about First Lieutenant Tometake, they said he didn't show at the clinic's meeting the other day. Is that right? I'll have someone check on him. The Major asked me if I knew where he went. Do you think it's First Lieutenant Tometake? Have Nightingale check Tometake's hotel room. Shit, he tricked us. It's all falling apart. Well, we can't turn back now. Let's see what happens next. Kumagai was trembling with excitement. Kuma-chan, I'm going to check the communication center. Hold the fort. You bet. Nobody will get through here over my dead body. All I have to do now is handle the phone calls. I'm going back to my post. Kumagai, take care of this place, okay? You can count on me. Kumagai closed the door quietly and stood in front of it. This was his chance to show Oishi what he was made of. Oishi was on his way to the communication center. All radio communications and phone calls pass through there first. During business hours, each section answers its own calls, but when they aren't open, the communication center answers them instead. How's it going here? Well, there was an outside call from forensics calling directly just a few minutes ago. Who called? It was Chief Inspector Otaka. Ah, Otaka-kun. Oishi grinned. The enemy had started to move. They must have bribed someone inside the police department to be their spy. As he started to move, just as they planned, Oishi was surprised to learn that it had been Otaka. Oishi had never liked Otaka because he constantly boasted about his academic background and always opposed Oishi, who believes in relying on evidence, or experience rather. And they didn't get along at all when they worked together at the prefectural police department. The phone call has ended. I'm going to ask the old man. Let's see. Hello? Oh, it's me, don't worry. So, how was it? That greenhorn sure put on airs, so I just snubbed him. The idiot sure got mad. He'll come here as soon as the marshal gets in. That's so like him. He can't even fight by himself. This is getting more interesting by the minute. That phone call woke me up completely, just like you said. There are plenty of suspicious going-ons out there. I can just feel it. Well, things are getting interesting now. What's up next? Hey, demons, over here. Come further in. Hello, this is Tomitake. Good morning, First Lieutenant Tomitake. Sorry to bother you this early. I'm calling to let you know that the Mountain Dogs have made a move. Just a little while ago, all the members were called in because of an emergency. We don't know the reason yet. I see. So it's finally started. Tomitake turned on the light next to his bed and put his glasses on as he answered. Also, there's been a rumor going around in the police department over there. We haven't confirmed it yet, but the Queen Carrier's dead body was found. What? Tell me more! I totally didn't know that this was the plan. Supposedly, an unidentified body turned out to be Yurika Furure. Wait. It was Tomitake there during this discussion? I hope he doesn't actually think... Oh, right. They probably didn't tell him so that way he could lie better. Maybe. They say she died over 48 hours ago. It's past the time in Emergency Manual 34, but there has been no change in Hinamizawa so far. Have you heard anything? No, I'm on Okinomiya, so I didn't know. But that isn't possible. It must be some kind of mistake. That's what we think too, but according to our analysis, the information is very reliable, and it's almost a certainty. We haven't confirmed it yet, but multiple forensics department workers have testified. But... Tomitake realized something. He realized that the Okinomiya police station was Oishi's territory. He also realized that this must be the work of Rika and her friends. Tomitake tried to think calmly. Even if he didn't know who their enemy was, it's obvious the emergency manual is the signal for an explosion, so they must have come up with the idea to destroy that signal. The foundation of the emergency manual is that unless something is done about it within 48 hours after the Queen Carrier's death, all the villagers will develop terminal stage symptoms. So if nothing happens after 48 hours, there is no need for the emergency manual. And with that, the Mountain Dogs have been called in. Hello? First Lieutenant Tomitake. Sorry. Considering the current situation, it'll be hard to tell if anything suspicious is happening at the Yeti Institute. Please ask the Colonel to check immediately. Also, in case of an emergency, can you make sure the Bloodhounds are ready to deploy? Roger that. We should have more information by 9 a.m. If the Mountain Dogs revolt, it will become very dangerous there. Please be very cautious. Of course I'll be careful. I'll talk to you again at 9 a.m. It was 6 a.m. Tomitake would get another call in 3 hours. Nightingale 1 to all units. Tomitake is in room 406. Observation team, do you see anything? This is Nightingale 4, nothing from the outside. This is Nightingale 5, nothing on this floor. This is Nightingale 3, there is no sound in the room. He's probably asleep. There was a "Do Not Disturb" sign on Tomatake's door. Perhaps he stayed up very late last night and was planning to sleep in. This was a great chance for the Nightingales. Be sure to capture him alive. It's an order from the Major. Let's go. They tried to break into Tomatake's room very quietly. Obviously, it was a simple job for them to pick a hotel room's lock. The two members at the door communicated with each other using sign language. Even knowing he was asleep, it would be a good idea not to barge in. They opened the door very cautiously and very quietly. The room's interior was organized but tasteless, typical of cheap hotels. The only furnishings were a bed, a small desk, and a coin-operated TV. Clearly only one person could stay in this room. And there in the bed, Tomatake couldn't be found. What's wrong, Nightingale 3? Respond. Shit, this room is empty! It was still very early in the morning, but the room was empty. What's going on? Tomatake likes to take walks and also take pictures of wild birds. Could he have gone out to do that? No, that's not it. He might have deceived us. The "Do Not Disturb" sign was on the door. With that sign there, the housekeepers wouldn't come into the room, so they wouldn't know if it was empty or not. The sign had probably been there since at least a day before. Knowing that Tomatake was planning to stay for a long period, the hotel hadn't really paid much attention. In other words, the room had been empty since then. I bet he changed hotels expecting an attack. I see. That's why he hasn't been seen lately. Call the Major immediately. Damn it, her plan has been leaked. Okanogi realized that he had been beaten to the punch. The foundation of the emergency manual had collapsed, and with that basis of the final operation was shaky. Okanogi felt that the Major had panicked and rushed into confirming what was going on too hastily. If Tomatake suspected us and went into hiding, then after caught wind of that, he was sure to come grab us by the tails. Everything is just too convenient. Shit, this must be exactly what the enemy planned. Okanogi tried to calm himself. If he was going to investigate in secret, he could assume that Tomatake was still nearby. The department in Tokyo must be the one conducting the investigation, so he must be waiting somewhere for the report from that department. Tomatake was probably at a new hotel, probably somewhere in Okinomiya. Get in touch with Crow in Tokyo. There must be someone reporting to him regularly. Find the number they're calling. If the number is somewhere in Shishibone City, bingo. Okanogi was confident with his hunch. But if what he was thinking is correct, that meant his identity was about to be exposed. It was also meant his operation had failed before it even started. But it wasn't a checkmate quite yet. If he could prove that the dead body at the Okinomiya police station wasn't R, then everything would go back to square one. All he had to do was to capture Tomatake and then check the body at the station. That was all. Commander, get a hold of Crow. They won't be able to tell what exactly they talked about, but they said that they can find the phone number. They just need a little time. How much time? Just a few hours, they said. Shit. They just want a few hours, huh? Tell them I don't want to rush them, but they better be quick. It was a little past 6 a.m. It was already light outside, but still too early for the cicadas to start their morning chorus. They had endured the first wave. There was now a matter of how quickly they could recover. Okanogi just hoped that the Major didn't throw a fit. Commander, a message from Crow. They're still looking into the phone number. Also, the research division's routine check-in time is at 9 a.m. 3 more hours. He looked up at the clock. Even the little things were beginning to bother Okanogi. Every time the second hand moved, he became more impatient, realizing the check-in time was getting closer and closer. Also, Colonel Oka, head of investigations, issued a standby order to the Bloodhounds. He hasn't said anything about the mission yet, though. Okay, so that means they can still stand down. If nothing happens, he can just play it off as a drill. We're okay, we still have time. More information. The head of investigations called the Chief of Staff's home line. We don't have the details. We're okay. We're still okay. It's a close call, but we're okay. The Bloodhound standby orders meant that they saw a very high chance of the Idiot Institute revolting. The people on site must be practically certain of it. Although it's not as difficult to execute as the emergency manual, ordering out the Bloodhounds isn't that easy. They only did so because they've realized that some kind of trouble is afoot. Okanogi was sure that the people who wanted to conclude matters peacefully were trying to settle things down by saying it was just a mistake. An order to the Bloodhounds to stand by without clarifying the mission is like a middle ground, in that sense. But the head of the research division had called the Chief of Staff. This was a very dangerous situation for the Mountain Dogs. In other words, the higher ranks of the SDF, or the people even higher than them, had decided that the Bloodhounds could take the field. The uniforms are hot-blooded, but the suits always push for peaceful resolutions. They still hadn't decided which way they want to go yet. Our loss wasn't certain yet. Win or tie, everything was riding on the same table. If that was the case, the call coming in at 9 a.m. from the research division didn't bode well. Okonogi wouldn't say why, but he had that impression. It was just his wild instinct doing its job. He could guess that the people in Tokyo were going to ask Tomitake about the situation in detail, and then decide what to do based on that. It was possible that the head of the division, or even the chief of staff himself, might come on the phone. And then the Bloodhounds might get an order as soon as the 9 a.m. phone conversation was over, which would result in his defeat. Tokyo was still unsure. Some were still thinking it was some kind of mistake, or they wanted to think it was some kind of mistake. If Tomitake didn't answer the phone, they might send some people immediately, but they wouldn't order out the Bloodhounds. There was a chance it could end in a draw. If they found out that the body didn't actually belong to R, then, although it was to corner them, or it would corner them, it would still be a good chance of winning. But they'd lose the possibility of a complete victory. Okonogi knew that Takano's client hadn't ordered anything else but exactly that. He didn't want to admit it, but the enemy's surprise attack succeeded. Commander. Shut up, calm down. They aren't sure yet. They're suspicious, but they aren't sure. We're still okay. Anyway, whoever gets information first wins. Either they find out something first or we do. We were beaten in the surprise attack, but we haven't yet been annihilated, so don't you dare fly a white flag. We'll just wait. Crow will find out where Tomitake is. Our guys at the police station will expose the truth about R's death, so all we can do now is wait and endure. Excuse me, Major Takano is on the line. She sounds, extremely angry. I don't have time to babysit a princess now. Hello. Yes, this is Okonogi. Yeah, well, don't jump to conclusions. It hasn't been decided yet. Why don't you have a cup of coffee first to calm yourself down? Yeah. Okonogi tried to change the subject while pretending to laugh, but all he could hear was Takano's frantic voice. He couldn't even understand what she was trying to say. The second hand on the clock ticked on. Who was going to be able to smile at the end of it all? Today was going to be a long battle. Okonogi's instincts told him so. How are you doing? Who was it? It was our marshal. They're gaining strength, but he's no match for me. Does he really think an office worker can win against a technician? But I'm glad he's playing golf today. If he actually came over, it would have gotten a little complicated. Did he call from a golf course? Is he working or what? I bet Otaka-kun wanted to come over with the marshal. He's probably real upset about it now. Since an indirect attack hadn't worked, you think they'll try a direct one? Will Otaka come here? If he can't get a hold of the chief, he'll have to. It's about 8:30. The main doors will open soon. Morning had finally arrived. The chorus of cicadas had begun. That familiar sound would make one think it was just another day. But it was hardly going to be normal. It wasn't just an ordinary Sunday. Oishi and his men already realized that they were grasping the tip of a huge conspiracy. Knowing how Otaka-kun is, he'll probably come through the main entrance. Yeah, that's what a guy like him would do. I'll be here to take care of the phone calls. You guys take care of him, okay? Whoops, that wasn't him. Okay, I'll go welcome him. Guma-chan, take care of this place. The lobby of the Okinomiya police was just like that of any other police station. It could hardly be said to have a welcoming atmosphere. Some of the tiles on the floor were broken and cracked, so sometimes people tripped on them. Those spots were covered by pieces of cardboard, and there was a sign that said, "Caution, watch your step." There was also a pot with a dead plant in it. It was far from a friendly lobby. Unlike hospitals and banks, there wasn't a line of people at the counters of the police station, but there were a few sitting on a sofa waiting for the counters to open. And they would open soon. Some workers were standing by on the other side of the counters. Otaka was snobbish enough that Oishi didn't want to deal with him first thing in the morning. If only he was a pretty young woman with big boobs. Oishi and his men were on a very important job. If Otaka found out that Rika Furude's death had been faked, the operation was finished. They're only able to shake up the enemy now, while Rika Furude's death is still in the books. They had to stall for every minute, every second they could, so Tomitake could seize hold of the tail that was popping out. So if the truth about Rika Furude's death was exposed before Tomitake had that chance, the enemy would recover. The emergency manual would regain its credibility, and although the enemy wouldn't enact it immediately, they would try again for sure. Rikafurude had detected the conspiracy ahead of time, but that was a miracle. The divine wins. Japan had prevented Mongol invasions twice in the past with such miracles, but nothing like that happened during World War II. They might not be so lucky next time. They might not get another chance. There may be no next time at all. Unless they defeated them this time, they would never win again. While it was possible to do some serious damage, a tied game would inevitably lead to the enemy's victory. They had to completely expose what the enemy was up to, allowing Tomitake to call in a suppression unit to defeat them. That was why Oishi had to stop their vanguard here. His job, therefore, was an extremely important one. If the enemy's conspiracy succeeded, Hinamizawa would be destroyed, and more than 2,000 villagers would be executed in a gas disaster. Either way, the incident would never go public. But people's lives depended on him. Oishi was violating his professional duties. However, he had to do what was right. Oishi thought back to when the old man taught him that. Someone who, despite the hot weather, was wearing a suit, came in through the automatic sliding door. He had 2 of his colleagues with him. He was showing off his authority, like he always did. "Good morning, Otaka-kun." Well. Good morning, Oishi-san. By the way, please don't address me with such formality. I'm no longer in a position where you can talk to me that way. Oh, don't be like that, Otaka-kun. We used to play mahjong together, didn't we? Otaka seemed disgusted to hear that. He used to boast about being a good mahjong player, but Oishi once beat him badly in front of many people, which hurt his pride. I would love to chat with you, but I'm in a hurry today, so please excuse me. Hey, don't say that. Don't you remember the time when you forgot to write certificates for the kendo tournament? You begged me to help you. I wrote them for you backstage, and that was why the award ceremony went on smoothly, didn't it? I truly appreciate that, but that has nothing to do with this right now. Oh, I didn't know you appreciated it. Sorry about that. I've never heard anything like that before. Down at the prefecture station, they think I begged you to write it, and that you turned the offer down to let me write it for you. Wasn't that the excuse you used when the director called you up asking what happened, since my handwriting on the certificate wasn't so great? Well, I don't know. Maybe someone misunderstood? At the very least, I never said such a thing. The prefectural police department, or the police headquarters, may be your territory, but unfortunately this is Okinomiya PD. You won't get your way here. No. What do you mean by that, Oishi-san? I don't know why you're here, but your jurisdiction is in Gogura, not in Okinomiya. I would like to ask you to leave. What? Under what authority? And what authorization do you have to be here? I'm in the middle of a classified investigation on behalf of headquarters. I've heard that there is an unidentified body related to the investigation here. Well then, please inquire on the phone. Okinomiya isn't a rich neighborhood. This isn't a place where someone in a custom-made suit should be. I see. So you're ganging up with the guys in forensics, huh? There should be an order from Marshal to hand over the autopsy report to the prefectural police headquarters. Then there should have been an explanation to the Marshal from the forensics department already. The body is still being examined. Because of a slip-up on our part, there's been a rumor going around that the body was already identified. Anyway, they need a little bit more time to finish their report. And I would like to attend the autopsy. No. What? I'm requesting it as the person in charge of this classified investigation in prefectural headquarters. If that's the truth... Look, I don't want to doubt your policeman's spirit. A policeman's spirit is a noble one, see? Sure, no one would go into this business if they weren't getting paid for it. But you know, you can't be a good detective without dedication that it can't be measured by your pay alone. If you say you have that spirit, I'll let you through. The look in Oishi's eye made it clear that anger was roiling within him. As he looked into those eyes, Otaka recalled all kinds of frightening memories. Otaka didn't want Oishi to sense his fear, but he couldn't prevent himself from loudly swallowing. Okay, then please, let me through. I'm here because of my policeman spirit. Please step aside. Why don't you make me with your policeman spirit? Come on. What? If your policeman spirit is as strong as mine, you should be able to brush me aside easily. Come on, try it. Oishi was obviously saying that he had no intention of letting Otaka through. How could he do this? Otaka was confused. Otaka was an elite policeman at the prefectural police headquarters. He believed academic background and performance record were enough to earn trust. He has been working under that belief. But Oishi doesn't acknowledge that, and he doesn't even respect him. He is a scumbag. He was the worst type of person. One who tried to establish their meaning and purpose only through rough means, refusing to acknowledge everything about their superiors in order to protect their own pride, as uncivilized people often did. Otaka had been thinking ever since they worked together, why did people trust in someone like Oishi? Why did people respect someone like him? Why did people appreciate someone like Oishi more than they did Otaka? Move. If you don't, I can accuse you of interfering with an investigation. Oh? What kind of investigation? If you tell me, I'll help you. Didn't you hear me? It's classified. I can't talk about it with someone like you. I see. Well, if you can't tell me everything, you can tell me one thing instead. What do you have resting on your shoulders? On my shoulders? What are you talking about? I have something on my shoulders. The fate of 2,000 villagers rests there. If I let you through those 2,000 villagers, no, their relatives as well, they'll all be very sad. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? I have no idea what you're on about. Okay, I'll tell you. Your boss is planning something terrifying. I bet you haven't thought it through that far, but it's a conspiracy that will make thousands of people unhappy. That conspiracy is about to crumble, and that's why you woke up and they ordered you to investigate. I don't know how much you're getting paid for this, but if that is more important than your policeman's spirit... Oishi stopped talking there, but his eyes continued to speak after that. What in the world are you talking about? Anyway, please just let me through. Otaka's baffled behavior confirmed what Oishi had just said. He had been bought off by someone shady. Though maybe he didn't think that he was bought. Probably thought he was just filling the request to confirm Rikafurude's body as a favor from someone in the information network, he assumed, he built himself. Of course, the part about it being a classified investigation was a lie. But when an elite policeman from the prefectural headquarters said it was classified investigation, everyone would grovel and salute him. But Oishi didn't salute him at all. This is a waste of my time. I'll file a formal complaint with a marshal later. What? Hey, wait a minute. I'm not done yet. As Otaka tried to walk by, Oishi grabbed him by the arm. Otaka tried to make him let go, but Oishi was just too strong. Ow! Let me go, Oishi-san! Oh, I'm not putting that much strength into it. If you have a policeman's spirit, that shouldn't stop you. Your unshakable righteousness should knock me down easily. But you can't get my hand off of your arm. You know why? Get off of me! It's because you don't have a policeman's spirit! Pardon me. Oishi just let go of his shoulder, and Otaka tumbled onto the floor, sliding for more than 2 meters. What is this? This is interference with an investigation! This is interference with a government official executing his duties! No, this is assault! Arrest him immediately! Otaka ordered his 2 colleagues around, but they didn't know what to do. Oishi was just a policeman, and obviously there was something more going on between them. Besides, they could sense one thing. Their instincts were telling them that Oishi was far stronger than them. They were no match at all. What's going on, Oishi-san? Some officers were gathering in the lobby. They all looked puzzled. Nothing much. This greenhorn from the prefectural headquarters demanded something selfish, so I just taught him a lesson. The officers alternately looked between Oishi and Otaka. They knew something was going on, but they didn't know the circumstances, so they didn't know which one to stop. Oishi was respected by the policemen in the Okinomiya station. Everyone respected him. If Oishi said that Otaka was being selfish, then he must be at fault. Oishi was generally seen as sensible. All of them thought that Oishi would only do this in the public place like a lobby, if it was something major. Otaka was feeling humiliated to get such attention. He stood up quickly, or calmly rather, hiding his humiliation with anger. I see. I understand your position, but I'm not here on a child's errand either. I like your spirit. I'm ready to go if you are. Bring it on, greenhorn. Oh! Not enough. That's all you got? Damn it. So, that's your policeman spirit. I have 2,000 Hinamizawan villagers resting on my shoulders. The lives of 2,000 people in my jurisdiction depend on me. Why don't you tackle with a spirit that's strong enough to knock down 2,000 people? Oh! It was like watching a match between a sumo wrestler and a small child. No matter how many times Otaka tried to tackle Oishi, he simply crumpled against him. Oishi stood firm, as if his feet were rooted to the earth. By the third time Otaka tumbled to the floor, he finally realized that he had been provoked. He caught his breath and fixed his hair. Okay, I'll tell you. The case I'm investigating has something to do with the Sonozaki family. I was asked by someone to check in on something. Why are you beating around the bush? Can't you say it more directly than that? At any rate, they're questioning the death of that girl said to be the mascot for the religion here in Hinamizawa. I have to confirm if she is dead or alive immediately. I told you, we explained that over the phone. It's still under investigation. They need more time. Huh. Well, I didn't want to tell you this. This request was... I'll tell you the truth. It was requested by someone you really hate. Representative Sonozaki. No, that scary man with the crest in his hakama, right, huh? Yeah, you're right, I do hate him. If that man threatened me, I have to abandon logic and push his demands through, too. See? See? Representative Sonozaki requested I check the body immediately. This is a request by a citizen. The police department is there for the citizens. Of course, I accepted his request. Rika Furude isn't just any girl in Hinamizawa. She's a very special little girl. If a rumor goes around saying her dead body was found, of course someone has to go and confirm it, right? You do better not to say things like that in a public place. You're in the lobby, you know. Excuse me. Otaka suddenly realized his mistake. Some people were even whispering behind him. One of them spoke to Otaka hesitantly. Is it true that Rika Furude-chama is dead? Don't worry, madam. We haven't confirmed that yet. We're from the prefectural police, and that's why we're here. That's right. It's not certain yet. We're still investigating as we speak. I'm only asking to attend the autopsy. You'd better think carefully. I'm here on behalf of Representative Sonozaki. If you keep interfering, I'll tell him all about it. If that happens, you'll be in a tight spot, Oishi-san. Don't you think it's time to surrender? Man, Otaka, you're behind the times. Representative Sonozaki was well known in this area as an extremely tough congressman. The people who knew about him continued to whisper. Otaka grinned when he heard them whispering. He realized that in Okinomiya, his threat was more effective than he thought it would be. Oh my! Did you really ask him to do that, Saburo-san? Sir, excuse me. Did Representative Sonozaki really ask you to do that? He certainly did. The representative asked me directly. So what about it, Oishi-san? Isn't it time to surrender? People continued to whisper. Representative Sonozaki is a big name around here, Otaka thought. Even gangsters give way if someone mentions his name here in Okinomiya. So if you're really afraid of the representative, please let me through, Oishi-san. Please go to the counter number 8 to get a traffic ticket reissued. Huh? When did I get a traffic ticket? Oishi suddenly started to talk about something completely different. In fact, Oishi was looking at something behind Otaka. Huh? Who was he talking to? Otaka wondered. An old-fashioned elderly man and a lady in a kimono were standing behind him. When Otaka's eyes met with hers, she smiled at him. She's definitely my type, Otaka thought. Hey, you. Were you really asked by Representative Sonozaki personally? Not by his secretary or someone else? Yes, of course. Representative Sonozaki and I are very close. He sometimes calls me directly. The elderly man continued to listen with a puzzled expression. Who the heck are you? Huh? There's no need for me to introduce myself. I'm just an ordinary policeman from the prefectural police headquarters. What? Incredible timing. I mean, I can only laugh. So I can laugh, right? I wasn't sure. Otaka couldn't understand why Oishi and this lady were laughing. What are you doing here together? Well, you know, Remember that ticket? I didn't see the no left turn sign because of a tree branch, and there was a policeman on a motorcycle waiting right at the exit, and I didn't think that was fair. Saburo-san said I could complain, so that's why he came along today. Ah, roadside trees are the city hall's jurisdiction. We get those complaints pretty often, but it's a rather complicated matter. I didn't like the fact that the policeman was waiting at the exit, so I'm here to complain about it. I understand. I'll talk to the city hall in the traffic section. So do you think you could settle this peacefully for today? If you say so. We'll leave quietly for today. Then Otaka realized that they were Oishi's guests. He fixed his tie and spoke up. But you have to pay for your traffic ticket. It's the law. You sure are annoying, aren't you? He is, isn't he? Sometimes it can be pretty funny, though. I'm in the middle of an important conversation with Oishi-san. When you're done, please get going. Have a nice day, madame. Grab. You have a nice day too, sir. Grab. The two of them grabbed Otaka's shoulders from behind. The lady grabbed his right shoulder, and the elderly man grabbed his left. Mr. Prefectural Policeman, I have two things I detest in this world. Do you know what they are? Huh? One is shiitake mushrooms. I just don't like them. Never have, ever since I was born. I don't like to eat them, and I don't like their broth either. The second one is lies. I don't like to use them, and I don't like people using them with me. How can I step back after being ridiculed like this? I am the demon princess of Shishibone, Akane Sonozaki. I never back off when someone starts a fight with me. Oh no, Oishi is invisible. Don't say that about yourself. Also, that would have been perfect if you used a citizen instead of the demon princess. Huh? Huh? The police officers, the citizens in the lobby, and Otaka's colleagues didn't know what was going on. Oh, let me introduce them. This is Akane Sonozaki-san. She's the vice president of the Shishibone City's Women's Kendo Club. And this is Saburo Sonozaki-san. He's an honorary director of the Prefectural Kendo League. Oh, I should mention his formal title. This is Shishibone's 2nd District Representative, Sonozaki-sensei. Well, you're here to give Otaka-kun a lesson, right? He's the instructor of the Prefectural Police's Kendo Club after all. Thank you for coming. Here, please show them to your dojo. Representative? The same. Didn't you say we were close? I think we'll have lots of fun together today. Oh, I'm so excited. The two of them were still clinging to his shoulders and laughing meaningfully. Otaka laughed along with them. Just got royally wrecked in public after being like, yeah, I know this man's. Me and him go way back. He gave me this order, and it's just like, I've never seen you in my life. Are you sure? Did you really confirm that the Queen Carrier was at home yesterday? What do you mean by confirm? I just went by because I heard she had a cold. So how could they find her corpse? That's just impossible. That's right, that's impossible. But unless it's confirmed, some people might misunderstand. Who would misunderstand what? I mean, the whole village would go into a panic if they found out Ikefurute is dead. Now I'm certain that she's lying. I don't even need to wait to hear from Tomataka-san. Takano-san's objective is the execution of the emergency manual. Its premise is about to be destroyed, and that's why she is panicking. She finally found someone who showed an interest in her research, which made her feel better about herself. Yet that someone is about to cut her off, and that's why she's panicking. She's as pitiful as can be. If it were possible, if there was a way to reach out to her, I would reach out to save her from drowning. But my hand will never reach. It won't reach her unless she reaches out. She's drowning, but as long as she refuses to seek help, I'll never reach her. Until she realizes it herself, no matter how much I reach out, she'll refuse my helping hand. However, my selfish imagination will have to stop there for now. Is Rika-chan home or not? If she goes into the details, she'll become suspicious of me, since I told her that Rika-chan is home. That will put me in a very dangerous situation. A man who has been put on the phone for some time put down the receiver. Major, there's no answer. There's nobody home. What is the observation unit saying? Since the 17th, the day they started their observation, there hasn't even been one phone call. Hey, Director Edie, that means Rika-chan is still at home, right? Yeah, I guess so. I'm not sure. She has gotten so much better. Maybe she snuck out or something. Did it... Pardon me. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. Today is the day of the festival, remember? I think there are some vendors set up near Rika-chan's house. There are a lot of people around, so maybe your observers missed her. Well, can that be possible? Every time Dr. Edie leaves, we place a seal on the house afterwards. I don't think she could have gotten through the window. So the mountain dogs are certain that R has not left the house, right? Yes, we're certain. R is inside of the R residence, and she hasn't left the house since the 17th. We're sure about that. The only person who's checked inside was Director Edie, and nobody from the mountain dogs did. But you're sure about that, right? Well, One of the mountain dogs looked at me. I swallowed, and then nodded to him. Then how do you explain R's corpse at the police station? Like I said, it's possible they made some kind of mistake. The autopsy isn't done yet, and the body hasn't been confirmed to be Eureka Furude. It could just be a rumor. You already said that! How many hours do you think have passed since that rumor has gotten to Tokyo? Unless we do something about this, Tokyo will... Takano-san realized that I was standing next to her and shut her mouth. I could already tell that what she wanted to say, though. Major, there's a phone call for you from Nomura-sama in Tokyo. Damn it. I told her to give me a little more time. Takano-san usually has a lot of self-control, but she's not doing so well right now. Even her body language makes it clear how irritated she is. Does she have a habit of scratching herself? As she folded her arms, I could see marks where her nails touched her skin. She's clearly not doing well. Takano-san is rather occupied right now. I'll take it. Nomura-san, right? I've never talked to her, have I? Sorry, this phone call's for the Major. The mountain dog looked alternately between Takano's and my faces. Director Edie, I have to take care of a few things. Could you please excuse yourself? Oh, sure. I understand. You're in charge of the institute. I shouldn't say anything, huh? Somebody take him to the director's office. Hurry! She's basically telling me to get out. I left the security room quietly. Hello, this is Takano. Sorry to make you wait. Sorry to call you repeatedly. So, did you find out anything else? I'm sorry. I ordered my men to get to the bottom of this immediately. Some of them are headed to the police station, and I'm just waiting to hear from them. I see. So you should be hearing from them soon, right? What time do you think you can call us? I'll call you as soon as I find out something. But it's hard to say what time, though. As soon as possible, of course. Major, have you ever been on an airplane before? Yes, of course. When an airplane takes off, an enormous amount of power is needed. That's why sometimes there's engine trouble during takeoff. If the plane hasn't sped up yet, all it has to do is slow down and abandon the takeoff. But if it's already sped up, it's more dangerous to stop, so they go ahead and take to the air. A jet plane has 4 engines, so even if one engine breaks down, it can still fly without problems. It's the same for our operation. There is more than one engine, so if we have enough speed, we'll go ahead with our plan. We'll figure out what to do later. But we are still only preparing to take off. You understand what I mean? The first step of the operation was Tomotake's assassination. That hasn't even happened yet, so what Nomura was saying was correct. If you already knew before the plane you were on had a broken engine before it took off, what would you do? You'd get off, right? It's the same thing for us. Our clients want to get off the plane because they found out that there was engine trouble before takeoff. If they were already at the point of no return, then a little mistake wouldn't matter that much. But since they're still before that point, they're overly cautious about even a tiny mistake. We're checking to see if it is, in fact, engine trouble as we speak. I know. You're like a traffic controller at a control tower. I'm like a flight attendant calming the passengers down. I'm doing my best to talk them into staying on board, even though there's a chance the plane will never take off. If it takes too long to fix the problem, this flight may be cancelled completely. Major Takano, that means your grandfather's work will be forever known as a madman's nonsense. Do you understand that? When one girl dies, all the villagers will go mad. That's just too silly. Where did you get such an idea? Sounds like some fantasy. What the hell? That's so stupid. Who in the world did Hifumi and Meo Takano think they are? It's just too funny. Takano ground her teeth. She squeezed the receiver so tightly her knuckles went white. Anyway, now do you understand what will happen? Do you get it? Your grandfather's honor depends on this, as does yours. Yes, thank you for thinking about us. Don't worry, I'm your only ally. I'll help you achieve the ending that makes you happy. I'll be with you until the very end. So please find out if the information coming from the Okinomiya Police Department is true or false. I'll do my best, but it's not easy to deal with unhappy clients. I'm sorry to make you go through that. Please, give me a little more time. Yes, goodbye. Takano made sure that Nomura hung up first, and then hung up herself. Hasn't Okanogi called yet? Call him! Major, we just called 10 minutes ago. He's supposed to call as soon as you learn something. Why didn't you take a little break? Your coffee is... The unit member tried to serve a cup of coffee to Takano, but she knocked it aside. The cup fell on the floor, making a black puddle. Everybody in the security room went silent. Damn it. Somebody bring a mop to clean up this mess. I don't care if we called 10 minutes ago. Call him again. Tell him to find proof that Rika Furude isn't dead, and also capture Tomatake. Takano was starting to realize something. By now, she could sense that there was something behind Tomatake's disappearance. Tomatake must know something about what's happening at Okinomiya Police Station. He might look dumb, but he somehow found out about the plan, and he was trying to mess with Takano. So Tomatake was clearly behind it all. Takano has been intending to let him enjoy the festival that night if he behaved. The quickest way for Takano to be certain of what was happening would be to see if Rika Furude's face at her house. But she couldn't leave, and she couldn't trust Iri. And because there were too many people around at the festival, the Mountain Dogs had their hands full. If she would answer the phone, that'd do. But she wouldn't answer. That meant the house was empty, and that Rika Furude's death was real. What went wrong? Who deceived Takano? There was only one person. The only person who claimed that he saw her at the house. Iri was the most suspicious person around. Tomatake had left the hotel and was nowhere to be found, so maybe Rika had left her house and was hiding somewhere else. In other words, Iri betrayed her and was in contact with Tomatake? Start observing Dr. Iri. What? Are you saying that he's lying? Why would he do that, though? Tomatake must have noticed our plan. He left the hotel and told Rika to go somewhere safe. He's deceived us and we've been observing an empty house. That house can't be empty. There's definitely somebody in there. Do you have proof that it's her? It's not her. That person in there is simply to deceive the Mountain Dogs, only make it look like Rika's home. That's it. Tell Okanogi to break into our residence. I don't know who's in there, but whoever it is, they're connected to Tomatake and Rika. Put the heat on them. But we can't break into the R residence. Not today. There are just too many festival goers around there. We can't break in until the festival is over, which is around midnight. That's why all of you are here, right? Just do something! Why? Why can't you do what I tell you to do? Can't you follow my orders? Why? Can you only follow my patron's orders? Oh. The unit members could only watch in silence. They knew that nothing could comfort her. The noise on the phone suddenly broke the silence. Takano practically jumped. Yes? What? Yes, what? Major, good news! Crow successfully got the number of the research division in Tokyo is calling for their scheduled reports. The phone number is in Shishibone City. The Mountain Dogs are trying to pinpoint the address. It's Tomatake. It has to be. Skylark, gather your most capable men. He's being cautious, so don't make mistakes. Heron, give them backup. Understood. Skylark 1 to all units. As soon as we get the address, we'll move in. Everyone, get on board. Shit, hasn't our man from the phone company called yet? I'll look into it. Give me 5 minutes. It was 8:45 a.m. They didn't know where in Shishibone City he was staying, but depending on where it was, it might be too far to get there before 9 a.m. They would have to depend on luck. Damn it. Do it in 50 seconds, not 5 minutes. What the hell is taking so long? He's just punching the numbers into a computer. We've got it. The address is Hirasaka Block 1, Motel Morado. Or Moderato. It's routing through the switch, so his room number's unknown. Did you hear that, Skylark? We've got it. We're heading out. Luckily, Hidasaka Block 1 was close enough. Okanogi had been right. Tomitake was hiding nearby. The garage doors in Okanogi Gardeners opened one after another, and the white van sped off in a hurry. That piece of shit. It's our turn now. He didn't even think that there could be someone working against him in the research division. Now it's our turn for a surprise attack. Little do they know. Little do they know they're gonna get wrecked. Hotel Moderato. Despite its name, it had a cheap, stained sign out front. A dilapidated business hotel on the outskirts of town, the perfect place for someone to lay low in. They might draw in some guests if they renovated the building into a more modern love hotel, but it was clear they didn't have the capital for renovations and could go under any minute. That's the kind of hotel it was. Tomitake was staying in one of the rooms on the second floor. The interior of the room was worse than his previous hotel. It only had a bed and a phone, but that phone was what he needed the most at the moment. If he didn't have to receive regular reports, he would keep changing hotels, which was safer. But he needed up-to-date information from the research division, and his course of action would change according to that information. Moving about unnecessarily might cause miscommunication in case of an emergency. Tomitake never suspected that there was a spy in the research division. The ticking sound from the clock echoed throughout the room. It was almost 9 a.m., but the phone might not ring at 9 on the dot. Tomitake waited in front of the phone patiently. He tried to organize the information in his head so he could answer questions more calmly. At the same time, he kept in mind the possibility of an attack. At that time, he heard a woman scream in the distance. It happened again. He heard another scream. Tomitake got the sense that something was happening inside the hotel. His intuition told him that someone was checking every single room with a master key. Tomitake opened the curtain a little. He saw several mountain dogs, who were blocking all the ways out of the hotel. How long had they been there? Finally, they had finally found where he was. Tomitake could hear their loud footsteps. He heard voices too. This one's empty. Next! The cheap hotel wouldn't have chains on the door. They had no means to fend off the master key. Tomitake could tell that there were about 20 of them. No, maybe there were more. It would be no use trying to fight with them. All he could do was hide. Under the bed? Or in the bathroom? At the very least, the ceiling wouldn't open up like in the movies. Should he jump out of the window? It was the second floor after all. It was perfectly possible to survive a jump. They would be expecting that, however. Yet this was right on city grounds. If he was confident in his legs, it wouldn't be impossible to outrun them. Tomitake soon heard footsteps outside his door. This was it. He jumped from the window. Of course, there were mountain dogs on the ground waiting for him. They pointed. About 6 of them started running after him. Tomitake shot right off from the position that he landed in. This took the mountain dogs by surprise. He had started to dash right after he jumped out of the second floor window. Tomitake was prepared to do something like that. He had been training in case of an emergency, just like this one. Skylark 10 to Skylark 1, we've located the target. He's running. We need assistance. Skylark 1 to Heron. The target is heading west, using the back alleys. Stop him. Roger that. Heron 2, 3, and 4. Head on over there. Here he comes. That's him. 3 members of the Mountain Dogs jumped out from behind the streetlight and stood in Tomitake's way. They prepared to stop him, but Tomitake kept running at full speed. They quickly realized he wasn't running towards them to knock them down. He was trying to run past them. There was no point in them taking a fighting position. They lowered themselves and tried to tackle him simultaneously. Now! Tomitake jumped over them. He jumped over them like an Olympic athlete leaping over a hurdle, but he wasn't an Olympic athlete, and they weren't turtles. Tomitake's heel struck one of the dogs. The 2 flanking Tomitake thought they'd seized hold of him. However, as he flew over them easily, he grabbed onto 2 of their heads and smashed them against each other. Tomitake knew this wouldn't stop them, but at least he'd gained a little time to run. The target broke through the West Intercept team. He's still running. Damn it. What are you doing? Heron 10, go around in the car. Take a second left and we'll get him at 9 o'clock. Are you okay? Shit. Don't let him get away. What strength. My nose is bleeding. Tomitake saw a van with its door wide open ahead of him. It couldn't stop in time and it hit the wall. As soon as it stopped, several mountain dogs jumped out of the van. Stop him, no matter what! Stop him! Come on, there are 5 of us! Tomitake saw 5 men ahead of him, but he didn't think even those 5 could stop him. Why do trains sound their horn at people on the rails? It's not because the train will get damaged, it's because the people will get hurt. Get away! He yelled at them like a horn on a train. He wasn't warning them because they were in his way. He was warning them to move so they didn't get hurt. Look how many we are! We outnumber him 5 to 1! Don't tell me we can't stop him! No way! There's no way he can get past us! Let's go! Tomitake didn't grin. After all, trains don't grin. Oh! 5 men lay dead. We captured Tomitake. Oh no. Really? It didn't take long. I want to ask him some questions. Don't kill him, okay? Bring him over here. We'll kill him afterwards, but I've already got a great way for him to go. The phone continued to ring inside of Tomitake's empty hotel room. Within 30 minutes, Tomitake was dragged through the back door of the Edicts Institute, wearing a gag and handcuffs. Tomitake didn't even move, as though he was sedated. The Mountain Dog members had carried him out of the van. Iri saw Tomitake from his window and came out of his office in a hurry. Takano was already there. What's going on here, Takano-san? The Mountain Dog silently grabbed at Iri. He realized that he shouldn't have left his room. I didn't see Jito-san for a while, so I became worried and had the Mountain Dogs look for him. It was a good thing I did, because look, he's gone terminal. He's developed terminal symptoms? Are you sure? Of course, Tomitake didn't reply. Iri decided not to say any more. I see. That's very unfortunate. Let's give him some medication as soon as we can. Of course. I hope it's not too late. Iri already knew. The Mountain Dogs had tracked him down. Iri wasn't sure if Tomitake was able to arrange something with Tokyo. He wasn't even sure if the Bloodhounds had been called in. He could guess that Tomitake didn't have time. If the Bloodhounds were called in, the Mountain Dogs would catch up that information. And, if that was the case, they would likely drop everything and run. But Tomitake was captured, and they brought him back to the Institute. That meant it hadn't gone that far, and they were still trying to fix the damage. In other words, Tomitake wasn't able to do what they had hoped for. What were they going to do to Tomitake? Since they brought him back alive, they were planning to torture a confession out of him? That would be very dangerous for him. He'd likely end up dead. Iri realized that he had to do something in Tomitake's place. The main reason why Iri had to rescue Tomitake was because he had no way of contacting Tokyo on his own. Takano wanted Iri to be useless, so she never told him about how to get in touch with Tokyo. Iri could receive phone calls from Tokyo, but he could only call them through Takano. Therefore, Tomitake was the key. Unless Iri rescued him, they couldn't possibly win. But Iri wasn't like the Mountain Dogs. He was simply a researcher. There was no way Iri could rescue Tomitake from such a high-security area. There were 8 Mountain Dogs in the building. There were usually only 2, but Takano had called in more. Of course, the basement was a highly secured area, and one needed an access card to get in. That card was only given to people in Iri's position. In addition to the access card, one would need a fingerprint match as well. The access card alone wouldn't do it. Therefore, the only person who could rescue Tomitake from that high-security basement was Iri. And so, even if it was impossible, Iri had to do it. Iri bunched up his hands into fists and held tight to encourage himself, but he only noticed that his fists were shaking. Iri, did you forget? Iri remembered what Akasaka had told him. Yeah, call him! But it's very hard to anticipate your own danger. You can't underestimate it. You may not even get a chance to make the phone call. If you sense something odd, that's an emergency. Knowing the seriousness of the conspiracy, they won't hesitate to kill us. Please be very careful. Iri felt a cold sweat pooling on his back. Was this the emergency Akasaka was talking about? He shouldn't think that this was still okay. He might lose the chance to run. He realized that trying to do something by himself was foolish. He had a security access card, true, but that didn't mean he had to rescue Tomitake by himself. Just like how everyone else was trying to combine their efforts, he should also ask for help. Also, Tomitake was in their hands, which meant that the Mountain Dogs had realized that they were under attack and were preparing to counter. It was very possible that they were suspicious of Iri too. Once they broke into Rika's house, Iri's lies would be exposed. Indeed. This was the emergency Akasaka was talking about. Iri had realized that. He was already in danger. He needed to leave immediately. The Sonozaki residence was their gathering spot for the case of emergency. His allies were congregating at the Sonozaki residence. He should explain the situation to them and think about how to rescue Tomatake. Takano probably wouldn't kill Tomatake immediately. She was intending to kill him that night as the fifth night of the 5th year's curse, so there was still a little time left. He had allies, and with his security access card, there was still a chance to rescue him. Iri had to let Akasaka know that he was escaping. If they became suspicious of Iri, they would check the house, and Akasaka would be in danger too. In other words, it could cause a chain reaction. Iri didn't miss his last chance to escape, but he still had to do his final job. Iri picked up the phone at his desk, called Rika's house number, and left. It would continue to ring like that, sounding the emergency signal. Iri thought back to when he wondered how long he was going to stay in this director's room. He never knew this day would come so suddenly. He noticed the framed picture of his parents on his desk. Iri had become a doctor so he could clear up the misunderstanding between his parents and regain his family ties. But how did he get involved in something like this? No. He would return. He would return and continue the fight against Hinamizawa syndrome. He vowed to himself that he would never abandon that responsibility. I'll be back, Mom and Dad. Iri said his final goodbye and left the director's office. Major, there's a call from the director's office to the outside number. The phone number is the R residence. Eh? What does that mean? Can you listen in? Of course. I'll put it over the speaker. One of the members flipped a switch. There was the sound of a ringtone. Why is Director Iri calling that house now? Maybe R really is at home and he's trying to let her know that Tomatake has been captured. That might be it. He has no idea we're listening in. What was Iri going to talk about? Takano waited patiently to eavesdrop on a conversation, and there was nothing but a ringtone. It had been over 30 seconds. There was no answer. Nobody was home. The director sure is patient. I guess he's sure that she's home. Major! We have the director on the security camera at the back door. The black and white squad display monitor showed Iri running out of the back door. What's going on? Who's calling from the director's room? Takano became utterly confused, but the ringtone continued. It couldn't be. Takano finally realized what was going on. It's a trap! He knew we were listening in, so he made a fake call. It is a traitor! Catch him! Security room on the first floor. Stop Director Iri. The target is heading to the staff parking lot from the back door. The two mountain dogs who were playing cards in the security room on the first floor jumped into action. The security room was located next to the back door, so Iri was still within reach. Iri had made a serious mistake. He could have left the clinic during the 30 seconds Takano and her men were listening to the ringtone, but when he got to the parking lot, he realized he forgot his car key on the desk of the director's office, and he had to go back and get it. No! It was only at this point that he realized he shouldn't have gone back. He should have escaped on foot. But Iri wasn't used to emergencies unlike Akasaka. It was a typical mistake any person who had never gone through anything dangerous would make. Although he made mistakes, he didn't forget to call Akasaka. People usually become extremely clumsy when they're in a rush. All he had to do was turn the key, but he couldn't even do that smoothly. He kept turning the key, and finally, the engine started. Iri still thought that he was alright. Even if one of them questioned him, all he could do was to say that he was going out to get something. When he released the handbrake with his sweaty left hand, he saw two of the mountain dogs dashing out of the back door. As the two of them looked around, Iri's eyes met with one of theirs in the rearview mirror. He pointed at Iri's car, and the two of them started to run towards it. The two of them looked extremely serious, and certainly not like they were chasing after him to return a dropped pen. Oh... Iri's body was soaked in sweat. Before the two of them could jump on the car, Iri stomped on the gas pedal and the car took off after its spinning wheels. Of course, the dogs didn't give up. They got into their own car and started to chase after Iri. Security to base. The director is on the run in his car. Do you want us to force him to stop? Major. This is Takano. He's probably headed to the Furude Shrine. There are too many people there, so it'll be impossible to catch him. Fine, don't worry about injuries. Don't let him go. Stop him by any means necessary. Roger that. We'll force him to stop. Send backup just in case. Over. Roger that. We'll send Nightingale as backup. But don't wait for them. Stop him right now. The mountain dogs had Iri's car in their view as it ran away at full speed. They have to find a perfect spot and timing to stop him. It's not easy to drive a car when you're in a rush. Of course, the more you step on the gas pedal, the more speed you gain. But when you're in a hurry, you can't control the steering wheel well enough to escape quickly. Edie could see his pursuers in his rearview mirror and was completely distracted by that. He was driving carelessly. His driving was so reckless that he could easily get into an accident on his own. As the fear was driving him into confusion, he made a wrong turn, and that mistake made him even more confused and panicked. Oh no. Come on, director. You're going to lose your license for driving like that. Although the two guys were ordered to stop him, they were starting to think Edie was going to get into an accident without them doing anything. They'd rather not drag this into a car chase if they didn't have to. Zzz, zzz, this is Phoenix 1. Security vehicle, come in. The commander. Security vehicle here. We're still chasing him. We're on the path through the forest near the 5th district. Not sure the exact location. We're heading your way as your backup, as per HQ's orders. Estimated time of arrival is in 15 minutes. Don't wait for us. I don't think we'll be there in time. Okonogi grumbled. He had to leave Okinomiya in a hurry to respond to Major Princess. But because of the distance, there was no way that he could get there in time. Even so, he was still ordered to provide backup. He could have explained, but the princess wouldn't have listened to him anyway. The mountain dogs who were with Okonogi smiled bitterly. In which direction are you heading? In the worst case scenario, we'll end up leaving town. Don't let him. We'll comb the hills for him, so break his legs. Is there anyone else? Any weapons? It's in the middle of the forest. There's nobody around. We have one submachine gun in the security vehicle. The guy in the passenger seat reclined it and climbed into the back. He lifted one of the seats and took out the black machine gun. The paint on one corner was coming off, and the shiny silver metal was exposed. It was a machine gun, but it didn't look as powerful as an ordinary one. However, once the dog extended the shoulder stock and set it in place, the weapon looked far more vicious. This is an MP5, correct? Is it A5 or SD3? The man in the back seat looked at the uniquely shaped gun barrel. It was thick and long. I don't know anything about guns. This is SD3. It has a silencer as well. You're allowed to fire. Shred his tires with full burst. Roger that. We're attacking. The guy in the back seat opened up the driver's side back window and leaned out of the car. His sharp eyes aimed at one of the tires on Edie's vehicle. It was a straight road. Edie's car was weaving, but not enough to avoid a shot. The pursuers had his car in their sights. They were trying to get as close to Edie's car as possible, but they were afraid that they might get caught up if it overturned. They soon decided that it was as close as they were going to get. I'm going to fire on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Fire! You counted backwards. The sound of the machine gun made it a lot quieter than what people would imagine, but its power was unimaginable. One of the tires on Edie's car was cut to shreds and collapsed in a puff of white smoke. And because one tire collapsed all of a sudden, Edie lost control of his car. He tried to steer away, but that made things even worse. As it spun, Edie's car drove off the shoulder of the road and slid into the slope and into the forest. Wah! Ah! The sound of the trees breaking and the car being battered from every direction disappeared down the slope. The pursuers stopped their car and looked down after it, but the plants were growing so high that it was impossible to check from there. The attack was a success. The target vehicle went down the slope. It's possible that the driver is dead. We'll search on foot. Phoenix 1, roger. Nightingale is in the area. If you're lucky, you'll run into them. We aren't even close. I'm counting on you. Good luck. Roger, ending transmission. Let's go. The mountain dogs left their car and headed into the woods without hesitation. Whew. Akasaka received the phone signal from Edie. The phone rang for over 3 minutes. The signal told Akasaka that Edie was in some kind of emergency, and that Akasaka himself was in danger now. Takano made a mistake. She didn't realize the ringtone itself was the signal. She assumed someone staying at the house would pick up the phone eventually. Her error allowed Akasaka to perceive that extremely important forewarning. Akasaka waited for exactly 3 minutes, then ran downstairs quickly. He had already put his shoes on while listening to the phone ringing. Akasaka had memorized the layout of the town from the map he'd kept near the phone. He knew the shortest route to the Sonozaki residence, as well as a number of alternate routes, just in case the shortest walk was already blocked. People would be surprised to see a stranger coming out of the house, but Akasaka didn't care about that at the moment. He had to get to the Sonozaki residence immediately. However, the observers would see him, and that would be a problem. They'd soon come after him. Upon finding the house empty, they'd assume the man who ran from it knew something. Once Akasaka left Rika's house, he had to be prepared to fight. He relaxed his shoulders and reached for the doorknob. Major, there's a message from the unit observing our residence. A suspicious man just exited the house. A man? Who is it? Actually, I don't care. Just catch him! Loud and clear. We'll pursue and stop him. It was only 10 a.m. It was a lively morning. Many people were getting ready for the festival. Akasaka weaved through the people going in the opposite direction and ran down the stairs leading from the shrine. The mountain dogs were already chasing after him. There was a significant gulf between the happy faces of the villagers and the serious faces on Akasaka and his pursuers. He could hear them coming up from behind him. He didn't even need to turn around to check. Akasaka held his breath, focusing all of his senses to their limits as he sprinted even faster than he usually could with all his might. The success rate of an escape depends on the distance between the pursuer and the pursued. Even a little distance makes a difference. Akasaka ran down to the bottom of the stairs like the wind, then headed to the opposite direction, away from the Sonozaki residence. Of course, this wasn't a mistake of his. He just wanted to lose them. Shit. What? Speed! Does he have wings on his feet or what? The observers weren't ready for this chase. They never expected a fast and fully grown man to run out of the house. They assumed it would be a little girl. That assumption was their mistake. Besides, Akasaka's locomotive-like power was nothing like that of normal people. There was no way they could catch him. The mountain dogs fell for Akasaka's trick. They called HQ, told them that he was headed in the opposite direction, and followed him that way. Akasaka was confident that he could have had them completely confused if he had a little more time. Not only that, he could have attacked them individually. Were there 3 pursuers? No, there were probably 4 of them. His mind, body, and skills were all in top condition, so it could be possible for him. Usually, overrating oneself is dangerous, but Akasaka was above such an immature level. Resisting violently at a place other than his destination might prompt them to waste manpower and time, but Akasaka wasn't sure of the real meaning of Iri's phone signal. They were at a severe level of emergency. Akasaka had no time to waste, so he had to get to their Sonozaki residence. As Akasaka ran as fast as he could, he tried to think about the situation calmly. Could he attack them first and then head to the Sonozaki residence? The pursuers were scattered about and running out of breath. It would not be easy to fight 4 men at the same time, but it would be different to take them on one-on-one. When Akasaka decided that he had a high enough chance of winning, he took a deep breath and made a U-turn around a streetlight. What? The mountain dogs were surprised to see that the man who was running away from them was now running towards them. They prepared themselves to fight. But before Akasaka even reached them, he had already had everything planned out in his head. He had calculated how many blows he would be required to take them all out. But his calculations were wrong. Without even needing a second blow, the first pursuer dropped after one of Akasaka's legendary armor-piercing punches connected with his face. And while the first was still in the air, his second armor-piercing punch took out the second pursuer. This fade is not, feeling good. Okay. There was a chorus of cicadas, which woke Iri up. He needed a little time to realize what had just happened. His seatbelt had saved him from serious injury. I don't know if seatbelts are all that will save you from falling off of a cliff, but you know. However, it was sheer luck that the metal parts of the seatbelt didn't get tangled and that the door didn't become warped. He was on the bottom of the slope, near a different forest road. Iri endured the pain and removed his seatbelt. He got out of his car soon after. He heard someone walking towards him through the bushes. A pursuer. He couldn't get caught just yet. If he was captured, it would be impossible to rescue Tomatake. Not only that, nobody would ever know that Tomatake was captured in the basement of the clinic. Even though Iri knew he was helpless, he couldn't falter here. The only thing he could do was resist them, and run for as long as he could. But as soon as he started to run, Iri realized it. He had no strength. His legs were shaking, and he couldn't even see straight. He had only been stepping on the gas pedal, but his lungs were about to explode, and his brain was lacking in oxygen. It had to be that certain type of exhaustion that came immediately after hyper-arousal. Iri understood that intellectually, but he still couldn't get his body moving. He tried to run, albeit in a wobbly way. He heard a noise coming down the slope behind him. This was it. But Iri still tried to run as far as he could. Security HQ, we found him. He's injured.
Oh, thank you for resubbing,
oh boy, and then Iri exploded.
Yep, Iri exploded.
How you doing, Milky?
We're at the, I think the very end. There's like a secret ending in here, but we're pretty close.
But how you doing?
Security HQ, we found him. He's injured. We'll capture him. Iri heard the voice of his pursuer. Shit, he thought. What could I do? I have to run. I have to. Carve into your hearts the spirit of retreat! Shion-san, what's that song that you've been singing? Don't you know? It's really popular nowadays. My apologies. I'm rather ignorant when it comes to pop music. There was a wrecked car ahead. White smoke was still visible, so the accident must have just happened. Kasai slowed down. What is it? Oh, jeez. Hey, isn't that the coach? Hey, just woke up after a nap.
Oh, well, I hope your nap was good.
Their car stopped. The sound of the brakes startled Edie, and he fell on his behind. Edie was obviously the one who had been in the accident. Hey, coach! Is that your car? Shion-san. Are you alright, Dr. Edie? You should go see a doctor. Well, we'll take the coach to the clinic so he can treat himself, huh? It lasted way too long. Oh man, I feel that for naps. That's why I usually don't take naps. Although I guess my body usually doesn't let me. I'm just laying there. It's just like, okay, let me nap. I know it's day, but please. Can you stand up? I'll take you there. No, not the clinic. I can't go there. I have to go to the Sonozaki residence. Coach? Coach? What's going on? This isn't good. Kasai looked at Edie's car, then looked around the area. He then whispered to Shion. Shion-san, he must be in some kind of trouble. What kind? There are bullet holes in Dr. Edie's car, and they don't seem to be from an ordinary handgun. Really? You take that end. Let's get him in the main house. The two of them loaded Edie into the back seat, got into the car, and left in a hurry. We have to ask Coach what's going on. He can't go back to the clinic. I wonder what he means. Sounded like he was running away from someone there, but I don't know. It's obvious that he was involved in something dangerous. Hey, where are you going? Shion was confused as to why Kasai suddenly made a wrong turn. Dr. Edie's pursuers aimed for the tire in his car. They wanted to capture him alive. His pursuers are likely close by. Are they after us? There's no car behind us and nothing in the air. In this area, would it be possible to follow unless they're tailing us? I'm going to make another left turn, just to be safe, and then head to the main house. Could you watch what happens behind us? You got it! Security at HQ. The target was picked up by a civilian vehicle. I'm sending the license plate number and the car model. Roger that. Nightingale, your target is the civilian vehicle now. Search for it immediately. Try to capture Dr. Edie alive. Neutralize the civilians as well, dead or alive. Are you sure? Are you going to find him? Don't worry. There's a tracking device on the director's coat. Nightingale's vehicle can catch the signal and they can pinpoint where he is. Edie was lying in the back seat, wearing his white coat. There was a device on his collar. The security department put it there just in case. So no matter how hard Shion tried to look for anyone following them, the enemy already knew exactly where they were. This is Nightingale 3. We found the vehicle. It just made a turn by the watermill. There was a map of Hinamizawa on the table in the security room. The path by the watermill led to a certain private property. It belonged to the Sonozaki family, and the Sonozaki residence was the only building on it. Major! Oh my, like rats in a trap. This is Phoenix 1. Nightingale, don't head in yet. Phoenix will join you in just a little bit. We'll go in together. This is Nightingale 1. Understood. Okanogi, don't give them any time. Why don't you let Nightingale go in? Bad connection. Huh? Nobody listens to me. The Sonozaki family's basement had a security system which displayed images captured from various security cameras on the property. Of course, it wasn't high tech enough as the one in the Institute. It was in the room on the second floor of the Gasso house, a Japanese-style room where you had to kneel to avoid hitting your head, with bundles of wires snaking away from the monitors. It felt like a hidden chamber. There was electricity and a phone nearby. Although it was in a basement, it had all the basic amenities of the Sonozaki residence. At first, all the club members had watched the monitor curiously, but after a while it got too hot in such a tiny room. Mion and Nena stayed in the room to observe the monitor.
Mi-chan, look, there's a car.
That's Kasai-san's car. It's probably Shion. I bet she came because of the festival is today. Jeez, why did she have to come now? I don't have time for her. Their granny had been at the shrine since the early morning, so there was nobody upstairs to answer the door. And if Mion didn't answer, Shion would think that nobody was home. Mion wondered if she should tell Shion what was going on. Shion could be helpful sometimes. Kasai's car stopped in front of the gate. Someone was getting out of it.
Huh? Mi-chan, look, isn't that the coach?
What? They saw Shion and Kasai holding Edie on the monitor. Obviously something serious had happened. Let's move. Rena, Kei-chan, come with me. Satoko, watch the monitor. Rika-chan, don't come up. Hanyu, make sure Rika-chan doesn't move.
Leave it to me. I've got it. Yep, that's not fair.
Maybe Okanogi had made the right decision. If he had let Nightingale go in as Takano had ordered, they would have been on the monitor. But Okanogi ordered them to stand by until another unit arrived, so they waited. So Mion didn't notice that the enemy was about to attack. By this time, there were many vehicles belonging to the mountain dogs parked by the windmill. Okanogi and Phoenix One had joined with Nightingale, and they were getting ready to head in. However, it had been a good idea to leave Satoko to watch the monitor, and if Mion hadn't gone out, Edie would have been killed. Mion didn't know it yet, but Edie was their only hope of rescuing Tomitake. So as a result, entirely by circumstance, they did everything correctly. Wake up, I swear.
Good morning, Bailey. How you doing?
I guess sleepy is the answer, but
Other than that, how you doing?
Sis! I wonder if she's gone to the shrine already.
Shion!
Where did you come from? You were in the basement, weren't you? I'll tell the hag you were playing down there. Who cares about that? How is the coach? Coach! Is he alive? Huh? Are you all in trouble too? What's going on? Shi-chan, listen well. It's like this. Coach, what happened? I'm hungry.
Maybe you get a snack. Or maybe, I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. The mountain dogs got Tomitake-san. He's in the clinic basement. I've got into an accident while they were chasing me. Edie explained everything he could while enduring the pain. Everyone was happy to see him safe, but Mion's expression quickly grew stern. Then she asked Shion a question. Is anyone after you? Nobody was following us. Come on, let's go in. I have a bad feeling. They heard the sound of a car approaching, and it wasn't alone. Who could it be at this time of day? It was a waste of precious seconds to even think about it. You idiot! They are after you, Shion! I'm telling you, nobody was following us! Kasai picked up both sisters and ran through the gate. Let's go to the basement. It'll be safe there.
Mion-san! There are a lot of strange cars approaching.
I know. Go back to the basement. I'll shut the door. Where's Rika-chan?
She went into the secret room with Hanyu-san.
This is Nightingale 6. We found the target. Some of ours friends were there too. Ours hiding there. I know. Right. Jiro-san? Tomitake was lying on the floor at the security room. His hands and legs were cuffed, and there was another pair of handcuffs connecting them, leaving him bent backwards on the floor. He couldn't get up or even turn around. Takano laughed and poked Tomitake's side with the toe of her shoe. The mountain dogs climbed over the fence easily. There were no need for anyone to explain at this point. It was obvious that they were the enemy, and that they were the mountain dogs that Rika had spoken about many times. They went through the grove of trees and headed for the entrance of the underground storehouse. The first 5 mountain dogs were supposed to capture them all, but they fell down, one after another. Just as one of the mountain dogs started to wonder why they fell, he hit something with his leg. The next moment, he was flying through the air. As he stood up, his leg got pulled again. He realized that there was a rope wrapped around his leg. Because of the way he fell, the rope was wrapped tightly around it, and it wouldn't come off easily. Be careful, there are traps in the bushes. Satoko had set up lots of traps in the bushes. After all, she wouldn't just sit around all day on the empty property. The club members headed into the underground storehouse, one after another. The mountain dogs didn't do anything, although they did see them. I'm closing the door. Come on, help me. Here we go. It was a heavy door, but when they put their strength together, it closed easily. Mion locked the door quickly, putting on the deadbolt for good measure.
Do you think this will be enough? Don't you think they'll break this door? Don't you think? I saw 5 or 6. No, perhaps even more cars on the monitor. They're all vans, and I saw strange men inside of them.
I don't think this door will be broken that easily, but I'd imagine they are used to doing things like this. We shouldn't underestimate them. Before he could even finish speaking, someone pounded on the door. The second group of mountain dogs had arrived. Although the heavy door was separating them, it wasn't at all comforting to know the enemy was just on the other side. I'm sorry. It's all my fault.
You haven't done anything wrong. Let's go further in.
Yeah, let's find out how many there are on the monitor. Okay, fine. Leave me out of this. I'm just an outcast. Oh, shut up. I'll explain when I have 5 minutes to spare. Nightingale 1 to Phoenix 1. The targets are in the basement. There's a steel door here and we can't break through. Phoenix 1, roger that. Shit, the Sonosaki family must be so rich. Property is too huge for us to surround, so we won't even try. Let's join Nightingale. Nightingale, knock some trees down. We'll use them to ram the door. Phoenix 7 to Phoenix 1. We have some plastic explosives for indoor use. Do you want us to get them ready? Plastic explosives are explosives for military use. There are various different kinds, but he was talking about the type specially made to break down doors. Okonogi momentarily thought it was a good idea, but changed his mind right away. This was a small village. If there was an explosion, everybody would hear. It was daytime, and they were on the surface. It was the worst time and place for the mountain dogs to do their job. Explosive isn't a good idea. Wait a minute. What time is it now? It's almost 10 a.m. I see. Phoenix 7. We'll do it. Get the fuse ready. Huh? Commander, what does 10 a.m. have to do with an explosion? Okonoki's mind was working sharper than ever. He was sure that this would work. Everyone gathered in the secret room.
Is everyone okay? Oh, wow. We were watching on the monitor. There were about 30 guys out there.
That many? That's not good. Can I see? Look, they don't know what to do. When Mion touched a switch, the screen switched to the view of the entrance to the basement. Some of the mountain dogs were checking out the door. They didn't appear to be trying to force it open. They were simply at a loss for what to do.
What do you think they'll do now? They think we're trapped rats in here, so I'm sure they're going to try breaking open the door.
What the heck? What are they going to do with that log? They must be thinking of using it as a battering ram.
Setsuko just said that they're assuming we're trapped rats. We should get out of here while they're trying to open the door.
I agree. Besides, we have to rescue Tomatake-san.
You're right. No matter how strong the door is, we'll be in big trouble if they find us. I think it's time for us to escape.
Sis, don't you think we should call the police? Oh yeah, we completely forgot about that. Even if a spy at the police department overhears us, there really isn't much he can do at this point anyway. I'm sure Oishi-san will come right over. Mion picked up the phone. Why hadn't she thought about this earlier? Huh? What? What's the matter? Mion panicked as she tried to listen for a dial tone. The phone. What's going on? I don't hear anything. They must have cut the line. What? Suddenly everything went dark. What? Is this a power failure? Kasai lit a cigarette lighter, and Mion turned her emergency light on. And I coughed while being muted.
This is the drawback about the basement. But they won't be able to see either, right? I know, but they might have some kind of device that lets them see in the dark. Don't you think? Mion-san, why do you think they cut the electricity? Are they just going on the offensive?
If nothing else, it worked to turn the security system off.
They were checking out the door. They didn't give up. They have a way to destroy the door, and don't want us to notice it. That's why they cut the electricity.
Are they going to blow up the door? The door could be destroyed in a second, so we can't stay here, right?
Mi-chan, let's get out of here. Show us the way to the hidden escape route. This way, everyone.
Mion was confused amidst all the chaos. She hadn't underestimated the mountain dogs. She even considered that they would have some explosives, but she didn't think that they would use them in Hinamizawa in broad daylight. Somebody would hear the explosion. Is there even such a thing as a silent explosion? It's a rough bunch. Or what a rough bunch. They're not even concerned about minor risks. This is a crazy situation, but the mountain dogs are always very, very careful. I don't know about Takano-san, but there is no way Okonogi would allow an explosion in the middle of the day. Yet they're still going to do it, huh? They've got guts.
I don't know much about them, but just like a silencer at a gun, aren't there, silent explosives?
No way. No matter what you do, an explosion sounds like an explosion.
Oh, I get it. You're a staff member of the festival, aren't you, Coach? What time do they let people know the festival is going to take place?
I'm pretty sure it's at 10 a.m.
Hello? Do you think, just like on a track and field day, if you want to hide a tree, you hide it in a forest, huh?
Rika knew Okanogi well. He would always complain about how he had to guard her like she was a princess. Rika had never expected Okanogi to be so sharp. That was why she was more frustrated than anybody else. The mountain dogs had quickly set explosions on the basement door. Long wires were connected to the explosives, and the mountain dogs were waiting at the other end, lying flat on the ground. One of the members was holding a detonation switch. All the wires were linked to it. It's almost 10. This morning, I thought it was bad luck that this happened on the day of the Watanagashi festival, but now I'm glad about it. Okanogi had realized that he could use the festival effectively. He was going to make sure his enemies got what they deserved. On the morning of the village event, they used fireworks to let everyone know that an event is going to take place that day. This method is often used for track and field days at schools. Since Watanagashi starts in the evening, the fireworks go up at 10 a.m. The fireworks, of course, make loud explosive noises. Since Hinamizawa is located in a ravine, the sound echoes, making it hard to figure out where it is coming from. And that was the advantage for the mountain dogs. Now! A loud noise and a shock shook the ground like an earthquake. The explosion must have warped support beams everywhere. There was a discomforting squeaky noise, and dust fell from the ceiling. It certainly was powerful. The explosion must have blown the door wide open. An explosion that took place without anyone noticing it. Come on, this way! Mion led everyone into one of the rocky caves. There was a well-hidden shaft in there. They called it a hidden well, but it was actually a very eerie vertical tunnel. They didn't have enough flashlights for everyone, so there was no way for them to see the entirety of this ominous hidden well. Are you telling us to go down there? How far does it go? There is a horizontal tunnel crossing it after about 30 meters. We can get into the mountains, through that tunnel. Okay, then why don't you go first, sis? You know the way around here better than anyone. Huh? Do I have to? Who else? Kasa and I will be the rear guard. Come up, hurry up! Okay. Mion was going to volunteer to take the rear, but Mion and Shion knew instinctively. Because there were so many of them, the rear might not make it in time. Unlike the iron door at the entrance, once the enemies were inside, all they would have to do would go through the inner doors, which were easily breakable. The route was basically a straight line. They probably won't get lost on their way. That's why Shion took the rear guard position before Mion did. After all, she was actually the older sister. Shion wanted to protect her younger sister, who was playing the older sister, in this real emergency. Mion instinctively knew that what Shion was thinking. Mion understood well that the relationship between her and herself, her sister and herself, rather. She wasn't the only one who felt guilty for taking the older sister's position. Shion felt guilty for making Mion take the responsibility of the family head, and here, finally, was the chance for Shion to atone. Mion-san, you have the key to the armory. Now is the time to open it. Mion silently threw over the key. Kasai and Shion took it and ran it deep into the rock tunnel. Listen, everyone. It's about 30 meters to the horizontal tunnel. If you fall, that's it for you. It's dark, so be very careful as you go down. If you end up waiting, make sure to light the way for the others, okay? I think only one or two can go down at the same time. I'll go first. Come on, give me some light. Mion-san, be careful. The ones with the flashlights, you be careful too. If the lights were on, they could have gone down quickly. There were actually a few light bulbs inside the well. Of course, Mion had checked them. It was now certain that the enemy had cut the power to the basement. It is extremely dangerous to go down this well with just a little light from the flashlights. As one went down, there would be people lighting up the way. Mion was right. She realized as she went down herself that it was almost impossible to go down the ladder without the weak light of the flashlights. The lights didn't reach all the way down. In the darkness, her feet suddenly became unsteady. Every step she took made her more nervous. It was about 30 meters to the horizontal tunnel. That's quite deep enough already, but the hidden well went deeper than that. If Mion fell, she wouldn't just injure herself. Hasn't it been 30 meters yet, she thought? She couldn't even remember exactly how long 30 meters was. Had she missed the horizontal tunnel already? At that time, she felt a cool breeze on her body. She could sense a huge hole nearby, so she took out the flashlight to light the surrounding area. She saw the black tunnel yawning before her. Okay, here I go. Okay, I found the tunnel! Rika-chan, come down! Mion lit up the way from below. Okay, you're next, Rika-chan. Coach, you go next, then Hanyu, then Satoko. Okay? Let's move. Edie wanted to say that he would go last, but Reno gave the order first. They couldn't get into the basement from the clinic without Edie. Without him, they couldn't rescue Tomatake. Their lives were all equally important, but at least for the moment, he was the second most vital after Rika. Please be careful. I'll light your way.
Okay. Come on, everyone, hurry up. Ah!
Rika! Rika was much shorter than Mion. She couldn't go down the ladder as easily. Her legs were too short and her left foot slipped.
I'm okay. Damn it, I'm sick of this life where I never grow up. I'll pass through June of 1983, and I'll grow taller. My boobs will get bigger. I won't stay like this forever.
Though she had been living for over 100 years, Rika was still afraid of heights. As she fought that fear, she tried to climb down as quickly as possible. After a while, the light from the top didn't reach anymore, and Mion's light from below lit her way. Mion's light was enough. The next person could come down.
I'm okay. Whoever's next can go. Okay, Coach, you're up next. You're a grown man, so go down quickly.
Right. I'll go next. Mountain dogs moved forward carefully, wearing special goggles so they could see in the dark. The one in front noticed Satoko's trap and stopped the rest of the men. Nightingale 7 to Nightingale 1. I just found a wire trap. Be careful coming in. Roger that. Phoenix 1, there are more traps. Why don't we turn the lights back on? Idiot, that'll only help them escape more easily. They must be having problems trying to escape in this darkness. We have to give them as much trouble as possible. Corner them in the darkness and we'll get them. This is a huge cave system. There must be another way out. They won't try to hide. They'll try to escape. Give the assault unit some firearms, bulletproof shields, and grenades. The Sonozakis are basically a major Yakuza family. Assume they can counter us with smuggled guns. Which means watch out for those tripwires and claymores. Unless you want to end up with 1,000 lead pills in your body. They'll shred you apart. Roger. Satoko's traps were effective only because they were professionals. Satoko had assumed any professional would misinterpret her traps as more dangerous ones. That was why she ran wires everywhere. And Satoko's right. Although the mountain dogs were successful at breaking down the iron door, they hadn't even reached the torture room. However, the huge cave with the hidden well was just on the other side of the door to the torture room. It was just a matter of time before the enemy caught them. Okay, Rena, you're next.
Yep. You come down in a hurry too, Keiichi-kun.
Kei-chan, how's it up there? Rena's coming down right now. She's moving right along. Okay, don't fall. The rumors say that all the people who ever opposed the Sonozaki family were dumped into this well. It's a bottomless pit. What? Shion, what the heck are you carrying around? Shion had returned with a big machine gun in her hands. What the heck, Keiichi thought. It was one of those machine guns that they use in war movies. Its defining characteristic is the way the magazine bent forward. What's it called again? Kasai had one in his hands too. He appeared used to handling machine guns. It almost didn't look real, but it seemed like a natural fit for the surreal world lit only by flashlights. Keiichi felt like the odd one out here since he didn't know how to use a gun. Shion and Kasai hid on opposite sides of the cave so they could see the entrance to the torture room. Not only Kasai, but Shion also seemed to be used to doing things like that. Shion, I'll do that. So why don't you go down next? Thank you for the manly offer, Kei-chan, but it'd be much quicker if you went down swiftly than I had to explain how this Kalashnikov works. I mispronounced that entirely. Don't worry, a pretty girl like me will never die. As Shion winked at Keiichi, they heard a door being knocked down nearby. Immediately, Shion and Kasai's look turned stern, and they took cover behind the rocks, aiming their guns into the darkness. The enemies had entered the torture room. There was a flashlight next to the door. Kasai had left it there. The mountain dogs seemed to be able to see in the darkness, even though they couldn't, so it was an improvised solution. The footsteps of the mountain dogs were growing closer. They were passing through the torture room. In other words, the door was the only thing separating them from their enemies.
Keiichi-kun, hurry!
Shion, you go first. Shion-san. If something happens to you and I live, my sister will never forgive me for that. I don't have my loved one anymore, but she does. Huh? What are you talking about now of all times? I don't plan to die, but please tell Shion this. I want us to be twins again in the next life. Get going! Shion yelled, telling Keiichi to move on. He didn't understand why Shion said to tell Shion, but she asked him, and so he had to convey that message. Otherwise, if something terrible really happened, Shion's message would never reach Mion. An explosion shook the air. Something was thrown into the torture room. The explosion from that and the noise from Kasai's machine guns sounded at the same time. The clamor echoed in the cave. All I can do as these violent flashes of light burn these series of images into my eyes is shed tears over my own intolerable powerlessness and climb down the ladder. Mion quickly screamed from below. I descended and screamed up to the top, too. Nightingale 1, they attacked us. The enemies are trying to stop us from the huge cave on the other side of the torture room. There are 2 muzzle flashes, possibly AKs. Whoever it is, he's a professional. Phoenix 1, give us an order. There we go. Our opponent is a professional. Don't go in unless you graduated from the killing house. Nightingale 1, 2, or 1 and 2, Phoenix 7 and 8, get ready to move in. How many firearms do we have? We have 4 MP5s and plenty of grenades. We can't trust our bulletproof shields, so we abandoned them. There is a flashlight on the right next to the entrance. I'm assuming they don't have a device to see in the dark. Nightingale 1 here. We're going in. Throw in some grenades when I give you the signal. While the enemies were quiet, Kasai changed his magazine. Shion-san, that's enough. Please go. If I go, they'll all fire at you while you reload. You can't do it by yourself. There was a contradiction in what Shion just said. According to her theory, the last 2 can never escape. Mion kept shouting from the tunnel below. Damn it, Shion! Hurry up and come down! Everyone knows it wasn't safe to stay, but nobody could stop Mion from screaming. Mion and I will wait for Shion here. Banana, why don't you take everyone else and escape into the hills?
Okay. No, I don't want to lose anybody. Mika.
This is the final world. There's no more starting over. I don't want either Shion or Kasai to die. I don't want a future like that. I know we can't redo it, so no, I don't want it. Shion, please come down. As they looked up on the top of the well, they saw a violent flash and heard a roar. Then they heard explosive sounds, different from the sounds of the machine guns that Shion and Kasai were using. They also heard a tinkling sound, which could have been the sound of bullet shells. They couldn't see anything other than the flashing lights. Only the noise reached them. When everything stopped, after a little silence, footsteps that didn't belong to Shion or Kasai gathered at the top of the well. They could hear hard-soled shoes kicking the bullet shells as they walked. It's clear. Nightingale 1 to Phoenix 1. We've secured the loopholes. That voice echoed down the well, and Mion and the others heard it too. They didn't know how to react. Some became speechless. Some started to cry. Some let out a wordless scream. They looked up at the well as they waited for Shion and Kasai to come down. But there was no sign of them. A bright beam of light shone down from the top of that well. Edie grabbed Mion and Keiichi's collar and pulled them back, but they could see in the dark. They might already know that Keiichi and the others were hiding in that horizontal tunnel. Roger, we'll try. Can you hear us? You don't need to reply, just listen. A guy shouted from the top of the well. We want the Queen Carrier, Rika Frude, and Director Kyosuke Edie. You've misunderstood something. We were here to eradicate a unique local disease. What's happening right now is because we suspect the director's involvement in a conspiracy. We have nothing to do with this. Turn them over to us. They had already turned all the flashlights off, so nobody could tell what kind of expression there were on each other's faces. But I could sense Mion's expression distorting. And because of the darkness, nobody knew how to stop her from screaming. You murderer! You killed Shion! Oh, are you talking about this girl? Don't worry, she's still alive. She's just unconscious.
She's alive. She's alive, Mi-chan!
Mion didn't rest easy at their announcement, though, because she knew Shion's survival wouldn't help resolve the situation. Same with the guy. He's alive too, but if you refuse to turn those 2 over to us, we'll have to use them both as bargaining chips. What are you going to do to them? As Mion looked up at the top of the well in the dark, it suddenly became very bright, and she saw something unbelievable. Shion was unconscious, and one of the men was holding her. He was basically sticking her body out over the edge of the well. If the man let go of Shion, she would fall to the bottom. I need to cough real quick, sorry. Pardon me. They had no idea how far it went. There was no way she'd survive. Shion! Shion didn't reply, but she moved just a little bit. Shion was alive, at least for the moment. No. No way. They won't push her off. Huh? What are you saying? They can easily kill a hostage if they have more than one. They have Shion and Kasai-san. I'll push Shion off and just ask the same question again. He means it. Mion lashed out fiercely at Keiichi. He regretted saying what he just did. I'll give you a little time to think, but after 60 seconds, the first hostage will go down. Think it over very carefully. What should we do? Mion was half crazed with fear and panic. They want me. Let them think Rika-san has already escaped. I'll go. They should be satisfied with just me. That plan sounded like the best idea for minimizing damage, but Anna quietly spoke up.
No. Shi-chan and Kasai-san risked their lives to buy time so we could escape. If we went back, what they did would be wasted.
Then what do you suggest we do? Are you saying we should let Shion die? Are you saying we don't care if Shion dies, Rena? Damn you!
Please stop, Mion-san. I don't know what to do either. Because Shion-san is my nene.
Ah, Shion! Shion! Mion started to cry as she held Satoko's head. The mountain dog's beam of light shone into her horizontal tunnel. Their eyes had grown used to the darkness, so even with a little light, they could sort of see each other. But so what? This was a desperate situation, and Mion and Satoko started to cry. Rena bit her lower lip, trying to hold her feelings in. Iri simply looked down. And as for Rika and Hanyu, they were restless.
What do we do, Hanyu? I don't know what to do. I don't know either. Hey, you're a god, aren't you? Do something. Do something. Use your psychic powers to knock the enemies down. Help Shion. Only a miracle can save her. You're a god. Make a miracle happen.
Slap. They all heard a strange sound. Everyone was surprised to see what caused it. Hanyu just slapped Rika in the face.
Rika, listen to me. Hanyu? We both have experienced many worlds, and we have learned much. Sometimes you learned, and sometimes I learned. We've learned so many important things, and now, in this world, we've learned the most important thing. Something we've been pursuing. Something we finally got. Do you know what that is?
It was how to make a miracle happen. A miracle was like a number you got on a die. People think that the result of the roll depends on God's mood. God holds the key to miracles. Humans don't have the right to control them. But, although humans don't have the right, they can perceive. They can perceive how to improve their odds, and how they can make a miracle happen.
How to make a miracle happen. Rika, you should already know. You learned it before I did. This world must be precious to you. Why don't you try it? This one last time.
Rika's mouth hung open. That's right, she thought. I had forgotten again how to make a miracle happen.
You all go ahead and escape.
Rika stood up. Everyone was surprised to hear what she had said.
Iri, take them. I'll go out there. Takano means to kill us both, but she wants to kill me in a certain way, so she won't kill me for a while.
Are you kidding? You'll end up dead anyway.
If I don't go, she and Kasai will be killed. I'll let them capture me. The time it will take Takano to kill me will give you a chance to counterattack. Rika-chan.
Thinking about it now, the answer was very simple. As she spoke, Rika stepped out of the horizontal tunnel and reached the ladder. The beam of light shone down upon her. In this dark world, her figure seemed almost holy, like someone receiving a divine revelation.
Because we all believe we can win. You, me, and even God believe in it. This is nothing. Mipa!
Rika's smile told them that she trusted them 100%. She believed someone would come rescue her before she got killed. That was why she didn't mind letting the enemy capture her. If it would save Shion and Kasai's lives, then it was nothing.
I'm coming up now. Pull Shion back, okay?
The mountain dogs pulled Shion's body away from the edge of the well.
If you even think of touching my friends, I'll bite my tongue and kill myself. Takano wants to kill me personally, so if that happens, you'll be in big trouble, okay?
Alright. Come on up.
Let all of my friends go. According to your plan, they'll all die anyway.
No, we can't do that. We won't kill them, but we have to restrain them.
Well, that's a pity. Farewell. It'll be faster to let go of this ladder than to bite my tongue. This is a very deep well. If you can't produce my corpse, then that ruins your plans too, doesn't it?
As long as they captured Rika, the mountain dogs didn't really care about the others. They were ready to kill the rest if they resisted once they had Rika. That's why they wouldn't agree to Rika's request. They started to think that maybe they should just lie to Rika, but that was when they heard something. Hanyu started to speak in a very clear voice. It was a voice with a very mysterious tone. It sounded like it was coming from below the surface of the earth, but it also sounded like it was coming from heaven. Hanyu spoke. I'm very sad that her sprite isn't on screen because of this heckin' glitch that keeps happening.
I am saying I accept the deal. Quit complaining and do as she says, low lives. Rika Furude is coming up. You will fulfill her little request. Heaven will not provide to those who won't offer anything themselves. Stop thinking above yourselves, humans. Know your place, and the sin of pretending to be more.
Nightingale 1, the member who had been demanding their surrender, was suddenly overcome by a strange sensation. He had been in such an advantaged position, but somehow it didn't seem that way anymore. And that girl's voice, there was something strange about it. That voice belonged to something both holy and sacred. He instinctively sensed it. Humans can only negotiate with other humans. It's impossible to negotiate with a being greater than all humans. Wait. I'll check with the commander. Wait a minute. Nightingale 1 to Phoenix 1. He'd been very threatening until just a minute previous, but he had grown completely perplexed. Everyone was stunned by Rika and Hanyu's mysterious auras.
We'll come rescue you. Right away, okay?
Nana muttered as she tried to hold back her tears. Okay, we'll accept your request. We'll let everyone else go. Rika Furude, you come up. Major Takano says there's something she wants to talk to you about.
Okay, I'm coming up. Mipa?
Pardon me as I stretch. Okay. Have we ever been looking for you, Rika-chan? You're such an important person, and you can't just disappear like that, you know? That's against the rules.
Yeah.
Rika-san, we'll take you back to the clinic. Everyone else is free to go. The assault unit that led Rika away headed back into the basement. They were about to break the rules, too.
You aren't going to keep that promise, are you?
A promise? What are you talking about? Whoa there. We don't want you to bite your tongue. Hey. As Rika tried to run, Okanogi grabbed her fragile arm. She fought back, but her resistance meant nothing against him. One of the mountain dogs took out a syringe from a case. It shouldn't kill her, but it was probably put Rika to sleep. Takano, after all, didn't need a chatty Rika. She just needed a live queen carrier. If Rika got that shot, that would mean the end of this world. Before Rika could scream, the other dog covered her mouth. Hurry up and give her the shot. The dog with the syringe drew closer to Rika's arm. Rika was being grabbed from behind and her mouth was covered. There was no way for her to fight. I believe, even if I'm asleep, I believe. Rika kept repeating that in her mind. She believed that someone would wake her up, and that the first thing that she'd see when she opened her eyes would be her beloved friends. Hmm? It happened all of a sudden. The man with the syringe spun twice in the air and dropped to the ground. Nobody, including Okanogi, could understand this sudden phenomenon. It defied the very laws of physics. Rika couldn't understand either. The man who was holding Rika from behind spoke up. I made it. His voice had such a heavy feeling imbued in it. I regretted it in countless worlds. Whenever I realized it, it was too late.
Who are you?
The others took a few steps back, away from Nika and the man holding her. There were many units within the Mountain Dogs, so often its members didn't remember each other's faces. There were just too many units, so nobody really paid attention. All of the Mountain Dogs were more or less well built, but this man had an excellent physique. Even Okanogi noticed that he'd never seen anyone like that in one of his units before. Rather, he actually wanted to recruit him. But... This is what I've been longing to tell you all this time. Rika-chan, I came to help you!
Akasaka!
Damn you! The hands that were holding Rika left her shoulders. They left her ever so gently. And as soon as they did, they transformed into a pair of furious fists, which implanted themselves in the faces of the men attacking him from behind. They flew through the air. Akasaka hit those two without even turning around. 5 members of the Mountain Dogs surrounded Akasaka. However, he didn't even see them. He could only feel the deep emotion of finally being able to do what he had been longing to do, and the 5 of them sensed it. That maybe, just maybe, he didn't even care that they were there. What are you doing just standing there? Get him! On Okanogi's signal, the 5 Mountain Dogs bore down on Akasaka. Rika-chan, stay low.
Okay.
Oh no! We can't see him having the punch face! Rika dropped to the ground, and Akasaka was left standing. Akasaka, who came back to keep a promise he made with a girl 5 years ago. But his promise was worth more than 5 years. Rika knew that. Akasaka probably understood it too. The promise went back 100 years. For 100 years, he regretted not being able to save her from the conspiracy. He believed that one day there would be a miracle, and he could travel back to this day. That was why he continued to train himself. His strong will and Nika's wish made that miracle happen. That one and only miracle allowed Akasaka to be here in Hinamizawa in June 1983! The first one went down in the time it took Okanogi to blink. Lowering himself to grapple Akasaka had proved fatal. He wasn't so soft as to let such perfect openings go by. Akasaka's hand smashed into the back of the man's head. His blow was powerful enough to smash a pillar of ice or shatter a mountain of tiles. As it happened, Akasaka was holding back a little, so his target wasn't too injured. Akasaka goes all out from the very first shot. That's why he only needs one shot. He is unrelenting.
Kick their butts, Akasaka!
Akasaka's well-trained fists continued to knock down the Mountain Dogs, 1 member for every time Okanogi blinked. One hit per opponent was all Akasaka needed. That was the true essence of karate. Akasaka's colleague praised and feared his power. His power is like armor-piercing ammunition! Weapons were useless against him. No matter how hard his victim tried to protect himself, it meant nothing to Akasaka. But he was too strong for the Mountain Dogs to even understand that. It was as if he was a giant that they had to crane their necks up to see. Akasaka didn't even give them time to think. Someone from the Mountain Dogs must have called for backup. About a dozen more members had arrived. Don't worry, Rika-chan. As long as I'm here, I won't let them touch you!
Yeah, I'll draw some pictures while I wait then.
As Rika stayed low on the ground, she picked up a stick and started to carve into the dirt. That made Okanogi even angrier, but he calmed himself down. Then, the warrior's intuition in resting in Okanogi's blood came to a realization. Numbers didn't matter. Even the full force of the Mountain Dogs wouldn't be able to defeat this monster. All the combat units were still down on the basement. There was no way they could take him. Okay, I guess I have to take you down, huh? By the way, I remember you now. Your face brings back memories. Boy, you sure have grown, huh? You can't be. You don't recognize me? Sure has been a while, huh? You've grown a hell of a lot. Good to see you again. It had been 5 years. This was the man Akasaka fought when he was investigating the kidnap of the minister's grandson. Akasaka had been inexperienced then. I was ordered to go easy on you, so I held back. But I won't hold back today. And that fat guy won't come help you either. Still, you sure have improved a lot in the past 5 years, huh? I'm happy. Been hoping for something like this for the 5 long years. The rest of you, stay out of this. He's mine. Okanogi took off all of his equipment and threw it on the ground. He loosened one button and then positioned himself. Seeing that, Akasaka realized he was somewhat capable and narrowed his eyes in vigilance. Okanogi took that as an insult, that Akasaka only thought he was somewhat capable. His behavior was telling Okanogi that he viewed him on the same level as the other small fry. Akasaka first moved to take his stance and avoid getting Rika involved. Akasaka didn't even move one bit until just then. He hadn't even moved. Okanogi could easily see that Akasaka was extremely strong, but at the same time, he thought he could be fairly simple to take down. Karate would maybe a martial art, but nowadays it was just a sport. The army combat Okanogi trained in was completely different. Obviously, Akasaka had studied a lot, but it was all just child's play. All he learned were routine moves and forms. Besides, karate moves are fairly straightforward. Okanogi was confident that he could fight any karate pro and win. Okanogi started leaning on his toes and using his meticulous footwork. In contrast, Akasaka still hadn't moved from his back stance. Akasaka was acting as if Okanogi's footwork was simply a trick, which infuriated Okanogi. Okanogi moved fiercely and nimbly, in a manner completely different from how Akasaka was moving earlier. Akasaka remained calm, but Okanogi saw it differently. He can't react to my movements, so he's prepared to take damage in order to deal more. Whoa! Akasaka couldn't defend himself from Okanogi's quick jab, and it connected with his face. It was a quick but light attack. Its purpose was to distract Akasaka and create an opening for Okanogi. Okanogi knew that Akasaka would use his arms to guard his face instinctively. Okanogi's real purpose was to attack his abdomen, which would be unguarded. Of course, Akasaka didn't have enough time to guard himself. It took more than just a good kinetic vision to prevent his attack. Only Okanogi, who trained for many years, had perfected the speed of that technique. Normal people would struggle helplessly while vomiting if they were to experience Okanogi's kick. It would even rupture internal organs, so it was pretty amazing that Akasaka was still on his feet. What's the matter, Mr. Karate? Can't you fight back? What? Akasaka mumbled something, but Okanogi couldn't hear. Actually, he did hear it, but Okanogi never imagined he could say such a thing in this situation, so he couldn't hear it. He couldn't comprehend it. Too light. No. What did you just say? Your attack is only meant to defeat your opponent. That's why there's no weight to it. Huh? What are you talking about? Karate nourishes you spiritually. To attack others, you have to learn to be attacked. When one learns how much pain and grief your own blows deals to others, they finally understand the meaning of striking another and being struck. You aren't even close to that level, and that's why your attack has no weight to it. Are you saying that I'm still immature? Okanogi attacked Akasaka again, but this time Akasaka was different. Akasaka blocked Okanogi's fists and legs. Of course, Okanogi was still the only one attacking, but Akasaka had started to become much more aggressive. Now, as Okanogi attacked, his hands and legs were being injured. Okanogi instinctively sensed that he was in trouble. He'd thought Akasaka was just a police officer, but his movements were too dangerous. He was merciless. He was dangerous. So Akasaka's training and experience must far surpass Okanogi's. Wait, that dynamic heel kick isn't karate, is it? Akasaka's heel kick missed Okanogi's head by a millimeter. You do something other than karate, don't you? No, I only do karate. Don't lie! Some of the moves you're doing aren't karate at all! Okanogi was starting to become impatient. The reason Okanogi ridiculed martial arts as sports was because they were all hard-headed and only used set moves. This is how you strike in karate. This is how you punch in boxing. This is how you throw in judo. It's easy to learn, and that's why it's easy to win. But Akasaka was different. He said that he only did karate, and he must have spent unthinkable hours training. Yet he was flexible enough to not be confined only by formatted moves. That was understanding at a spiritual level. The spirit of the martial arts isn't just forms. One simply learns forms to reach that spiritual level. Therefore, for one who has reached it, there are no forms. What Akasaka had was a philosophical spirit. I'm disappointed in you. Akasaka stepped away from his original spot for the first time. He moved forward. He filled the space between Okonogi and himself with his inescapable conviction. As Akasaka moved closer to Okonogi, Akasaka's assault radius tried to swallow him whole. To be within that radius meant death. Okonogi walked backwards to avoid being in that radius. That was the result as clear-headed judgment, not because he was scared. You don't even know the meaning of an attack. I'll teach you just how significant it can be! Oh, huh? As Okonogi moved backwards, his back hit the van that he came in earlier. He was cornered. Having your back to a wall didn't mean you were at a disadvantage, but the more it was pressed against that wall, the further a disadvantage will become. If Okonogi let Akasaka move any closer, Okonogi wouldn't be able to take a combative stance. Okonogi decided it immediately. The last chance he had was the moment before Akasaka took his next step. Akasaka's foot left the ground. He was taking another step. Now! Go to hell! No tricks, no feints. Okonogi lowered himself and attacked with everything he had. The attack was powerful enough to break Akasaka's ribcage and rupture his heart. I'm a professional, Okonogi told himself. I can't be defeated by this amateur. I'm Okonogi of the Mountain Dogs. Good for you! So how much did you get paid, huh? At that moment, Akasaka's eyes opened wide. Whoa! All the Mountain Dogs heard the noise. It wasn't the noise of people fighting. It was the noise of a traffic accident. Okonogi's blow missed by a slight amount, and Akasaka's fist struck inches away from Okonogi's face. There was a dent on the sliding door of the van. The windows on both sides had shattered, and it looked like the van was in an accident. Was it even possible for a human fist to do this? Time resumed its flow, and Okonogi knelt down, falling to the ground. Akasaka didn't miss on purpose. Akasaka couldn't control his fist because he put everything into one blow. Okonogi should thank Akasaka. If Akasaka had been able to control his attack better, Okonogi's face would have ended up like the van. However, although it didn't hit Okonogi's face, it shattered his spirit.
Good job, Akasaka. Patch, 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 patch.
Rika applauded. But in this situation, it didn't sound like applause. It almost sounded like Akasaka's fighting spirit was popping like firecrackers. Akasaka pulled back his fist, turned around calmly, and then spoke. Who's next? I don't want to waste time, so why don't you all come at me at once? Ah! They knew. Everyone knew. There was no way to defeat Akasaka with their bare hands. They realized that they needed weapons. They also needed more people. There should be better equipment in the basement. All of a sudden, things began to move quickly. The remaining Mountain Dogs emerged from the basement. You are not permitted to fire on the surface. I repeat, do not fire on the surface. Phoenix 1, give us permission to collect R and retreat immediately. But the Mountain Dogs who just witnessed Akasaka's battle against Okonogi realized that it was time for them to run. They didn't even care about Rika. Who would even think about taking Rika from him after seeing what Akasaka was capable of doing? When Okonogi regained his awareness, he jumped into the van with the Mountain Dogs as it drove away. Since Okonogi took off his intercom device to fight with Akasaka, he had no idea what had transpired in the basement. After the Mountain Dogs broke their promise with Rika, they were supposed to round up the remaining club members, but when Akasaka showed up, the dogs had to be divided into the ground force and a basement force, which altered the situation. Kasai had gone on a counterattack, and the other club members somehow climbed up from the well and helped him. Since the Mountain Dogs weren't allowed to fire on the surface, they realized that it would make the situation worse if Kasai fired his guns once he came up after them. Okonogi was unreachable, so Nightingale 1 had ordered the retreat in this place. Who would bear the responsibility for this? It was probably Okonogi's fault for taking off his intercom device to fight against Akasaka, as he basically abandoned his job as commander. But everything happened in the first place because Akasaka showed up, so maybe it was his triumph rather than Okonogi's blunder. Either way, everything was miraculous, but the Mountain Dogs hadn't run with their tails between their legs. They had simply retreated for the moment. When they returned, they would have enough men and enough arms ready to kill all who stand in their way, and that would happen very soon. There was no time to waste.
Rika, I'm glad you're safe. Yeah, I am. Thanks to a miracle. No, it wasn't a miracle. We worked together and one of us, Akasaka, came to help you. That's all. How? That's true. Something like this can't be called a miracle. Okay, now it's our turn to attack.
In the basement, the club members were talking about their grand counterattack. Rika was a little disappointed that she couldn't have joined them, but she was happy that Akasaka told her that she had been waiting to hear what she had been waiting to hear. No, both of them are going to be invisible. Rika told them about how heroic he had been, and he got a little embarrassed. Kasai was doing alright, but Shion wasn't doing too well. Of course it wasn't life-threatening, but she couldn't hear well in her left ear, possibly due to being so close to an explosion. To test her hearing, Mion went around to Shion's left side and whispered some dirty words. She seemed to be able to hear them fairly well. Of course, she might have been hearing them through her right ear, though. Shion decided to lie down on the tatami mattress in the torture room while Iri kept an eye on her. Mion was very worried, but Shion told her that she was okay, and forced her to go ahead with the next operation. Mion complained that Shion didn't understand her feelings. Now that they could come up with an idea to rescue Tomitake from the clinic, they had Akasaka and Kasai on their side, both of whom were used to battles. Also, they had Iri, who knew about the secret basement in the clinic. They would have to get moving quickly, but they had at least have a plan. It was almost 10:30 a.m. Because of what they had gone through, they were exhausted and it felt like it was almost evening. But if they were at school, it would only be the second or third period. They had to pull themselves together. They had to regain their fighting spirit. Iri checked Shion's left ear with a pen light. I'm not a specialist, but your eardrum may have been damaged. Do you have a headache or feel dizzy at all? No, I'll be just fine. Iri wet his handkerchief and wiped Shion's face gently. Are you surprised? That the manager of the Hinamizawa fighters was in a gunfight, I mean. Yeah, I am. Heard you were ready to give up your own life. Mabara-san told me. Jeez. Things like that sound cool in the moment, but when you survive, they're pretty embarrassing, huh? Man. If something happens to you and I live, my sister will never forgive me for that. I don't have my loved one anymore, but Sis does. I don't mean to tease you, but you're talking about Satoshi-kun, aren't you? Well, I don't know. Who knows where he could be? I don't even know if he's alive or dead. He's alive. Eh? Shion's thoughts stopped in their tracks when Iri answered immediately. Satoshi Hojo-kun is alive. He developed terminal symptoms due to excessive stress last year. Mion and the other club members had already told Shion about the current situation, so she kind of understood what he meant. I thought I could treat him with the same drug I used on Satoko-chan, but Satoko-chan was one of the very rare and lucky cases. Satoshi-kun's treatment has been very difficult. It's still going on. Satoshi-kun, he is still alive. I'm sorry for not telling you this until now. Satoshi-kun is in the basement of the clinic. Shion and Iri returned to the torture room. Shion looked very serious, as if she had gained the determination to fight. Keiichi and the others were just talking about how the enemy found where they were. Shion answered immediately. Do you think there might be some kind of device on Dr. Iri's clothes? Not his personal clothes, but something the clinic provides. Do you mean my coat? Excuse me, let me check. Shion checked Iri over like an inspector at an airport. Then she found a little button on the backside of his collar. It was a little round button. There was no reason why a button like this would be on the back of a collar. This is probably it. This is how they found us without following the car. Damn it. But as long as we have this button, it's possible for us to create a diversion, right? A decoy unit with this button can lure the enemy away, and while the clinic is short on staff, we attack and rescue Tomitake-san. I think that's the best way.
In that case, the decoy unit should bring our foes to my hills.
Yeah, that area would be perfect. It's pretty vast, so the enemy would have to bring lots of men, rendering the clinic practically empty. But we'll have no way of knowing how many will stay behind at the clinic. Mr. Tomitake is there, so they'll probably leave an appropriate number of men to guard him.
In that case, we should add something they want more than Tomitake to the decoy unit. you sure, Rika? Yeah. As long as I'm with everyone else in Satoko's hills, I won't be caught. Only we club members know the hill well enough, so maybe it's a good idea to use us as the decoy unit.
Yeah, that works. So the adult unit will attack the clinic while the decoy unit lures the enemy away. What's the chance of success? As long as Akasaka-san pretends not to see anything. Since I heard you're a policeman, Kasai spoke while loading his shotgun. I'm off duty now, Akasaka replied while checking an automatic pistol. He hadn't used this particular gun before, but he was used to handling guns. He was prepared to fire, too. Edie tried to memorize how to remove the safety, but he looked nervous. Have you ever used a machine gun before? No, I've only used handguns. Then maybe you should get used to it. Make sure you have a full magazine at all times, and have another gun just in case the magazine gets stuck. Kasai-san, is that a shotgun? The odd number of shots are slug bullets. They can suppress enemies as well as destroy walls. Wow, I know people call you Shotgun Tatsu, but you really are a shotgun expert, huh? Shotguns are very deadly. Therefore, even without firing a shot, my opponent may surrender. By the way, I have some bulletproof vests. You should wear them. Kasai sounded very dependable, but at the same time, he reminded everyone that this operation could be a very dangerous one. It was a simple fist fight, or it wasn't a simple fist fight. Even a veteran soldier could die in a gun battle. There is always a chance of death, regardless of how well trained you are. In fact, Kasai and Akasaka were the only people who could be depended upon. Kasai talked Iri out of carrying a gun because it might be dangerous for him to have one. Someone could get injured by friendly fire. Mion suggested that maybe there should be more people on the team, but both Kasai and Akasaka refused because those who couldn't even handle guns at all might end up as dead weight. Well, then I have to go, huh? We lack firepower. I'll bring my Ingram to support you. But are you okay, Shion? How's your ear? Oh, it's all better now. I'm back to normal. Sorry to make you worry. Shion, what did I just say? Eh? Ah, of course, I heard it. Mion had tricked her. Mion didn't say anything. Shion still couldn't hear out of her left ear. Shion, it's too dangerous. To be honest with you, you shouldn't even be in the decoy unit. You should just hide somewhere. Sis, listen. I now have a reason why I have to go to the clinic. But if I mention it, Satoko is going to want to come too. She just can't. There will be an indoor fight. The enemy will fire at us. Do you mean... See, Mion sensed it. She sensed the reason why Shion had to go to the clinic. That was why she didn't say anything more. If she was in Shion's position, she would go even if neither of her ears could hear.
It's too dangerous, Sion-san. Please think it over.
Satoko, Shion will join the rescue unit. Satoko, the decoy unit is counting on you. Concentrate on your job.
Shii-chan.
You know, right, Nana-san? You know I'm not planning to die.
Yeah, I do. Determined girls can never die.
That's right. Even if they kill me, I won't die. Shion and Nana gave each other a high five.
Okay, then it's decided. Let's get moving. See, I'll take the button.
Here you are. Good luck, Rika-chama.
You too, Chi. You believed strongly in a miracle, and now it's going to happen. Therefore, this is a chance that God has given you.
I think there were days I didn't believe. I think someone even admonished me for that. It is difficult to keep believing, isn't it?
But you believed. You regretted not believing, so you believed. So please cherish this day. Your strong will brought about today, and you will longer have to suffer what you have been suffering until now. I feel like the word no is supposed to be there. Like you will no longer have to suffer. But okay, you're gonna suffer more. Hey, are you my sister's new friend? I don't know your name, but thank you. Yeah, I think it'll go well. Of course it will go well. Yashiro-sama guarantees it.
It is time. The mountain dogs had retreated and reorganized their units. They were now ready to attack again. Takano was furious at them for not being able to bring R back to the clinic, even though they had her in their hands. She gave an order to capture her with all the mountain dogs' forces put together. Their vehicles were at the clinic, and they were all standing by for the order to attack. Takano wasn't the only one who was furious. Okanogi was angry as her. That rookie policeman from 5 years ago had grown. He even made Okanogi yield. He couldn't accept that he was defeated, so he was bent on revenge. The reason why the order to attack was held off was because the signal from the transmission device on Iri was momentarily interrupted. They interpreted it to mean that Iri had gone even further down into the basement. The mountain dogs assumed that the club members would go even further underground to try to escape by using some kind of secret passageway. That passageway couldn't be that long. They'd have to come up to the surface eventually. The mountain dogs were planning to catch them as soon as they surfaced. The villagers were too busy with finishing setup for the festival, so they had no idea what was going on. By this time, the mountain dogs had shut down the telephone network. They were afraid the club members would call the police. The only way into town was being watched by the blockade unit, so the club members couldn't escape that way. R and her friends had to come up from the surface. They couldn't be thinking of staying underground until things settled down. Their lifeline, Tomitake, was in captivity. They couldn't be stupid enough to think of attacking the clinic to rescue him. More than likely, they would try to escape from the village on foot. They would probably call the police to help them. The patrol unit had several cars driving around the village, their eyes peeled for the signal of the transmitter or those on the run. It was time to wait patiently. The battle had returned to the starting point, and the balance of power was even again. Scheduled report from Skylark 2. All clear. I can't stay quiet for that long. We have to be patient. They'll turn up. By the way, where's the princess? I believe she's interrogating First Lieutenant Tomitake. She's trying to talk him into joining our side. At this point, that might be the only way to settle matters peacefully. Good thing we captured him alive. With the princess gone and the no phone calls from Tokyo, I can finally enjoy this cool air conditioning breeze. Commander, there's a radio call from Tokyo. It's from Nomura-san, and it's for you, not for the major. Good grief, if the phone's no good, they'll use a radio, huh? Well, I wonder what the queen in Tokyo wants from me now. Okanogi from the police dogs here. Over. Tomitake was being held in a small meeting room. And I keep having to record bits because it's I don't know which tracks are muted. Tomitake was being held in a small meeting room. He was shoved under a desk. He was restrained so tightly that he couldn't even turn around. Takano was sitting in a chair next to the table, staring at a whiteboard. It outlined the research plan that had to be shut down, but Takano wasn't really reading it. She was just staring. Neither of them said a thing. Silence filled the meeting room. It was almost 11 a.m. What a long day. I was woken up so early, and it's not even noon yet. Tomitake didn't reply.
Jiro-san, do you think you can help me?
I don't need the mountain dogs. I only want you. The mountain dogs can't comfort me. I finally realized that your insensitivity is the only thing that can. Jiro-san, you knew that, right? That was why you acted that way, right? You thought there was no use in trying to sympathize, and you tried to comfort me. That's what you thought, right? You only pretended to be insensitive, to help me enjoy myself, didn't you? I'm not speaking to you as Major Takano. I'm speaking to you as Mio Takano. You still won't talk to me? Hostage may only give his name, rank, and identification number. Takano hung her head. I don't have the key to those handcuffs. Sorry. That's fine. I didn't ask you to remove them. Would you like a cup of coffee? No thanks. I don't want you to have to help me go to the bathroom in this position. It was hardly a conversation, but Takano was happy that Tomitake had finally replied. However, that wouldn't solve any of their problems. If you must kill me, then I'm alright with that. I made my peace when I was caught. Yeah, I was planning to kill you tonight. I'm glad you're prepared for that. Good. Then my resolve won't go to waste. Hey, don't you want to live? If you promise to join me, you won't have to die. My superiors say there's no point in keeping you alive, but I'll work something out. Who are your superiors? I don't know. The person who contacts me calls herself Nomura, but I'm sure that's not her real name. I really don't know. But you must have talked to her before you decided to do this, right? I only talked to her a few times. When I think back, she probably just wanted to use me, but at the time, I thought she was the only person who could understand me. I understand. I knew there was a time when you needed someone to help you. I wish I could have been there for you. Yeah, if you were there, that would have been so nice. Nobody has died yet, but I'm going to kill them. You have your masterminds, but there are other masterminds in Tokyo who oppose them. Most of them want to hush up the issue. You may think it's too late to do anything about it, but you're wrong. There's still something you can do. You can make this whole thing disappear. And my grandfather's research on the syndrome will disappear too, won't it? Takano-san, what do you want to happen? Takano closed her eyes for a bit, while she came up with an answer. Her grandfather's research had been insulted. She wanted those with higher positions of authority to take it seriously. Nomura could make that happen. When the final operation was enacted, the higher-ups of the country would have to read the article, and they would have to believe what's in it. They will authorize the execution of the emergency manual. And yes, that would create an irreversible disaster. But at the same time, the disaster would prove that her grandfather's article had merit. Will you be satisfied with that? Sure. I'll be satisfied. That is the purpose of my life. I asked you before. You're going to disappear after this operation, aren't you? Mio Takano's purpose will be fulfilled, and she will vanish from the face of this earth. You'll return to being Miyoko Tanashi. That's your real name, isn't it? How long it had been since she heard that name. Takano closed her eyes tightly. Yeah, that's right. Soon enough, I will return to being Miyoko Tanashi. Tanashi Miyoko lost her parents and was sent to an orphanage as a little girl. She died after being tortured. That's what you said, right? Yes, I did. I'll have to go back inside of that metal fence. Have you experienced something like that, Jiro-san? Takano told Tomitake about her horrible experiences, which were simply unimaginable for normal people. I'm going to return to that place, and this time grandfather won't come to help me. So I will die. If I was dead, I wouldn't exist here. If I wasn't here, then there wouldn't be an Inari Institute. I wouldn't be stuck living out of such a bizarre fate. You're planning to die, aren't you? I'm supposed to be rewarded after the operation, but I don't believe that. I might be suddenly killed one day. Don't you have someone who you can trust? My clients are just clients. They're not my allies. But the mountain dogs are. I paid them more than enough. But you can't truly trust them, can you? They are my allies. They caught you and they're trying to catch R and her friends as we speak. They're helping me. But that's not the kind of ally you need right now. You're right. They aren't the kind of ally I need right now. Takano paused. She paused because Tomitake had said just exactly what she was thinking. Since the day Tomitake disappeared, she had been feeling restless. Takano had to admit that she needed Tomitake. Jiro-san, I paid the mountain dogs a few 100 million yen to be on my side. I have a little more than 100 million yen left. How much do I need to pay you? You should think about how much it really costs to get what you truly want. That's a rather pretentious thing to say in this situation. You want me to say it's something I can't buy with money, right? Why don't you give up? You may be able to tame the mountain dogs with your money, but that won't work for me. But I want you on my side. If you want, I'll give you everything. Not just money. You can do whatever you want to do with me. If you want me to lick your shoes, I will. Isn't that enough? Tomitake didn't reply. It wasn't affirmation by silence, but a signal to Takano that he had already told her everything he meant to say, and that the most saddening form of silence for her. I'll make you breakfast every morning. I'll show up before you when we meet. I'll never make you wait just to test you. Isn't that enough? Chido-san. Tomatake didn't say a word. He couldn't see her face under the desk, but he could sense it. This wasn't the time to say anything to her. Remaining silent was the only thing he could do. Suddenly, the phone rang. Takano sniffled once and picked it up. This is Takano. I see. Understood. I'll be right there. Takano stood up as she put down the phone. The mountain dogs found R. We found Ieri's signal, too. They must already know the roads are closed and are trying to escape through the mountains on foot. It won't be easy to hunt them there, but we're actually at an advantage since there's nobody else around. See you, Chido-san. I think this will be our final conversation. I wish I could have heard you say something at the end of it all. And still, Tomatake stayed silent. Takano ran out of the room. She didn't look like she was hurrying back to work. The further we go, I'm very curious as to like what's gonna happen in the secret ending. Because I feel, looking at it, it seems like it's gonna be important. I don't know how long it's gonna be though. It appears that they came out above ground in the mountains. They might have tried to get some help from the villagers, but a patrol vehicle found R and some of her friends and started tailing them. Pardon me. For a time, R and the transmitter were operating separately, but they rejoined at the mountains on the map. Are you saying they split up when they met back up? They must have planned their escape route, I guess. I'm sure they're confident that they know their way around the mountains well enough. If there were too many trees or the bushes were too high, our weapons won't work as well as they should. That's what the karate guy would think, at least. Okunogi was determined to catch them this time. He kept saying how he was simply caught off guard before. They can't escape this time. We must catch them before they get to Okinomiya. Yeah, I know. Since they know the mountains better than we do, we'll have to get serious. All our units will besiege and overrun them. All units, did you hear that? Think of it like a soccer game. Our opponents are gonna try and score a goal. That goal is Okinomiya. Don't let them get there. The karate guy's mine, though. I will absolutely bring him down. Phoenix here, roger that. Nightingale here, roger that. Skylark here, roger that. Heron here, roger that. All units, move out. If we fail, it's game over. Quite so. We cannot fail. I'll take command of the corps from here. If you think it'll be alright to leave Do you think it'll be alright to leave Tomatake behind? Sure. We're leaving 8 armed security guards behind. Even if this enemy came at them with double that number, they'll be fine. That karate guy will be more of a problem. We simply can't underestimate him. The security unit guarded the basement of the Ieri Institute, which was the heart of the organization. Therefore, they were armed more heavily than anyone else in the Mountain Dogs. Okunogi's confidence in the security unit and his newfound obsession with defeating Akasaka made the diversionary plan a success. But at the same time, that meant the decoy club members would have to deal with the full force of the Mountain Dogs. The Mountain Dogs' white van ran through the village. While they couldn't fire shots outside, all members were carrying stun guns that fired electric needles. While poor on range, they could subdue a target instantly. With the flip of a switch, they could charge between merely stunning or killing their target. The perfect weapon for people like the Mountain Dogs. The van separated into groups and headed for the mountains. They were planning to surround their enemies and then smoke them out. Commander, all units are standing by in position. Very well. Major, please give the order. This is Takano. Make sure you capture R alive. I don't care if you kill the rest. Don't let them escape. Finish it right there. Nightingale, Skylark, hunt Heron. Start hunting. Phoenix will be the goalkeeper and we'll be in the reverse. Be ready for anything. Or the reserve, rather. This is Phoenix 7. Roger that. Let's begin. The Mountain Dogs started marching, spreading out in a line of a few meters between them. This mountainside was a savage land where not even the villagers would dare tread. There were some trails, but no paved roads for human beings. It required an enormous amount of diligence and patience to hunt on a mountain like this. All the dogs were very nervous. They were told that the most of their enemies were children, but there were very few well-trained adults with them as well. In addition, they were supposedly quite armed heavily, and they knew the layout of the terrain quite well. It was obviously going to be a tough battle. Okunogi, how many people do you usually need to search a mountain? It's hard to say, but I'm sure that the more people we have, the better the position we'll be in. But all the Mountain Dogs put together won't even be close to enough. But our enemies are just a small group of people. Don't you think we're at an advantage? Also, you know what people always say, takes thrice the force it breaks to break a defense. We have twice more than that on our side. Well, that theory works if we're talking about thousands of soldiers. It doesn't work in smaller scale battles. The US Armed Forces proved that in the Vietnam War. Then, in this case, how great of a force do you think you need to search this mountain, Okanogi? Whatever works, I guess. I don't know what you mean by that. What would be an appropriate military force? Considering what happened this morning, we have to conclude that their commander is extremely brilliant. They have at least 2 weapon experts, and at least 1 close combat expert. Okay, I see that, but the rest are all kids, aren't they? And that's what I'd think too, but we're in their territory. 1 kid knows an area well can equal to finely trained patrol unit. They are more troublesome than you think, Major. Then tell me how great of a force you'll need to actually suppress them. We'll need 1 division. Well, at least let me explain about what I mean by that. 3 or 4 mountain dogs make a battalion, or 3 or 4 battalions make a regiment, and finally 3 or 4 regiments make a division. Are you saying we need 30 times as many people? Of course, that alone isn't enough. We need to get in touch with an artillery base and request an advanced bombardment. If we could get help from the air, I'd want a Phantom to drop napalm bombs. You've got to be kidding me! We don't have that much force at our disposal. What do you think would happen if we tried to chase them down with our current manpower? Well, it won't be easy, that's for sure. Okanogi laughed boldly. He said it wouldn't be easy, but he also seemed to be implying that he was the only one capable of doing it. Although this is their territory, they just got there a little while ago. They won't have a base, and they don't even have time to set up traps. I don't think they have enough time to use their knowledge of the mountains to their advantage. As Takano listened to Okanogi's explanation, she felt a little anxious. When she pretended to be friendly with Satoko a long time ago, she used to tell Takano all about her mountain. Takano remembered how Satoko told her all about kinds of traps she'd set up, but she couldn't recall which mountain Satoko was talking about. Haha, the fool. Skylark's base, we located some of the targets. We can't see R. We're still searching. We can use them as hostages. Capture them even if R isn't there. Nightingale, did you hear that? Gather up the nearby units and block their escape route. Roger, we'll back you up. Well, of course. They won't want to cut off their escape route, wouldn't they? Some fallen trees were leaning against a much larger pine tree, forming a natural scaffold. A small hut made out of plywood had been built on top of them. It was one of Satoko's many secret bases. It was a perfect spot since Mion could see the foot of the mountain well.
Wow, this went just as Me-chan expected.
Well then, we'll see what they got, huh?
Can we win? Can we?
What are you talking about? Our enemy's commander is worthless. They'd need at least 1 division. But they're trying to attack us with just a single company. What are they thinking? We'll see just how many of them will be able to go back down the mountain in one piece today. Damn it. This is Skylark 2. We've been attacked. Shit. Don't let them get away. They let loose tons of logs. Skylark 6 sprained his ankle, unable to pursue. We'll go on without him. Don't let them escape. Keep chasing them until the end. Don't even give them a chance to rest. This is Skylark 11. We encountered a trap. Skylark 12 and 13 probably have concussions. We would have been dead if we weren't lucky. This is Skylark 16. A trap got me. I'm tangled in steel wires, unable to escape. I can't cut them with my knife. Somebody bring a wire cutter. Chaotic radio transmissions came in, one after another. Obviously, Okanogi had been wrong about the mountain dogs being in an advantageous situation. Nightingale 10 to base. Those bastards disguised a pit trap with a well. 2 members fell in, unable to rescue them. We need help. Huh? What? Stop! What's the matter, Nightingale 10? Come in, Nightingale 10. This is Nightingale 10. I've been hit. I was pushed from behind. Nightingale 9 through 11 are in the well now. We're unharmed, but unable to escape. Base to Nightingale. Your backup has been attacked. The enemy can see your movements. Watch out. This is Nightingale 1. I have a question. How can they see our movements? There is no UAV in the air or anything. Skylark 1 to base. We failed in our pursuit. We lost them. This is impossible. This mountainside is full of traps. We've already had a lot of injured men and only covered a short distance. Heron 1 to HQ. We found R and some of her friends. We're going after them. We need assistance immediately. They split up, huh? Their plan is to confuse and entangle us in traps. Heron 1, be careful. They're luring you into a trapped area. They're splitting up to divert us and are planning an ambush. This is an extremely advanced tactic. There have already been many injuries in other units due to those traps and ambushes. Be careful. Be prepared for anything, Heron 1. Heron 1? Heron 2 to base. Heron 1 is trapped. Come on, somebody cut the rope. The rest of you, keep going. Don't let R escape. Nightingale 1 to base. Nightingale 7 and his team have gone silent. It's very possible that they've been attacked. Allow us to send assistance. This is Heron 5. 3 of our unit members have been knocked out by falling drums. What the hell is this? Are there more of these ahead of us? This is Skylark 13. I was down. There's one of them now. I'll chase them down. Damn it, I'm going to get you! Stop, Skylark 13. You can't take them down by yourself.
Come out, wherever you are. Come on, this way.
Damn kid, wait right there! Skylark 13 chased Satoko with an enraged snarl on his face, but Satoko ran through the woods effortlessly. Small branches scratched his body all over, but he continued to chase Satoko. Satoko ran like the wind. To her, she was simply running in her own backyard. Who would get injured in a place like this? As Skylark 13 ran after her, he passed many mountain dogs who couldn't even move because of Satoko's traps. The more of his trapped fellows he saw, the more he wasn't sure if the girl he was after was really a girl. She was just something that looked like one. He reached an area where logs were stacked up in piles. It seemed like the trees in the area were being chopped down. It was a rather strange scene. On his way there, Skylark 13 saw a member from the different unit hanging upside down from a tree, and he also saw feet sticking out of pitfall. There was a member whose feet were tied to the root of the tree with a device that looked like a pair of handcuffs. He reached this area after seeing all of them. He suddenly started sweating all over his body, for Skylark 13 realized that he had been lured into a trap. He had been caught in a snare. She had tricked him. The girl was standing in the middle of an open area, calmly balancing on a stump. She was simply looking at him. Shit, he thought. She's trying to lure me in. This is Skylark 13. I chased one of them to an open field. I'll catch her. I'll get her! This is Nightingale 7. I'm the one hanging behind you. That isn't a girl, that's a demon. If you chase her, you'll end up in hell. Face to Skylark 13. That's enough. Wait for assistance. Some nearby members are on their way.
What's the matter, huh? If you want to catch me, you need to step forward about 10 meters.
It was only 10 meters. If he walked about 10 meters, he could catch that bratty little girl. How many steps did he have to take to walk 10 meters? If he took 10 steps to walk 10 meters, that meant that there would be 10 more chances of stepping on a trap. But it was only 10 steps. He can catch her after taking just 10 steps.
Well, if you really want to catch me, then why not take your first step? Come on.
Shit. How was he going to take his first step? That area with weeds looked suspicious, but the bare ground looked suspicious too. What if he jumped onto the tree stump? No, that was what she wanted him to do.
Hello, Lisa. How you doing?
Cold sweat was dripping off of Skylark 13's body. He only needed to take 10 steps. So why was he so nervous about taking the first one? Skylark 13. From what I can see, the tree stumps look okay. You can jump on them. Don't, Skylark 13. This is Nightingale 8, the one tied to the tree root. The tree stumps must be traps. There are too many stumps there, and that just looks too suspicious. Can you hear me, Skylark 13? Don't go into any bushes. It's dangerous. Don't step on the weeds. The open ground is dangerous too. Shit. Then where should I step? Do you want me to fly? Doing well, another slow start day, but we're making it through.
Yee! Some days are just like that, but hopefully it speeds up. Get a productive day in, maybe. What on earth are you doing? I'm growing bored waiting for you.
This is Nightingale 9, the one who's tied up. My head is being patted by one of the targets. She says it's a trap field. Supposedly, that girl's magnum opus is set up there. You should be extra careful. You've got to be kidding me. Did he say magnum opus? What does he mean by magnum opus? Then what about all the other traps? Weren't they her magnum opus? We mountain dogs are professionals. We're paid to engage in battle. Yet this little girl is playing us like fools. Can we not beat her? Can we not beat this brat? This must be a bluff. How is it possible for a trap to exist that's worse than what I've seen so far? That's a bluff. It must be a bluff. Now I'm definitely going to get her. Should I start with my right foot or my left? The girl suddenly lifted her hand and thrust it to me. Is she trying to tell me to stop?
5 steps.
What?
If you can take 5 steps without stepping on a trap, you win.
I see. You're confident, aren't you? If I take 5 steps safely, what are you going to do?
Let's see. I'll admit my loss and surrender. How about that? My brain is as sharp as ever today. I'll get you before you take your 5th step.
Stupid kid! Calm down, Skylark 13. Don't let her provoke you. She's a demon. Don't let her appearance fool you. She can read your mind. We can't defeat her. Face to Skylark 13. Don't go any further. That's enough. Nightingale is almost there. Just stay in the position. But that would mean I'd lose. 5 steps? 5 steps, you say? Damn it, I'm in then. 5 steps, right? Just 5 steps, right?
How many times do you need to repeat it? A man should only say things once unless he's whispering words of love.
Damn you, kid! Skylark 13, she's going to read your mind. Calm down. That's right. I'm Skylark 13. I'm cool-headed, just like Golgo. So I need to keep a level head and think. Right. She's already on to my thoughts. She can see how I'll think, and I have to take 5 steps towards her.
Whatever do you mean by that?
This is what it means. I won't go forward. I'll take 5 steps backwards. I did it. I did it. I was certain it was a trick. If I take 5 steps, I win. She didn't say I had to move forward. I can go backwards too.
And that's why you're done with those 5 steps.
Just got absolutely decimated. Skylark 13 down! That fool. He let her mess with him. Sethuko's remarkable performance wasn't just her own effort alone. Mion had mastered the geography and the enemy's formations while instructing Sethuko. Sethuko marked all of her traps on the map. When that map and Mion's ability to command combined, the club was simply unbeatable. Vika and Hanyu, who knew about the mountain almost as well as Sethuko, relayed orders from Mion and Keiichi and Lena. They then prepared for the ambush. The traps didn't always activate when they were stepped on. Sometimes Keiichi and the others were setting them off at the right moment. Keiichi and Lena continued to fight everywhere according to Mion's orders. Sometimes they'd hide, and sometimes they'd attack. One by one, they eliminated their enemies. Sethuko's traps had been taking down most of the enemies. Keiichi's surprise attacks with his bat had worked out successfully too. Not even the well-trained mountain dogs could respond to attacks after being stunned by those traps. Humans need a little time to rest. According to the research done by the US Armed Forces, the average reaction time is 15 minutes. In other words, any soldier is powerless during the 15 seconds following the surprise attack. Shortening those 15 seconds is the one goal to their training. But no matter how much they train, it will never become zero. The radio communications had actually made things much worse for them. The more they heard about the damage done to the other units, the more worried they got. That slowed them down and made them think less strategically. At that point, as far as Mion was concerned, the mountain dogs were no longer a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, Keiichi was successful. He bundled them all up nicely together. Mipa! Oh, Sethuko did it too. She finished off all of them.
Got it. Looks like we got 5 more points with this one, huh? Oh well. Okay, my lovelies. What are you going to do now? About 30% of your southern army has dropped out. At least 1 or 2 of the men have repressed to respond to calls from injured soldiers. And what that means is that they hardly have anyone left. Any decent commander would order a treat round now. This is Skylark 1. We have too many injured men in our unit. We don't have anyone to continue the pursuit. We have no other choice but to give up. Skylark 1. We might have been badly damaged, but we're definitely narrowing the enemy's range of action. You may not withdraw. Maintain the front with what you've got. Shit. Skylark 1 to all units. The commander is basically telling us to die. Check your supplies once more and we'll resume the march. Takano-san is so mad that she won't allow it. The morale of the unit commander is down because its request to withdraw was denied, and they have to resume the march. Here's our chance. Rika-chan, meet up with Rena and lure them into Section Z. The traps there are something else. Hanyu, tell Kei-chan to move to Section X. What a fun game.
Oh, Mion's in perfect form. If she was born in a different era, her name would have been in the history books.
If you ask me, Nelson and Togo are both mediocre. It's like I can see this mountain inside and out. Mion was the type to display exponential ability. When she's down, she's at rock bottom, but when she's in perfect form, it's just terrifying. This was the blood of the head of one of the 3 families of Hinamizawa. Mion had been around for a historical battle. She would have changed history. If she were to join Napoleon, Siberia would be French territory. If she were to join, I'm not saying his name, Europe would belong to the Third Reich. Oh no. And even with that, the battle in this mountains was simply a diversion. Just as Mion had expected, everything had collapsed into chaos. If the mountain dogs could think calmly, they could have realized that they hadn't seen any adults. But they didn't notice, confused as they were by all the attacks they were suffering. Of course, that too was part of Mion's plan. The scale of the diversion would hide the fact that there would be a rescue unit going to get Tomatake. Therefore, the more chaotic the battle grew on the mountain, the better it was for the rescue unit. It sucks, but this is war after all. Yeah. And that was why she chose such an ostentatious method of fighting. But at the same time, that was exactly the kind of fight Mion that preferred. What kind of fight Mion that preferred? I think it mixed around the words. She didn't intend to let it be just a diversion. She was planning to destroy the dog's main force on these mountains. Yet, most frightening of all was our home advantage. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the theory that defenders have thrice the advantage over assailants is heavily due to their advantage in location. In that case, how was the rescue unit doing? Were they at a disadvantage because they were on the offense? The 4 rescue unit members, led by Iri, were hiding in a bush next to the clinic. Let's go. The security camera on this side of the clinic is broken, so it's safe. You want to attack from this side? Are you sure? Our enemy is completely dependent on the security system, so it should be alright. Okay, let's go then. Should we head along the wall to the back of the director's office? Yes. I didn't close the window when I left, so it should still be open. When you go in through the window, there's a back door and a security camera, as well as the security room for the first floor. There should be 2 guards in there. The entrance to the basement is being observed by the security camera, so they'll find us right away. Okay, then we'll have to take those 2 guards down on the first floor, right? It's a basic rule to secure an escape route. We'll go in through the office, and then the security room on the first floor. They moved forward, walking against the wall so that they'd remain in the blind spot of the security cameras. They soon reached the window of the director's office. If any village kids saw them, they'd assume that they were playing around, pretending to be spies. Edie was glad that the clinic was closed on Sundays. Edie peeked into the room. It was exactly the same as how he left it. The window was open, too. The 4 of them snuck into the room through that window. Akasaka put his ear against the door to the hallway. Then he signaled the others to let them know that there was nobody on the other side. Since the clinic was closed, the mountain dogs were the only people around. It being Sunday really was fortunate. It was very quiet in the clinic. The chorus of the cicadas was the only thing that could be heard. There was a clock on the director's desk. It was almost 11:30 a.m. Shion was surprised to find herself getting hungry, given all that was going on. Kasai and Akasaka checked over their weapons. Iri brought out a book of blueprints from the locked bookcase. The title said, Construction Plan for the Iri Clinic. This is the director's office. This is the security room for the first floor. That's right next to the office. These red marks are the security cameras. The security room is on the first floor shouldn't be a problem at all. The basement would be a lot more difficult. This is the underground research section. This is the entrance to it here. It appears as a stairwell to the second floor on the blueprint we gave to the regular workers, but there's actually an entrance to the basement hidden there. And this is the staircase to the basement. That's quite the basement. It's actually bigger than the section above ground. That proves the basement contains the real identity of this clinic. I'm invisible. And this is the door that requires Coach's security access card to open, huh? Is it possible for them to revoke your access card? Is there a way to break through the door, just in case we can't use it? It's a strong door. When destroying all the evidence, we're supposed to shut the door and pump water into the place. So it's an airproof door, huh? If it can endure that much water pressure, it must be strong. So there must be some other way, or a way other than by using the access card. It's possible to block individual cards, but the access cards that Takano-san and I have are special ones for commissioned officers. These special cards require an 8-digit password set by the owner, so in practice, they can't block my card. In other words, they don't expect commissioned officers to use them with ill intent, right? But if that doesn't work, we'll have the guards in the security room on the first floor to open it. Their cards should work fine. I doubt they'll let us use their cards, though.
If they don't want to help, all we need is a card and a finger, right?
I'd rather not do that. Let's just hope my card works. Where's the security room for the basement? It's located right next to the door. That room has air conditioning and a TV, so basically, it's where all the security guards end up gathering. After we take down 2 guards on the first floor, there should be 6 left. 6 guards, huh? Then we'll have to get them all at once. If we don't, they'll set off an alarm. Unless we can cut the wires for it? I'm not sure where, but they must have both reserve power and reserve wiring. Then that's a no-go. It'd be more realistic to take out everyone in the security room. Are the guards armed? The guards on the first floor aren't armed, but I've heard they keep guns in the security room just in case. All the security guards in the basement have guns, though. I think they have more powerful guns in their security room, too. Since those guns are for indoor use, I bet they use machine guns of a lower caliber. They won't be accurate when used at a long range, but they're extremely powerful and dangerous when used in close quarters. They have an MP5 earlier. It won't be good for us if they have several more of those. But if we can take them out, the basement is ours. Coach, where's Satoshi-kun? I'd rather not move him, but we can't leave him in the enemy's hands either. Let's move him somewhere safe. I need to be with him too. Which room is Satoshi-kun in? He's in the confinement room down there. He's been staying there since last year.
Satoshi-kun.
The look in Shion's eyes made her determination clear. The security guards who chased after Iri were in the security room on the first floor. They had resumed their game of poker. They knew that the mountain dogs were combing the mountains, and they were well aware that the Institute continued to be in danger. But their job was to stay in that room. And besides, they were working hard on their poker game. Of course, they weren't really concentrating on the game itself. They were still chatting about the recent car chase, and both seemed proud that they had done what they had done. They were ordered to shoot at the tires, but they wished they had been ordered to shoot at Iri himself. They definitely would have caught him then. They talked and laughed like that. When people stopped being on edge, that left them all the more vulnerable. That was the perfect example. That was why it took only 2 seconds to suppress them. What nerds. Put your hands on your head. The security guards were professionals. They immediately realized the guns Kasai, Akasaka, and Shion were holding weren't toys. They'd already heard that there was a gunfight in the basement of the Sonozaki residence. The security guards knew that they weren't dealing with amateurs. They also knew that they wouldn't hesitate to fire. That was why they surrendered so quickly. They had handcuffs on them already, so it was easy for Kasai and the others to restrain them. The security guards had never thought they'd be wearing cuffs themselves. They had especially never dreamed of being locked up in a toilet. Their hands were cuffed to pipes behind them as they sat on the toilet seats. Their mouths were stuffed with hand towels, then covered with duct tape. Shion, clearly amused, remarked at how she always wanted to do this to someone. Kasai couldn't help but laugh. So far, so good. The real challenge is in the basement. They'll see us on the security camera. Is the camera black and white? And is the screen divided into 4 sections? I think so. It's one of those typical screens for security cameras.
That means the resolution isn't that great, huh? In that case... I have an idea.
Shion-san, maybe they've already suffered enough.
The
mountain dogs weren't only locked to the bathroom, but also had to go through an extra humiliation.
Being stripped of their clothes.
Radio calls continued to come in from the mountain dogs who were fighting up on the mountains. The security guards listened to them intently over the speakers. From what they could hear, it was obvious the mountain dogs weren't doing well at all. They kept falling into traps, suffering heavy losses, all of which they had never escaped. It was clear that the mountain dogs were trapped, but they even started to think that they were being lured into something bigger than the simple military maneuver. The mountain dogs had made a mistake. They assumed the club members went to the mountains to escape from Hinamizawa, but they were wrong. They were simply being lured into the enemy's carefully prepared territory. The panicked voices of the mountain dogs, Takano's yelling, and Okanogi's reprimands can be heard through the speaker. It certainly sounded like a war zone. Zzz. Phoenix 1 to Phoenix. Break time is over. We're moving in. We'll take over Hieron's positions. We've already suffered critical casualties on our side, but the enemy has steadily retreated and we almost have them surrounded. We're almost there. We'll use Phoenix to overpower them. The Major will take command. I'm going in too. We'll finish them off. Hey, the commander is going as well. Phoenix is going in too. It's an all-out attack. Can't believe this. Have most of our units been defeated? Who are we up against anyway? What kind of special unit are they? The security guards listened to the battle reports over the radio, fluctuated between dismay and rejoicing. A cute chime rang suddenly. It was a warning chime that rang automatically when someone went through the entrance to the basement. When the chime rang, the guards were supposed to check the screen to see who was coming through. The one who looked at the screen needed a moment to comprehend what he was seeing. Hey, it's Director Edie! What? They could see the two security guards on the first floor, restraining Edie and some girl. This is Director Edie, right? What's going on? I get it. The unit fighting against the mountain dogs are a diversion. Those two are here to rescue Tometake. Call the Major and let her know we have the Director. Huh? A buzzer sounded and a computer panel displayed information about a card being used to enter. Commissioned Officer Pass. ID 0001, Special Grade 1, Lieutenant Colonel Kyosuke Edie. Director. Password. Match. Fingerprint confirmation. Boop, 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 boop. Match. Eh? How strange. The security guards brought Edie down. That made sense. But why were they using the Director's security access card? They were even using his fingerprint. Why were they having him do that? Wouldn't it be quicker for the guards to do that themselves? Ah! One of the guards figured it out, but it was too late. The door to the basement was open, and the four newcomers forced their way inside. They ran through the security camera screen, and they were headed straight for the security room. They had them. As soon as the door opened, the security guards started firing. Akasaka realized that it had taken him a second longer to pull back. He would have been riddled with hundreds of bullets. One of the guards pushed down the desk onto its side. Paper cups on the desk fell to the floor, spilling coffee everywhere. They used the desk as a barricade. The other two guards started to shoot at random. As long as the guards were shooting at the rescue unit, they couldn't counterattack. One of the guards... Sorry, the alarm threw me off. One of the guards activated the emergency alarm, and another picked up the submachine gun off the wall. The other one picked up a gas mask. It was impressive that they got their act together so quickly. A situation like this would result in a fierce gun battle, meaning that it would take quite a while for the rescue team to suppress the guards. The emergency alarm sounding in the basement reminded them of that the surprise attack had failed. Shit, we couldn't do it. But they're stuck in that room. While they're there, we can rescue Satoshi-kun and Tometake-san. The mountain dogs outside would definitely hear that alarm. If they took too long, the enemy would come to block their escape route. Then they'd be trapped inside. Right. I think there was something about dealing with intruders in the security system. Edie started to speak while he tried to recollect it. Shion told him that he should have remembered something like that before they came in. Before Edie remembered, a voice came on over the speakers. Oh my gosh. There has been an emergency in the entrance block. All areas in the research center will shut down as an emergency measure. All entrance area staff are to gather in the security room and put on gas masks. Please follow the security guard's instructions. The gas will be disseminated immediately in the entrance area within 2 minutes. I repeat. So we'll have to take them down and cancel the alarm within 2 minutes or we'll be in big trouble. What kind of gas are we talking about here? Is it poisonous? I think it's diphenyloxyanoracine. If you inhale a lot of it, it's dangerous, but it's not deadly. It only takes a few seconds to take effect. There are many symptoms, but the most common one is to sneeze for about 30 minutes. Is Isn't that also called raid agent? The military used to use it to secure enemy territories. They either had to run out of here immediately or take over the security room, but since the area had been sealed off, they couldn't escape. But they were armed guards in the security room, and the rescue unit members even peeked around the corner. They'd get shot at mercilessly. Damn, this won't work. We can't aim and shoot in this situation. The basis of the indoor combat. Grenades, huh? Shit, we don't have any. If we rush in, we'll be shot at. What can we do? Satoshi-kun is finally within my reach. Damn it! Shion pressed her forehead against her gun, gritting her teeth in frustration. As Kasai analyzed the situation, he stood up and spoke. Everyone, let me handle this.
Be safe, Kasai.
The guards in the security room were on edge, too. Once the gas was flowing, everything would come to an end, but the guards knew their enemy wouldn't just sit and wait for that to happen. They'd come rushing in, regardless of the counterattack they'd face. Although the guards would still have the upper hand, it'd be a point-blank gunfight. They wouldn't come out of it unscathed. Therefore, as the deadline approached, their tension increased. The guards never even considered that the door they opened would be shut again. They fired at the door, leaving many small holes in it. After that, it all went quiet. What were they thinking? There was nowhere to hide. The gas was about to be released. Why did they close the door? For what reason did they do that? That was when a loud explosion punched a hole in the door the size of a fist. Not only the door, but the wall in the security room had a similar hole. Is that a magnum? No, that's a slug! A calm voice echoed from the other side of the door. Correct. This weapon isn't meant to be fired at a person. You know how powerful it is, right? Shit. The power of a slug bullet is limited to extremely close-range battles, but it is also incredibly powerful. After all, it's fired from a gunshot, but it doesn't scatter. A shotgun is meant to fire scatter shots, but it can be used to fire only once. Huge, incredibly powerful bullet. That's the slug. It's usually used for hunting. It's used to shoot at animals, not humans. If it was used on a human, their arms and legs would be shattered, and nothing would be left of the head. It wouldn't even be called a bullet. It should be called a cannon. It would easily pierce through the door, the desk that they were using as a barricade, and any guards hiding behind the desk before slamming into a wall. The guards understood very well just how powerful it was. The kind of guns they had shot out many small bullets. Therefore, they didn't work as well through a door. But their enemies didn't care about the door at all. Their weapon could easily pierce through anything. Hiding behind a desk didn't mean a thing. You understand how powerful my weapon is, correct? If you don't want to die, please turn the alarm off. Calm down. The gas will be released any minute. We have to hang in there for just a few more seconds. Don't you realize your guts will be scattered all over the floor before that happens? Kasai's voice was extremely intimidating. Only one who truly understood the power of the shotgun could talk that way. We don't have any time. I'll give you 5 seconds. If that alarm isn't turned off in 5 seconds, well, be prepared for that. Hey, what do we do? We're about 60 seconds left before the gas is released. Calm down, he's nervous too. Don't let him take control of the situation. That was when a deep voice rang out, reverberating through the pit in their stomachs. Hey, I've been nice up until now, but didn't you hear what I just said? It must have been coming from the same person, but it had changed so much so quickly. I, Tatsuyoshi Kasai, am giving you the chance to live. Aren't you a bit grateful for that, you pieces of shit? You don't think I'm serious, do ya? Huh? Answer me! A roar and an explosion sounded at the same time. The upper half of the door disappeared. Oh my gosh. How many of these you got, Kasai? Numerous lead balls bounced around in the room, breaking lights and ricocheted off the walls. Shattering glass fell onto the floor. Shotgun had turned the security room into hell. The hurricane of lead balls blew violently through the room as it shattered, scattered, and destroyed everything. The guards could only cover their heads and pray. They prayed the lead balls wouldn't hit them and endured the falling glass. Before they had a chance to recover, Kasai jumped in through what was left of the door and kicked the desk aside. He stepped onto one of the guards' heads, then yelled at the others. Alright! Who wants to be minced first, huh? Is it you? What happened to that attitude just now, huh? No. I give up. Don't shoot. Don't waste my time, you shad. Do you want to die? I've dealt with far more dead people than any of you. Sorry, please don't kill me. They dropped their guns violently and got on the floor with their hands on their heads. Even Shion couldn't believe what just happened. There were several of them, and all had been amply armed. Kasai had a weapon too, but it was his presence that defeated him. Even the mountain dogs couldn't equal what Kasai once had gone through. What the heck are you taking a nap for? Do you want to inhale the gas? I can easily rip your masks off, you know. Turn the alarm off already. Okay, I'll turn it off. I will. Don't shoot. One of the guards got up in a hurry and switched the alarm off. Kasai stood there, calmly, but they were only seconds away from the gas releasing. Shion and Akasaka came to their senses and quickly moved into the room to help Kasai subdue the guards. Kasai, you are... Eve? I never wanted to do something like that again, but it was an emergency. Please forget about it. That was the Kasai Shion knew, but in the end, Kasai hadn't killed anyone. Shion remembered Kasai telling her how terrifying shotguns were in the basement of the Sonozaki residence. That was Shotgun Tatsu, whom all people of Shishimone were afraid of. Let's hurry. The alarm has gone off already. We can't stay for long. You're right. Let's hurry. Akasaka and Kasai pulled out the guards' handcuffs and restrained them.
Satoshi-kun. Where is Satoshi-kun?
Now that the security room was under their control, Shion realized that there was nothing keeping her from seeing Satoshi. She was getting anxious. Iri had shown her the map. He must be down here, she thought. Shion had already started to run. I'm going too. We have to evacuate Satoshi-kun and Tomitaka-san. Alright, go ahead. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Akasaka felt a chill running down his spine. Iri said that there were 6 security guards. Shion wasn't paying attention to anything else. She was only thinking about her reunion with Satoshi, and she still can't hear in her left ear. To make things worse, the security guard is waiting on the left side of Shion. Shion had to regret letting her guard down just a little bit too early. The mountain dog jumped out and grabbed Shion. He choked her neck with his thick arm. There was no way Shion could get out of this situation alone. Edie saw what had happened. Fortunately, their backs were turned towards him. Here was Edie's chance to attack the enemy. But today, Edie had lost a lot of confidence in himself. He felt he hadn't done anything right all day. Fighting wasn't his expertise, so there really wasn't anything he could have done, but he was disappointed in himself for not being able to help just the same. But in that moment, he was the only one who could do anything. If possible, he wanted to go get Kasai or Akasaka. They were both very reliable. They could take out this man in an instant. But there was no time for that. Only in this moment was his back facing Iri, and if Iri didn't do anything, the dog was sure to take Shion hostage, creating a deadlock. Enemy backup would arrive at any moment, so being in a deadlock would mean death. Therefore, Iri couldn't depend on anyone else. He had to resolve the situation himself. He only had one chance. Once the unit member turned around, the deadlock would begin. But was there even a way for Iri to knock him down in one shot? No, he had to. He must. There had to be something that only Iri could do. Iri took a mechanical pencil out of his pocket. It was probably the strongest weapon he had. Yeah! Ow! Damn it, Director! Ow! Iri stabbed the man's neck with his mechanical pencil, but it only scratched him a little. What was he thinking? The man drew his gun, pressed it to Shion's head, and created a stalemate, just as Iri predicted. Sorry. I was only thinking about Satoshi-kun. Shion's eyes were filled with tears. Okay, Director, can you please tell your friends to get rid of their weapons? Going by that huge sound before, one of you has a pretty big gun. I don't want to get shot with that. Come on, Iri. Remember Kasai-san from earlier. You can do it. Don't make me laugh. Do you really think you can deal with me? Here? In this basement of the Iri Institute? What? Don't assume this is a regular mechanical pencil. It's actually a syringe that Takano-san developed. Do you want to know what was in it? Do I need to explain? What? If a regular person had said that, it wouldn't have worked. But Iri was wearing his white coat, and the basement was his territory. What he just said sounded very believable. He wanted to believe that Iri was lying, but he started to feel an itch on the back of his neck. H178 is a drug Takano-san created. It's the masterpiece of the 170 series. There is no treatment, and the symptoms such as confusion, delusion, headaches, runny nose, stuffy nose, constipation, and many other things will start within a few minutes. In the end, you will scratch your butt so hard you'll bleed to death. The only cure is to take the antidote within 1 minute. That's a lie! 30 seconds have passed. It's going through your heart by now, and soon it'll be everywhere in your body. Don't your lymph nodes itch yet? Do you snore or fart when you sleep? Shion could only watch this pathetic act in silence. But for the mountain dog, who worked at such a shady research center, what Iri said sounded totally believable. Okay, I give up. Hurry up and give me the shot. Is that the correct way to ask someone to do something for you? Okay, I give up. Sir, please give me the shot. No, that's not good enough. That's not how you talk to your master. I'll tell you one more time. Are you ready? I have to inject you in the butt. Get on your hands and knees with your pants down. After that, stick your butt up by putting your shoulders on the floor. Bite your into the root. There you go. Shake your butt and beg me to give you the antidote. What? You can't do that? That's sad. Ever since ancient times, maids vowed to complete loyalty to their masters. Their selfish devotion was created the virtues and culture we enjoy today. But look what is happening to this wonderful Japan nowadays. Youngsters have forgotten the spirit of maids, tanned their skin, started wearing loose socks in flashy Hawaiian fashion. What happened to Japanese women of the good old days? Be careful of excessive tanning and take care of your skin to keep it smooth. Socks must be knee-high, of course, but garter belts are wonderful too, huh? But once in a while, come to think of it, Japan has forgotten all about the wabi-sabi aesthetic in maids. The low birth rate in the aged society as a result of that, the middle-aged population continues to grow, and it's only a matter of time before the moe media starts targeting that audience. Up until now, middle-aged women and maids are just like different kinds of toilet detergent. They're dangerous to mix. If you mix them together, you get housekeepers, not maids, and housekeepers will be a series of videos people watch. That would mean the extension of maid. And then when that time comes, the moon will shatter into sad rain upon the world, and then an asteroid will cover Japan. That's the judgment day prophesied by the Revelations. When the great maid headbands cover the entire earth, the true king of maids will revive. Listen carefully. If you stand before the king of maids, kneel. Stand, take back the stone from that child. Hear the magic words. Maid is heaven! Are you okay, Shion-chan? Yes, thank you. Coach? Akasaka-san and Kasai are here. They got him. What? Oh, Rocket, you came at a great time. Maid is heaven. That's all you need to know. What? But I'm not finished teaching him about maids yet. You can continue later, Doctor. But I want to know more. Satoshi-kun! There really was nobody left to stop her. Shion ran down the hallway at full speed. It was right there. There was a huge window in front of Shion that allowed her to look inside. Shion threw herself at the window. Right. Those scenes are wild, but I'm sad that they like auto-continue because it's just like you don't know what you didn't read. And it's just like, man. Satoshi was there, lying on the bed. He was sleeping with an IV connected to his arm. There were some wires attached to his forehead and chest to observe his brainwaves. The waves of light displayed on the machine they connected to proved that he was still at least alive. But he might be sleeping very deeply. His face was pale, and he looked like there was barely any life left in him. He is alive, right? Satoshi-kun is alive, isn't he? Calm down. Dr. Iri, hurry. Iri brought in a stretcher to load Satoshi onto. Kasai opened it up. Hurry, put Satoshi-kun in! Shion-san, before we take him out of here, there is one thing I want you to promise me. Iri gave Shion a condition. What is he saying now? Shion angrily thought. I'm going to move him onto the stretcher, but don't try to wake him up. Do you understand? I want you to promise me. What's going on? So, we went to attack, or we went to execute our plan, so, you know, we told a lie that Rika was dead, and so everything's trying to, like, go earlier, because if she's dead for 48 hours, that would be basically proving that the whole research for the Hinamizawa syndrome hasn't been real, so she would lose all of her funding that she's desperately trying to hold on to. And so now we're saving Satoshi, and also Tomitake. Tomitake's there too. Why? Why can't I wake him up? That was the first thing Shion wanted to do. She wanted to tell him personally that he was free, but Edie was telling her that she shouldn't do that.
Let me take a sip.
I know it's hard. I'm going to tell you quickly, the truth quickly. Satoshi-kun suffered serious emotional damage on that day. Fortunately, he's alive, but can't tell his friends from his enemies, or truth from fiction. He is suffering from a serious delusion of persecution and fear. To escape from that, he would attack anyone. In fact, one of the client staff was seriously injured last year, so much that she had to go through facial reconstruction surgery. He would even attack you. Shion finally noticed it. While Satoshi was covered in a blanket on the bed, there were 2 belts over that blanket, holding him down onto the bed. And that he also had leather straps around his arms. He was restrained to the bed. The belts had some marks on them. But is he ever going to get better? The silence that followed was cruel. Edie wanted to tell her that he would be cured, but he was a doctor. He knew he shouldn't say anything irresponsible, and so that was why he couldn't say anything. So if you save one person from the parasite, the funding goes away. Well, it's not saving from the parasite. It was basically, so I can't remember if you were here or not during that time, but it was basically, they're stopping funding because they can't use the research to make weapons because Japan's like, we don't want any weapons. So they basically destroyed anything that came out of the weapon side, and they were just doing the research to cure it, which would like have to happen in like 3 years. So, and then basically, we don't know, once it's cured, it's all gone, and all the research is be for naught because, you know, it's cured. They won't really need to do anything else with it. And so, yeah, Takano gone wild. What is it? What the heck is it? Are you saying Satoshi-kun will never say anything anymore? He will never rub my head ever again? Why? Why? Shion cried as she pounded on the glass. Stop. If you really care about him, please don't wake him up. That's what he wants, too. If you wake him up, he will likely hurt you. He doesn't want you to see him like that either. So please, try to understand. I'm bad at doing the fake crying was. Shion slid down the window and hit the floor, crying uncontrollably. She scratched at the floor. The sad reunion in her anger made her claw at the tiles. If Satoshi's smile was there under the floor, Shion would scratch until all of her nails were gone. But Satoshi wasn't under the floor. He was right there. He was sleeping on the bed, and he wasn't supposed to be woken up. But there is some good news too. It was a very small change, but his brain waves have improved just a little in the past year. Human bodies are strong. The same can be said about their brains. There have been cases that people who received fatal injuries to their brain yet recovered completely. Satoshi-kun is trying very hard to come back. He's continuing to fight. I won't give up either. I'm doing my best to bring Satoshi-kun back to our side. And I will bring Satoshi-kun back to Hinamizawa. The brain is what moves people, but the brain is only a part of the body. If something happens to the brain, the person will end up changing. That change hurts the person himself, as well as the people around him, and hurting others hurts that person even more. Edie recalled his parents. The abnormal change in his father. His mother was not able to understand what it was caused by a brain disorder. That was enough. That was sad enough. That was the reason why Edie became a neurologist. Right now, there was a young boy before him, and a young girl. Before him was a fragment of the sadness from that day. A fragment of that day's regret. Oh yeah, there were cases of people dying from standing up wrong. Yeah. After his father's death, Edie learned that he was misunderstood, and it was due to a brain disorder. But it was all too late by then. He regretted not getting into the study of brains 5 years earlier, but it was too late. But now he had studied and experienced so much. He had achieved things, and he had confidence. But he still had regrets about that day. Edie holds his fists tightly and spoke without hiding tears. I promise. I bet my life on it. I'll bring Satoshi-kun back to Hinamizawa. I promise you. Satoshi-kun is trying to come back. If we reach out to each other, it will happen. Shion-san, please trust me and wait. I promise you, I will bring him back to Hinamizawa. Edie vowed from the bottom of his heart, and he realized something. Edie realized that everything he had done was in preparation for this day. The two people in front of him weren't his parents, but he was going to rid himself of his regrets and devote himself to that promise. Really? Are you sure? Is Satoshi-kun coming back? Really? Yes, he is. I bet my life on it. He is coming back to Hinamizawa. So, Shion-san, please wait until that day, and we'll welcome him back together. Do you think you can wait until that day comes? Can you keep this a secret from Satoko-chan? Yes. If Satoshi-kun is coming back, I'll do anything. I'll endure anything. Please, look over there. There was something in the corner of that dark room. It was the giant teddy bear that Satoshi had bought that day. He worked so hard and saved a lot of money to buy that for Satoko-chan's birthday. Can you imagine Satoshi-kun leaving without giving it to Satoko-chan? No, you can't, can you? Satoshi-kun will come back to you and Satoko-chan with that teddy bear. Please, just wait until that day comes. Can I come visit him, though? Of course. Can I sit next to him and read a book to him? And Absolutely. I'm sure he'd like that too. Shion started to cry again. Agasaka came in with Tometake, but he couldn't say anything to her. I'm glad you're safe. Once you call the bloodhounds, everything will be okay. Well, it won't be that easy. The gunfight earlier destroyed the radio equipment in the security room. The mountain dogs must have cut all the communications leading out of the village, so the only way to get in touch with Tokyo would be to leave. If that's the case, we'll have to break through in a car. Mion-san and the others are doing a great job gaining some time for us. But they will be cornered eventually. We have to take Tometake-san out of the village so he can call the bloodhounds. We have a problem. If they're already cut the phone lines, they must have closed the road to town too. They're also supposed to carry one high-explosive anti-tank weapon in case a vehicle tries to break through. An RPG-7, huh? They aren't expecting a tank, so I guess they'll just be using high explosives, even if they don't hit us directly. They might flip the car. They're not easy to deal with. Is the girl a ghost? Is the girl and the ghost deaf or alive?
Which one?
But unless we use the highway, it would take too much time. We can't take any detours. They're all doing great, but I don't think they'll last until sunset. We have to hurry. So is the girl and ghost deaf or alive? Shion here is now deaf in the left ear. But I don't know about the girl and the ghost. We don't have any time to waste, huh? We've got to take Mr. Tometake to Okinomiya immediately. Coach, head to a safe place with Satoshi-kun. Let's get out of here quickly. It's only a matter of time before they show up. Shion's eyes were swollen from crying, but she had calmed down. Satoshi's safety depended on their victory. They had to win for his sake, too. Although this is a very sad situation, Satoshi was alive, and he would be back someday. Shion understood that, but yet more tears poured from her eyes. Sis, everyone, thank you. We succeeded over here. Okay. So, this is gonna be, I don't know how much longer we have, but I'm gonna take my break. Because it's about that time. And I have learned in the past that if I don't take a break midstream for longer streams, my body hates me. Not deaf, I meant dead. Yeah, I still don't know which character. Are you talking about, like, Rika and Hanyu? Because Hanyu is like a god, and Rika's still alive. If that's what you're asking. For now. Yeah.
But yes, we will take a quick break. 10-minute break. It's a little cliffhanger for everybody. So this is a good time to get snacks, use the bathroom, get some hydration, and, get up and stretch. And we will be back in 10 minutes.
All the flavors settled at the bottom of the cup. Okay. Oh gosh, I need to wash that down. That's way too much cinnamon. How dare you, Kate? How dare you wait for my pain? Did you just puke? Don't make us go. Ah! Ah! Oh no! I'm being. Ah! Oh. Right, the chaos. The complete and utter chaos. Right. I'm glad I was. Oh. Wait, there wasn't even an what? Oh, Bailey snuck it in. But yeah, that was. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought that. Warned you about the stairs, bro. I warned you, dog. Not only is he bigger, but he has a little mustache now. Ooh, Neon! Neon! Lewd! Why is the word engorged there? Being so engorged with energy every morning is quite the problem, though. I'll introduce you next time, so be sure to greet him properly. Keiji.
Trickster, where are you, my love? Come to me, K-pop murder. Oh my god, I'm sorry.
And we have that on stream.
Oh no! I'm gonna be the new DLC murderer.
You know what to do, Crimson.
Crimson, I swear to heaven.
I think you'll need one of these.
A gun?
It's fake. It will help you fit in around the other assassins.
Assassins? Wait a second.
Beware the cows! Not all milk is enriched.
I need a plunger to get past this sermon. Virgin Happy Show! 나의 morning morning 나의 나의 히터츠 한지 너의 머리 come and left side right side 하늘이 멋있대 따따따 tonight the sign and left side right side 하늘이 멋있대 따따따 you are king you are king I'm doing my best Okay, timed twice in 3. They were like, yeah, we're gonna like go and do this thing, and then Goofy and Donald were like, you're dumb, Sora, and he's like, what? and like I remember it showed up, and I was like, wait, didn't we see this before? Like I swear they like played a similar scene before that. They like played 2 similar scenes when they were like in Master Yen Sid's. And then I blacked out. Quack 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 quack. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. I see, when it's another time of day, it's quack 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 quack. Now it's quack 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 quack.
Hello!
I am afraid. I'm very nervous. Ah! Oh, I need to start.
Talking about the vines or that beard?
What's this?
Helmet. So this is where you get figures.
What?
It's me, Bobby. It's your sighting.
Ow. Where's your body?
I was lost for a long time. So this one found me. Body's unlocked in the mailroom. Hang on. Borrowed lips. Wouldn't be right.
But he's not as cute as you either.
Neither are you, right? Come on. Let's at least wash that thing. What's that smell? Mushrooms? You know I hate mushrooms.
I know.
Now I just need some help with those killer bees.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to give you anxiety. Yeah. So, what you gonna do, Ukyo? Are you gonna? Are you gonna? Are you gonna do something about it, Ukyo? You got your hand right there. Okay, I'll go back in my little court.
Then, are you Mom?
What?
You are?
A skeleton. Ma'am? Ma'am? Ma'am?
Where do I even start?
Or, Veronica, can we not fight anymore? Please, can we not fight anymore? Veronica, sure you're scared, I've been there. I can set you free. Veronica, don't make me come in there. I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2. Oh my god. No. Veronica. Please don't leave me alone. You were all I could trust. I can't do this alone. Still, I will if I must. I am sick of seeing spoilers. I want to point. You taste it with your eyes too. Where's the waitress with the big heavy pair of melons? I don't see her today. Whoa. You need to check the shift roster. If you like girls with big tits, you have to come on Tuesdays and Thursdays after 5 p.m. If you like girls with small tits, you have to come on Fridays after 5 p.m. Why do they have to... There they go. I am sick of seeing spoilers. I want to point. Hello. I am afraid. I'm very nervous. Ah. Oh, I need to start.
Then, are you Mom?
What? You taste it with your eyes too. Where's the waitress with the big heavy pair of melons? I don't see her today. Whoa. You need to check the shift roster. If you like girls with big tits, you have to come on Tuesdays and Thursdays after 5 p.m. If you like girls with small tits, you have to come on Fridays after 5 p.m. Why do they have to... Okay. Okay. Time.
Talking about the vines or that beard?
What's this?
Helmet. So this is where you get figures.
What?
It's me, Bobby. It's your Psy King.
But body!
I was lost for a long time, until this one found me. Body's on loan from the mail.
And we are back. I see you guys released some moths while I was gone. We got some more buddies. Okay. So now, it's the last little bit. I don't know how much longer we have. Takano didn't have enough stamina to walk around in the mountains. She was running out of breath, but even so, she continued to scream at the mountain dogs on the radio. Didn't mean to. It's okay. Moths are good. She wasn't using the intercom like the mountain dogs were. Instead, she was using the communication unit on the back of one of the dogs, so he constantly had to listen to her yelling, "Oh, roof." Damn, everyone is so useless. How can they call themselves a special unit? Whatever happened to the famous mountain dogs, huh? I'm trying to catch them. Please catch them safely. Takano bit her lower lip and squeezed her left arm with her nails. Her arms had nail marks all over them. She was also holding her grandfather's research scrapbook in her left hand. Even Takano didn't even know why she was holding it. Maybe she grabbed it so unconsciously because she wanted her grandfather to comfort her. The Green Mountain dogs had already suffered devastating damage. They had to walk around in an area that they weren't familiar with, and they wasted their energy on the multitude of traps that they had been set. Although they were tough as can be, they were getting exhausted. Shit. Does the Major even know any commands other than attack? Nightingale 1 to Nightingale 13. Watch out, your left wing is down. You're next. You've gotta be kidding me. Why me, damn it? And the heck, the frog got free too. No, the frog laid the box! No! He panicked. The same thing kept happening. His team members had been going down one at a time, starting from the left flank, and he was next. Did that mean the enemy was coming from his 9 o'clock? No, those demons didn't think normally. On this mountain, being aware of 360 degrees around yourself wasn't enough. Even being cautious on the ground below your feet and sky above your head wasn't enough. Where are they coming from? Those bastards. Come here, come the at me! Nightingale 13 held his taser in front of him as he looked around timidly. This taser could have been a powerful weapon, but it was far more effectively used indoors. On this mountain, it was almost worthless. How could this happen? No! Oh no, the fox! Oh no! Do foxes eat frogs? I don't know if they do. Nightingale 13 heard a noise behind him from a bush, but it still seems dangerous as long as it's not a domestic one. He thought he saw something coming, so he fired his taser. The electrodes flew out into the bush. Did he just imagine it? He felt a tug on his taser. The cord from the taser was stuck in the bush, and he couldn't rewind it. If it wasn't useless before, it had certainly become that way. And then he heard a noise behind him, and this time he saw someone coming at him. The seal! It's almost like I used Master Lock. So crappy, oh no. He saw someone coming at him, but his weapon was useless. The newcomer growled at him.
Ow, 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 ow!
What? Damn you! That was all it took. All because he was so scared, he didn't think. That was exactly what Satoko expected. Satoko, who was up in the tree, dropped a metal bucket on his head. It landed perfectly. What the heck? What is this? The bucket had some drawings on it. What were they? They were drawings of strange, unknown creatures. They somehow resembled those strange characters you see on educational TV programs.
Are they just so cute? Take it home with you.
As Zanetta jumped out from another bush, she hit the bucket with a stick. Oh my gosh. No, maybe it should be described as a strike, instead of a hit. The man flew backwards. Keiichi was ready for him. The stance he was in looked a bit like... That's it! He looked like a batter in a batter's box. He was on 1 foot. That was the legendary 1-foot swing created by that one world-famous baseball player guy. Destructive force can't be measured by just one direction. It's a function of both speeds added together. Both Keiichi's strike and the speed of his opponent created a truly amazing destructive force. Whoa! A home run blunt! With an exhilarating and magnificent sound, the mountain dog flew into the air in the opposite direction. Yeah, he's not surviving that. When he rolled down on the ground and stopped, there Eureka awaited him. It was almost as though they calculated that he would end up there.
Poor thing, poor thing. pat, pat, meep, meep.
Vika patted the bucket happily. This comforting moment for Nightingale 13 only lasted for a second. Mion shot her taser at his butt. Nightingale 13 jerked for a moment, then went limp. Another one down. Let's tie him up. Keiichi and Nena jumped on him and tied his hands behind his back with wire.
Oh, wow! That was great. What a great team we are. Oh, that was perfect. We shall do combination 7 next. I want to do 5 again. Oh, you booked that one, did ya? You might have a hidden talent for using traps, Hanyu-san.
Hanyu and Satoko high-fived. While Keiichi and Nena tied Nightingale 13 up, Vika tried to sense something in the air.
Meep, meep, meep. Bing! I feel something coming towards us from that direction. Meep, meep, meep. There are 2, and they're both very scared. Meepa!
Vika reported to Mion. She was also a bit like a radar. Oh no, Mion's invisible. Yes, use a bat on a dude's head, that won't lead to brain injuries? Yeah, totally not. Mion didn't even care about the guy that they had just knocked out. She was already trying to figure out their next move while looking at Satoko's map and using the info Rika gave her. Everyone eagerly awaited Mion's next order. Why are you looking at me that way? You haven't had enough fun yet? Yeah, I guess we're just getting warmed up, huh? Shall we continue? Let's get them all. Yeah! Mion was a great leader. She had both leadership skills and tactical ability, but more than anything else, she was great at encouraging people's spirits. There was no cowardly soldiers under a brave general, and brave soldiers fight like 1,000,000 men under Mion's command. Nobody could stop Mion and her club members. Both Mion and Okunogi's original estimates were too low. Now Okunogi was thinking something else. Before they started the siege, he likened one of them to a well-trained platoon, but that didn't fit anymore. They were on par with an elite armored division. Foot soldiers couldn't beat an armored division. That Okunogi what Okunogi had was just a company. Where was the air support, the bombardment from the warship, or an artillery base? Okunogi needed someone to pump the mountain full of holes. If he couldn't have that, he needed a submarine to fire a nuclear weapon. If he couldn't have that, he wanted to retreat. Okunogi no longer doubted it. The enemy commander was a genius. Under a mighty commander, all soldiers become heroes. He wanted to see the face of the commander, or at least he wanted to know their name. But then Okunogi remembered that demons used to live in Hinamizawa. He also realized the commander had to be a demon. Taking out your enemies one by one is effective and terrifying if done right. Yeah! This is Nightingale 13. I'm down. Phoenix 4. I'm down. This is Skylark 10. I can hear the voices of children. I'm surrounded. Help. Help me. Skylark 10. Fall back. Fall back. To where? Ah! This is Phoenix 9. I found R. I'm following her. I need assistance. Phoenix 9, where are you? I don't know where you are. Give me your current location. There is a fog. It's cold. Is this a riverbank? Phoenix 9, there are no rivers anywhere near us. Calm down. Where are you? What? I can see my dead sister on the other side of the river. Sis! Phoenix 9! Phoenix 9! Answer me! The Phoenix 9 is down. This is impossible. They must be the demons of this mountain. I know. They're all being demoned away. None of us are making out of here alive tonight. Stop saying things like that. All unit leaders, conduct a roll call and give your members some encouragement. Our members aren't demons. They're just a bunch of damn kids. Show them what you've got. I hear that. Whose intercom is it coming from? Not mine. It's not coming from mine. A bear! Ah! This is Phoenix 3. Are there wild bears here? That wasn't in the briefing. Phoenix 1, let's fall back. Give us approval to use firearms. Don't be stupid. There are no wild bears around here. It's just them. Don't let them fool you. You foolish humans. Know your sins for stepping onto the sacred ground. Be grateful to me, for I am giving you a chance to atone. Damn it. She has one of the intercoms. Don't let the enemy fool you. You fearless humans. You can only learn by making mistakes. Then I shall teach you. This is Nightingale 1. Where is everyone? Where did you all go? Come in! Come in!
I see a helpless bird getting lost in a hidden forest. Do you want to know that badly? Do you want to know about a world of demons? Say goodbye to the world of humans. Curse your foolishness for not listening to my warning.
Who was that? Nightingale, roll call. One more down. Who was it? By the way, HQ, I have someone on my left, right? I'm not alone, am I?
Do you want to hear more painful voices?
Yeah! What was that? What made that sound? I've seen someone jump in front of a train before.
It made the exact same sound. That's the sound of the human body being crushed.
No, I want to go. I don't want to die like that. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Please go to the mountain, please. Oh, stop. I'm not doing this because I want to. I'm doing this because I get paid for it. To make it more terrifying, you have to let them communicate and take out two that are opposite sides and give the illusion of, yeah. Nightingale 1 to base. This isn't working. Too many unit members are dropping out and it's almost impossible to get them to fight anymore. We can't maintain the battle line. We are just going to lose more men. Calm down, Nightingale 1. The rest of our soldiers are all amateurs on this field. You graduated from that hell. So what are you gonna do? Getting shook up. Calm down and set an example. Base. There's no response from Nightingale 1. I can't believe it, but he's down. This is impossible. They are demons. No, damn it. Our enemy is even using psychological warfare. Those damn punks are winning against a professional, unconventional warfare unit. Radios are usually helpful communication tools, but in this case, they backfired. The club members took an intercom from the mountain dog they knocked out, and then used it to corner the other members psychologically. It worked even more effectively because they were in enemy territory and were unfamiliar with the terrain. The best solution would be to make everyone stop using the intercom, but that would give the enemy more chances to attack them individually. Okonogi was growing fearful of the club members, as he still hadn't grasped their true identities. However, Takano still hadn't recognized how serious the situation was. She kept yelling at the mountain dogs to get their act together. Okonogi could tell she was exactly the type of commander who only commanded to attack and let her men die. But Takano's reckless orders were working in a way. Although the club members were winning, their area of operation was getting smaller. No, they're worse than demons, they're school children, right? Some of them were probably like 9! That's terrifying! The club members were trying to lure their enemies into one trap area after another. In other words, they were defeating the mountain dogs by allowing them to come into their territory. The mountain dogs were about to be annihilated, but the curtains were closing on the club members' theater too. Okonogi realized his enemies were trying to finish this battle in a hurry. If the mountain dogs fell back, everything they'd done would be for nothing. He didn't want to, but he had to follow the princess's order. Okonogi figured he was finally able to get his enemies. Hanyu and Keiichi continued to act over the commandeered radio.
This is great, Hanyu-chan. You sounded like a real god.
You really we're awesome, Hanyu. I never thought a normal person could sound like that.
That's because she is a god. Nipa. Oh. But Keiichi was great too. His scream was incredible, like someone was strangling a chicken. That was easy for Keiichi, no? In our club, he is also known as the Magician of Words.
As long as my opponent is a human being with ears, I can control him.
You should become a voice actor. I bet you'd be famous. Nipa.
So cute. Can you hear me? I am Takano, Major Takano. I'm your boss's boss. Listen well, there is no god or demon. If there is, then you can still fight. Drag God down from its pedestal. Skylark and Nightingale, join up and reorganize your forces. Phoenix, you join the remainder of Heron. The enemies are near the top of the mountain. Their base is probably somewhere by the Forestry Service's storage shed. They're at the top, so of course they could see our movements. They'll be trying to ambush you. If you have to stab each other, make sure you take them out. Oh my gosh. I got to realize that if they're this good at this age, it's second nature to them, but the watchdogs have been trained to do this, right? This is just child nature. Okay. Major, let us arm ourselves. We need more than tasers. Absolutely not. We finally surrounded them. If we fall back, they'll escape. We almost have our hands around their necks. We just have to squeeze them. At the same time, Okonogi received another radio call. Using that line meant his caller didn't want Takano to hear the conversation. Okonogi understood the meaning of that, so he walked away from Takano and answered quietly. Command vehicle to Phoenix 1. There's been an emergency. The research area of the clinic has been attacked. We received the intruder alarm from the entrance area, but it was turned off. But whoever turned it off didn't follow the false alarm procedure. We've been trying to confirm the situation, but there have been no response as of yet. All the security unit members in the basement have gone quiet. Okonogi understood everything. He had been fooled. He suspected a diversion, but he never even thought that the heavily armed security unit of the Mountain Dogs could be bested. If the enemies were soldiers in camouflage, then he wouldn't have been fooled. He underestimated them because he thought they were kids. But now he really understood. He understood the reason why no adults had showed up in this battle on the mountain. I get it. Did you let Kaku in Tokyo know? Not yet. Would you like me to? Do it now. Tomatake has escaped. We've closed the escape route, but I guess that's no use. They defeated even the armed security unit within seconds. I don't think one RPG could stop them. Should we send reinforcements to the blockade team? Fool. If we had any extra men, the princess would have already sent them in. Actually, you're the only one who isn't doing anything. Get in touch with the blockade team. Tell them to be prepared for a vehicle trying to break through the roadblock. Roger. Roger, we'll be ready. Everyone, listen up. I just found out that the clinic has been attacked and the hostage has escaped. The enemy is expected to break through the blockade. Get the RPG ready. We'll fire at them all at once. We have permission to shoot. One of the Mountain Dogs nodded and opened the narrow case in the trunk of the van. In that case was the powerful anti-tank weapon, designated RPG-7. This was a weapon that many said changed the history of modern warfare. After all, this terrifying weapon had a firing range over several hundred meters, and it was capable of burying most tanks in existence. The dawn of this weapon meant that we were now in an age where a lone foot soldier possessed the firepower to destroy a tank. It was capable of reshaping the history of warfare. That was the RPG-7. Each of the other 4 members had an MP5, the weapon used to destroy the tire on Edie's car. There was no question that the blockade team was well armed. Yes, like I said, your greatest advantage is to be underestimated because the watchdogs thought they were just kids. They treated them like just kids. Yeah. Well, I think they didn't know that it was just the kids. I think he thought that Akasaka was there with them. They waited in the van until the enemy vehicle showed up. Once they saw a suspicious vehicle, they were planning to stop it by moving into the middle of the road. They were intending on destroying that vehicle by firing all at once. They all watched very carefully for suspicious vehicles coming from Hinamizawa. Sticky grenades are cooler. Yeah. They were very helpful in GTA 5. This was the only road that connected Hinamizawa to Okinomiya. It would take more than half a day to get to there if they used a different route. Their blockade was where the gravel road changed to a paved road, and that was what people called the village border, and was their last chance to stop anyone from leaving. Hinamizawa was at a higher elevation than that point, so the vehicle would be coming downhill. They were probably expecting a barricade, as well as heavy resistance from the Mountain Dogs. If they wanted to pass this point, the only way would be by force. They could start a gunfight, but that could take too much time. Since they didn't want to waste any, they should avoid unnecessary conflict. Rumble. Someone's stomach growled, but nobody made fun of it. That was understandable. Since all the members were getting ready for a battle, nobody even wanted to laugh. We looked at the clock. It was almost noon. Of course, we'd be getting hungry. At that time, they heard a noise coming from the direction of Hinamizawa. Obviously, the car was going very fast. Here they come! The van moved to the middle of the road and stopped there. Some of them hid behind the van, and some hid in the bushes on the side of the road. They pointed their guns at the suspicious vehicle coming towards them. The car must have been going very fast, but this was a straight road. No matter how fast it was going, it couldn't escape. That car happened to belong to Kasai. The shining black paint and the sound of the engine made it clear that it was a very nice car. Wait until the last possible second. You can only fire once. Make sure to get them in one shot. The RPG-7 fires unguided rockets. Therefore, hitting a quickly moving target is extremely difficult. In this case, however, their target was straight ahead. If the car tried to swerve suddenly, it'd flip. If that was the case, it wasn't necessary to shoot directly at all. Besides, according to what Kasai said, its power can easily flip a car without direct hit. Even if there was only one chance to fire, the Mountain Dogs were definitely at an advantageous position. In World War I, there's a grenade prototype that was a grenade that covered in glue, but the thing is, trying to throw it, there's a good chance you'll get it stuck to your hand. Oh no! Tomatake-san, a suspicious van is blocking the road. Please stay low. Careful. Try to hit the nose of the van. I know. I've done this before. The Mountain Dogs aimed at the vehicle. It was coming right for them. Not yet. Not yet. Wait until it's within 100 meters. I know! Just range me. The mountain dogs in the bushes laid in wait, ready to fire. The rocket on the tip glinted eerily, like it was waiting for its prey. 200 meters. 150. Prepare to fire! The soldier put his finger on the trigger of the RPG-7. Whoa! Akasaka-san, prepare for impact. 100 meters. Fire! What happened? Didn't the RPG-7 fire? That was when the one measuring the distance next to the shooter noticed something. The shooter's shoulder had been hit. He was tumbling to the ground. Was there a sniper? I didn't hear anything, so it must have been from over 400 meters away. Who cares? Fire, 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 fire! Only their regular guns could stop the car now. The other mountain dogs fired all at once, but immediately they realized something. The car had been hit by a hail of bullets at close range. Any normal car would have been on fire in short order, but there was nothing. This wasn't a normal car. Of course it isn't. That's the Sonozaki family's specially made bulletproof limousine. Why are we in the Kasai? Why are we in the dump? The spotter picked up the RPG. Don't let him fire. Huh? Do you think I'm going to miss him at this distance? Shion and Kasai were far behind that straight road. They were in the enemy's blind spot on the other side of the hill, on top of the abandoned car. Ah, I see. Shion was on her knees, checking the mountain dog's movements with a pair of military-grade high-power binoculars. Kasai was lying on top of the car with a sniper rifle in his hands. Shion figured this would be where the mountain dogs would place their ambush, so the only way for them to beat the dogs would be to snipe at them. Both Shion and Kasai took sniping lessons at the US during the dam conflict. Kasai was now aiming at the man who picked up the RPG and was trying to take position with it. Hurry up, fire it! What? Again, the RPG wasn't fired and was down on the ground. The two who tried to shoot were both groaning and clutching at their wounds. They were both shot in the shoulder. The wounds wouldn't kill them, but they definitely couldn't fire that rocket. The car had arrived. The mountain dog screamed and dove out of its way. Akasaka must have been used to driving in this kind of situation. He hit the nose of the van just right and broke through the blockade. The van was hurtled away and spun in a circle. After them! Let's go, let's go! As the mountain dogs tried to get back in the van, Shion and Kasai shot at them. There is a delay between the impact and the sound of the gunshot. It's an extra long distance snipe. He must be a veteran sniper, also a veteran spotter. They must know exactly where we are. Their aim is just too precise. See, javelin, as in the guarded anti-tank missile, is cool, but after lock-on, you have 1 minute before it explodes. You have to lock on and never fire. So if you lock on and never fire, you're gone, or oh no! The scope of the sniper rifle is one specifically made for sniping. Therefore, its field of vision is so narrow that the sniper is unable to see their surroundings well. That's why it's always necessary to pair up with a spotter. The spotter uses powerful binoculars to probe the situation and communicate information to the sniper. Snipers can't do their jobs alone. Their potential is unleashed only when paired up with a spotter equally as skilled. They tried to stand up and climb into the van, but the ultra-velocity rifle bullets pinned them down. The bullets ripped through the air, traveling faster than the speed of sound. The noise from bullets created was nothing like the sound of a normal gun. It almost sounded like the Grim Reaper himself swinging down his scythe. Furthermore, they could see the mountain dogs, but the dogs couldn't see them. Only those who actually had experience being sniped at could understand this fear. We can't even go near the van! Forget about us, just go! Okay, we'll go after them. There was a driver and one mountain dog in the van. They had to leave, otherwise it would be too late. The driver made a snap judgment and slammed on the gas pedal. Are they after us? Yeah, they're after us. Boy, he drives well. He's catching up on the van. That's worrying. Please, fend them off. Yeah, I'll leave it to you. Tometaka opened a window near one of the back seats and leaned out. Hot air blew into the car. Though the car was jolting up and down on the bumpy road, he checked the mechanism of his gun calmly. He did it naturally, as though examining his favorite camera. The gun had been taken from one of the security guards in the basement. One of the dogs in the van held the same gun as his hands. Their weapons were evenly matched. The road was no longer straight, it curved like a snake. There were some bumps and sharp curves, which made things in the car fly all over. A gunfight in this situation would be extremely difficult. Tometake realized he'd run empty in no time if he'd wasted bullets, so instead of firing recklessly, he carefully waited for the right distance, and in doing so, tried to convince his enemy that they were still out of range to make them close the gap. On the other hand, The mountain dog couldn't take it any longer. He fired, wasting his bullets on the bumpy road. Some of those bullets hit the body of Kasai's car, making a nasty metallic noise. Bullets make a cracking noise when they travel through the air. Interesting. Tomitake-san, it's not safe to lean out like that. Don't worry, a shooter that clumsy can't hit me. If he was my student, he would have to start all over. In a situation like this, it's safer to wait and see for a moment. We'll learn to predict our opponent's behavior and shoot depending on that prediction. Don't try to shoot at the target. Just try to let the bullet find it. Just like this. Tomitake fired for the first time after cautiously waiting for the perfect moment. Those who understood guns would be fascinated with his shooting form. His stance was so firm that he didn't lose control, even in the violent bursts of shots. Yet there was no unnecessary tension, and just enough slack. Despite being in such an anomalous position as leaning out of a car, Tomitake was shooting very precisely. It was nothing like what the mountain dogs did earlier. He shot at just the right time, so this bullet went where it was supposed to go. It was hard to believe that they were using the same gun. Nasty metallic sounds etched themselves into the body of the van, which made the mountain dogs realize just how good Tomitake was. He's a really crazy good shot. He isn't just some office worker in Tokyo. I heard it once before. First Lieutenant Tomitake was transferred to the offices after an accident, but during his instructor years, he taught marksmanship for unconventional warfare units. Huh? What are you saying? Are you saying he's... MP3 is a sound file, MP4 is a sound/video file, and MP5 is a gun. Yeah. Can you imagine they're just shooting us with like music files? Tomitake started to aim for the driver's seat to put pressure for them to give up. Mountain dogs could tell when they were in predicament. Tomitake was capable of hitting his targets easily even on such a bad road. Furthermore, they were in a bulletproof limousine, while the mountain dogs were in a regular van. The van which, incidentally, was facing the limousine in pursuit. All his shots had just been warning ones. Unless the mountain dogs called off the chase, Tomitake would start shooting at them soon enough. They had no chance of winning. Phoenix 1 to pursuit vehicle. If the blockade was broken through, that's enough. Don't go too far. Tomitake is an expert sniper. Don't throw away your lives. What do we do? Can we let them go? Roger, this is the pursuit vehicle. Abandoning pursuit. We're falling back. Looks like they finally gave up. They're slowing down. Whew. Even after such a gunfight, we're still so calm. I bet you've gone through quite a bit, huh? It's all thanks to my training. Tomitake, having slid back into the car, raised his fist in victory. He was as easygoing as ever, even after a gunfight. Akasaka felt like he was finally getting to know Tomitake for the first time. First Lieutenant Tomitake, I'm glad you're safe. We were worried that we wouldn't get in touch with you. Tomitake was making a call from the telephone booth outside of Okinomiya. The phone lines around here were on a different network than the ones the mountain dogs had sabotaged. That was why he could make the call. Tomitake had called Tokyo immediately. He told Tokyo that there were some spies for the mountain dogs within Tokyo's research division, which is how they found out where he was. He also told them that he was captured, but he had escaped. He told them that they were fooled by the diversion, and that they were on the mountain as they spoke. While he was captured, Major Takano, the ringleader, had hinted at the existence of masterminds he was working for, etc. He explained everything that he had learned thus far. Beethoven's been real quiet since Fart MP3 dropped. Oh no, that's true. Please take control of the Iri Institute immediately. They've already fired repeatedly, and it will only be a matter of time before the villagers find something out. I urge you to give the command for the Bloodhounds to take action. Hello, this is Oka from the Research Division. I'm glad you're safe. The Bloodhounds are already standing by in the air, approximately 30 kilometers south of Hinamizawa. We've been requesting an order to move in, but the higher-ups are stubborn, and I don't want any problems, so we've been hesitating. But you're safe. And then that makes the thing simple. I'll tell them that what you just told me now. I'm sure they'll approve the operation immediately. The Bloodhounds will arrive within 20 minutes. Hey, we just got an arrest order for Major Takano and First Lieutenant Okanogi. We also got orders to secure the Iri Institute as well as to disarm the mountain dogs. All thanks to you. Great job. Tomitake walked out of the telephone box. Is everything settled? Yes. The Bloodhounds are moving in. They're already standing by in the air and should arrive within 20 minutes. How powerful are they? These bloodhounds, that is. The mountain dogs. What? I see you found it. Yeah, ha. But yeah, Beethoven's been pretty quiet. The mountain dogs are a multi-purpose unit, largely developed to preserve secrecy, but the bloodhounds are elite units specially trained to do battle. Both their skills and their equipment are far superior. Things will be taken care of very quickly. Akasaka looked at his watch. It was about 12:30. I don't remember if this is a thing that Twitch doesn't like or not. The bloodhounds would arrive in about 20 minutes. Akasaka remembered how hungry he was. It was lunchtime already. If he was brave enough, he would head to a noodle shop, and by the time he was done, everything would have ended. For the mountain dogs, who fought well until the last possible moment, it was ending rather too soon. They were in an area where rice fields and the residential area mix. It was the border of Okinomiya. The sun was covered by a thin layer of silver clouds, and a cool breeze was blowing. It looked like it might even rain a little. The two of them couldn't even remember how many times their lives were threatened that day. They wanted nothing more than to let the rain soak their bodies. After a while, Akasaka spoke. So, what do you think, Tometake-san? What do you mean? I think I'll go back to Hinamezawa. They're still fighting. Yeah, that's true. But are you sure? We are safe here. Rika-chan is waiting for me. I haven't kept my promise yet. Okay, then let's go back. I actually have something to take care of, too. I was thinking of going back anyway. Akasaka-san, have you been in a helicopter before? I have a permit for one. They watched the breeze blowing over the rice fields for a while, then returned to the bullet-ridden car. The car started up quickly, and they drove it back the way it came. It was only noon. There was still plenty of time before the Watanagashi festival began. Clouds covered the sky, and it suddenly grew cool. It was going to rain a bit, according to Okinogi's intuition. He already knew that the enemy had broken through the blockade, but he hadn't told Takano about it. By then, it really didn't make any difference if she knew or not, and he also wanted to reach the top of the mountain. Imagine your special force unit getting their butts kicked by a child you hired them to kill, right? Just the child that you were hired to kill and also all of her friends. Okinogi was only thinking about one thing. He was thinking about the enemy's commander, who made the day so horrible for him. He just couldn't accept his defeat until he saw the enemy's commander face to face. The battle was already lost. They just had a princess who didn't think they had yet. With the rest of the mountain dogs fallen into the traps and ambushes, Okinogi had ordered all units except his own to fall back from the front line and into the vehicles. The only ones left to go on were the very determined princess, Okinogi himself, and a handful of exhausted members of the mountain dogs who could barely walk. Eventually, the slope became a little more gentle. Okinogi and his companions finally arrived at the storage shack in the Forest Service. The club members were already aware that the mountain dogs had almost totally been annihilated. Both the numbers and the strength of the dogs had fallen far below that of the club members. Therefore, when Okinogi saw his opponents lined up there to welcome him, he wasn't surprised. It was all the kids who'd driven the mountain dogs to destruction that entire day. They had also fought with everything they had. Though they overwhelmed us from the start to finish, they had used up all their stamina. They were on their last legs as well. Still, their willpower kept them standing. A will born of the victor's honor, which God granted only to the winners. There she is! It's our Okinogi, capture her! Major, how can you even say that to us under these circumstances? What? Are you disobeying my order? Oh no, I have no intention of doing that. Okinogi removed his communication unit, his taser, and all the heavy equipment he had been carrying. Then he unbuttoned his shirt, and told his men to stay put as he stepped forward. He strode forward after half of the distance towards the club members. I am Okinogi, known as Phoenix One of the Mountain Dogs. I'm here to pay my respects to your leader. May I have the name? The club members looked at each other. One of them was a girl taller than the others. In the last period, Higurashi crossed over one of them, used a chair as a weapon, which makes me think she's going to get the chair. She's going to get the chair over the head. Well, I think, I know earlier, Shion threw a chair at Keiichi, so maybe it was referencing that? She couldn't be that old, but her hawk-like eyes were as sharp as a veteran soldier's. Okanogi didn't know her circumstances, but only those whose lives were threatened on a daily basis had eyes like that. I'm the leader of this club. My name is Mion Sonozaki. The girl stepped forward. How old are you? No, your age doesn't matter. From the turmoil of the police station this morning to this battle on the mountain, were you responsible for it all? The girl didn't answer, but her silence confirmed it more strongly than anything she could have said. You won this battle. A prince is the only one who can't understand that. There's nothing else we can do at this point. Tomitake broke through the blockade. I'm sure he's already called Tokyo. I don't know when the suppression unit will arrive, but it's just a matter of time, I'm sure. If you want to laugh, go right ahead. Okanogi, what are you doing? That's the enemy commander. Take her down!
Oh, hi, Hina. How you doing today?
Don't pay attention to her. What do you want? You are the leader, and so am I. You understand, don't you? Chair is perfect for sitting in, and a pinch works as a club. Yeah. Is he surrendering?
I can understand. He was in charge of the whole army, and all of his men are down, so he can't just nod his head and accept a defeat. So the defeated general can only requite himself by sacrificing himself, huh?
Fine. Do what you need to satisfy yourself. I appreciate it. Mion took a stance. Okanogi took a stance, too. Although Okanogi was nothing like Akasaka, he was still a close combat specialist. Even when exhausted, there was no way Mion could defeat him. Takano thought so, too. She thought Mion was underestimating Okanogi. But Mion knew. She knew that she was the only one who could put him at ease. Are you ready? Take this! Huh? Okanogi, readied, launched sharp from his waist, but Mion deflected on the side of her elbow, wrapping her arm around underneath it, wrenching it back behind him and forcing him into a hold. And then she twisted his arm even further. Okanogi was certain she was about to stab a bone. And it was the excellent technique. She took his arm in one flowing motion. It was clear that Mion's self-defense techniques weren't spur of the moment. He's going to get his butt handed to him on a silver platter. However, she didn't break Okanogi's arm, but instead threw him on the ground. She didn't deliver the final blow, but rather chose to look down on him. Not bad. Okanogi, what are you doing? Hurry up and subdue her! Shut up. You just shut up and watch. This is a battle between leaders of men. Okanogi got up quickly, took a stance once again, and then swung his arm down. But Mion avoided it effortlessly, and just like she did before, she grabbed his arm and turned it around. They were in the same position as before. And just like what happened then, she didn't break his arm, but threw him onto the ground and looked down on him. A rotation throw, huh? The way you move, it's not the Yoshinkan technique, is it? Is it that classy Kobumakan one? By the way, when you take your opponent's arm, you can knee him in the face if you want. I see. I'll try that next time. Oh wow, Mion's incredible. She's actually standing toe-to-toe with her commander. Okanogi, use your weapons! What do you think you're doing? Here I come! Ha! He had a stronger drive this time. He tried to kick through her from a step and a half away. Yet this time, Mion stepped in to launch her own attack, jumping right towards the foot, trying hard to kick her. Mion kept herself low as she entered close range with Okanogi, shutting out his leg trying to kick her. So of course, he went after her head. Okanogi raised his right arm to elbow her in the skull, but this time, Mion rose up, using both hands to keep his arm from swinging down. Unlike the flowing motions from earlier, this was simply a contest of strength. His physique was overwhelmingly superior to hers, so she couldn't win the test of strength. But suddenly, Mion let go, and allowed Okanogi's elbow to come down. Then she stepped to the side. It's another repeat of before! Okanogi's arm was held to his back, and he ended up in the same position. But what came after was different. Okanogi's face was lowered as Mion lifted his arm up, and then she swiftly brought her knee into his face. It was exactly the technique that Okanogi told her about just earlier, and once again he was down on the ground. That's it. You learn quickly, don't you? You know, strategies, tactics, and combat. You already have everything you need to be an effective commander. You should have been in my position. Should have been the one to lead these shitty mountain dogs. Sorry, I never want to be a leader of a shady unit like yours. Mion scoffed. Okanogi took it with a smile, too. He wasn't trying to be humble. It was just his pure reaction. You're right. Shouldn't waste your talent on Japanese unconventional warfare units. I bet you could lead in the SAS, Delta, Spetsnaz. I think that's it. Whenever you joined, you'd be the one of the best. In any case. SAS? Delta Force? Lame. Oh, that's just way too boring. Yeah, I guess you're right. You're right. Then tell me, what kind of folks do you want to be CO for? I'm not interested in being in charge of any units at all. Being a leader is fine. A leader? The leader of the British Intelligence Service, huh? That's fitting. No way. Listen, there's only one club I want to lead. That's the club in our Hinamizawa branch school. I'm not interested in games without penalties. The magician of words, Keiichi Maebara, seeker of all things adorable and cute, Rena Ryugu, trapmaster Satoko, and charming enticer Rika-chan. And last but not least, our newcomer, Hanyu Furude. I'll never find anything more fun than playing with them, even if I search this entire world. No wonder we couldn't win. With her as their leader, there's no way we could have won. Okanogi, get a hold of yourself! Takano yelled at him, but Okanogi didn't hear it. Are we finished with this warm-up? This next one is for real. You're going to die. Be ready for that. Come on. I'll give you a fitting end. Something you've been wanting this whole time. Oh, good enough. Here I come! Okanogi took about 5 steps backwards and breathed deep. His body twisted as he gathered all his spirit into his right fist. As he said, this next attack would be for real. He was putting everything he had into this one final blow. Mion narrowed her eyes, preparing to parry the blow with her side. The sky began to stir. They both felt raindrops on their foreheads. Here I go. I'm going to kill you. So come get me, okay? Whenever you're done praying, go right ahead. That one tense moment was suddenly brought to an end. Wah! He dashed forward from a low position, just like a runner from a starting line. Then he added the twist from his body into the blow, as his right arm roared with all his power. A bolt of lightning punctuated the moment in time, burning the moment into her eyes. In that moment, Mion's stance hadn't changed at all. No, maybe she moved like lightning in the moment it struck. We had to recall the moment burned into our eyes to review the scene. Okanogi had swung with his right fist, which had enough power to shatter Mion's bones. So, what if 100% of his power was directed back at him in a counterattack? When the lightning struck, Okanagi's body had been flying through the air. It was a legendary technique in Japanese martial arts, passed down in judo and aikido, the air throw. It looks as if one is being thrown without his opponent even touching him, a miraculous technique that occurs at lightning speed. Of all the techniques Mion possessed, it was the most sublime, advanced technique she could administer on the defeated General Okanogi. 2 hits, I hit you, you hit the ground. Yay! The feeling of the freedom while flying in the air is more memorable than the impact of hitting the ground, supposedly. When Okanogi hit the ground behind Mion, a heavy rain suddenly began to fall, and just as it did, a massive helicopter appeared from the other side of the mountain. The helicopter's motors stirred up in the air and blew away the raindrops like a torpedo. The rotor sounded much like a tornado, too. A rope uncoiled from the rear of the helicopter, and the soldiers came sliding down it, one after another. The onlookers were stunned for a moment before realizing what they were seeing. It was the bloodhounds. The bloodhounds that Tomitaka had called in. Having realized how bad the situation had become, Okanogi returned to the other members of the mountain dogs. Nothing was going their way anymore. The mountain dogs ran down the slope and disappeared into the woods. They dragged Takano with them, who couldn't understand what was going on. A voice echoed from the speaker attached to another helicopter circling around the mountain. See, is this the button? Yes.
To all the staff of the Yeti Institute, today at 12:30 p.m., the Institute's independent authority was frozen, and now under the control of the Bloodhounds. As of the same moment, HQ has ordered complete disarmament of all Yeti Institute staff. All mountain dogs are to disarm themselves immediately and gather all the parking lot in the Yeti Clinic or at the storage shack at the top of the mountain. Failure to respond accordingly will result in discipline under not only civilian law, but under self-defense force rules as well. The Bloodhound members continued to slide down the rope from the helicopter. Even at a glance, they were very different from the mountain dogs. They were armed more heavily, and the guns that they had were much larger. Such things clearly differentiated the two units.
Does this mean that we have won?
Yes!
I don't know. I've never seen this before, so I don't know if we really did.
Satoko and Rika sat down and hugged each other. They were both soaked in rain, but they still sat down in the mud. Mion stood solemnly in the rain as the leader of the winning team. The mountain dogs had abandoned the field. They all ran away with their tails between their legs. Katie and Rena ran over to Mion. Mion.
Mi-chan.
It's over. Yeah. Our club activity is over.
Rika-chan is safe. Everyone else is safe. Mi-chan, it's our victory.
You led us this far, Mion. It's all thanks to you. But Mion didn't seem to be listening to Keiichi and Rena. Instead, she mumbled to herself. I like punishments. Eh? Club activities can be cruel, huh? We fight to decide who's the leader. Or the loser, rather. So that means everyone looks down on whoever does lose, right? We don't look down on anyone. We just do the punishment and that's it. Yeah. We do the punishment and that's it. We all enjoy laughing at the loser, and then forget about it. That's why I like what we do. We all laugh, including the one who came in last. Nobody gets hurt. We all laugh, and then we're done with it. That Okanogi guy thought he couldn't purify his sins, unless he was defeated by me. I mean, sure, it got pretty serious. We were almost killed, too. But it's all over, right? The game is over. And even though it is, there's no punishment for the mountain dogs. Mion might have realized something when she threw Okanogi. Keiichi didn't think anybody else could understand that. I don't know what you're trying to say, Mion. Forget about him. It's all over for them anyway. Yeah, you're right. Everything is all over now. We're all alive. Nobody got seriously hurt. So, let's enjoy our happy ending. That's right. And nobody got hurt. It really is a happy ending. While they hadn't yet confirmed Shion and Kasai's safety, they were correct. This was the happy ending that they had all been fighting for. However, Mion was still thinking. She only understood the reason for that in the moment the thunder struck. But as soon as the flash of lightning disappeared, her understanding vanished as well. All she could remember was that she noticed something very important, and shortly after, she completely forgot about it. She could only feel a great sense of loss. The Bloodhounds soon surrounded the club members. At first, they thought the club members were their enemies, but when Tomitake appeared, he explained the whole situation. The commander of the Bloodhounds appeared to beg the club members not to say a word about anything, as it was a politically sensitive incident. It was amusing to see a man like that beg while carrying all those weapons. Of course, they had no intention of talking to anyone about it. Once it had ended, it all felt like a bad dream. If, on the following day, someone asked them what they had been doing, they might not even remember it. This day was that unrealistic to them. So even if they were asked, they wouldn't say a word. Rika-chan, I'm glad you were safe.
Akasaka, I'm glad you're safe too. Meep, meep, meep.
It all worked out great, too. Are you all right? The clinic has been occupied by the watchdogs. The mountain dogs are all surrendering, too. Dr. Yuri and a boy who was hiding with have been put under the Bloodhound's protection as well. Sorry, I'm grabbing something off screen real quick.
Coach is safe too, is he? I am very glad about that. Wait, a boy? I do wonder who that could be. Perhaps Tomita-san or Okamura-san were injured. Satoko, I'm very happy for you.
Rika's smile made it clear on what she had gone through. Someone could only smile like that after a long and exhausting struggle. Satoko had no idea what that smile meant. How much time would be needed to make her understand? Still, Iri would do something about it. For certain, he will bring Satoko's Nini back home.
That's right, Satoko. You haven't taken your shot today, have you? Can't forget about that. Ah, quite true. How troublesome that I can't forget about the shot, even in this situation.
Satoko seemed to have no idea that her medication was connected to the syndrome. Perhaps she was already aware, but pretended not to be. Rika vowed to herself that no matter how long it took, she was going to witness with her own eyes the moment her best friend finally parted with her tragic past.
At least I only need to take this shot twice a day. It was 3 times for the previous one.
Satoko also had no idea that Satoshi was involved in the development of her medication. Iri had said that Satoshi, as a specimen, had contributed much to Satoko's treatment. Even while asleep, Satoshi longed to ease the burden on Satoko, and those feelings must have influenced Satoko's medicine somehow. Satoko had to inject herself in the stomach. For privacy, she ran into the grove of trees to give herself a shot. There was no danger in her doing so. One after another, the bloodhounds dropped down from the helicopters. Each helicopter must have carried at least 20 or 30 soldiers. There was one helicopter at the top of the mountain, and 2 more halfway down the slope. Troops were pouring down from all of them, leading to the impression that the entire mountain was under the bloodhounds' control. This goes so much more into than the anime did. I love it, right? Like, there's so much extra detail. Like, the series of events are pretty similar, but, like, you know, you go more into, like, the thoughts of everybody. It's really nice. Nobody fired their weapons even once. The mountain dogs had no choice but to surrender. It wasn't raining hard at all. The sky should clear up in about 20 to 30 minutes. It was the volatile weather typical of early summer. Satoko soon returned and spoke to her best friend.
Rika, I haven't seen Hanyu-san around. She was here a moment ago. Huh? Hanyu? Hanyu? Where are you?
It was stupid of me to think that Tokyo had sent more support. They're acting as if they're known for their loss for a while now. I was the only one who didn't know. What's going on? Tell me this minute, Okinogi! This is it. They're the Bloodhounds. Tomitake called them in. Bloodhounds? I've heard the name before, but aren't they similar to the Mountain Dogs? Why aren't you fighting back? You've got to be kidding me. We Mountain Dogs are simply a counterintelligence unit. On the other hand, the Bloodhounds are the real combat battalion. There's no way we could defeat them. The remaining 3 members looked at me in exhaustion. Why are they here in the first place? We captured Tomitake. Are there more spies? Who are they? Major, the clinic was attacked earlier. Haven't you heard that First Lieutenant Tomitake escaped? One of the 3 spoke up timidly, but Okinogi signaled him to shut up. Nobody told me this. When did that happen? What's going on, Okinogi? Wasn't there a blockade exactly so that they couldn't escape the village? They weren't even responding to me anymore. I've been left behind. I'm the only one who didn't know. I'm being left out. The members looked at Okinogi, waiting for his command. Nobody is waiting for my order. Nobody even cares about my orders. Commander, there's a radio call from the command vehicle. One of the members handed the intercom to Okinogi. This is Phoenix 1. Commander, final orders from Cuckoo. Execute Cuckoo. Cuckoo, roger that. The Bloodhounds have us surrounded. We're being advised to surrender. What should we do? Command vehicle. No. Ota and the Dachi. Good work. You're cleared to surrender. Disarm yourselves and follow the orders of the Bloodhounds. Roger that, Commander. All units, listen up. The command vehicle has been compromised. The clinic is probably in the enemy's hands as well. We've lost all our backup, as well as equipment. All teams have been wiped out. I'm sure everyone is disarming themselves. The Mountain Dogs have been completely defeated. Not yet! Get in touch with Nomura-san in Tokyo. The Bloodhounds? So what? She'll send in units who can beat them immediately. Ara's still alive. We can activate the final operation. I must let Nomura-san know that. have to restore communications with Tokyo. We really shouldn't cut the telephone connections, but we did, and so we'll have to recover the command vehicle. We'll get in touch with Tokyo on the radio. Fortunately, the men on the command vehicle surrendered without resistance, so I'm sure the Bloodhound's guard is down. Okanogi, you and the other 3 will be enough. It's still the 19th of June. The operation starts on the 21st? Or is it supposed to be the 22nd? We still have time. We'll be managed, Okanogi. Go recover the command vehicle immediately. Why can't you follow my orders? I'm a major. I'm your superior. Why are you listening to Okanogi but not me? Major, didn't you hear what the helicopter said earlier? We've lost. There's absolutely nothing we can do anymore. What are you saying, Okanogi? Are you already giving up? You saw that Ara's alive, didn't you? What happened today was all because of the rumor that Ara's dead, but she's alive. That means today didn't happen. We can still use the emergency manual. As long as the Queen Carrier is alive, all we have to do is kill her, and then we'll have 48 hours to execute the manual. Major, it's far beyond that point already. Tokyo doesn't care about the Queen Carrier or the 48 hours after death. Our final operation is a complete failure. Our clients must be running around desperately trying to destroy evidence. Our job here is done. I commanded the Mountain Dogs for about 10 years. It was a valuable experience, but it's all over today. And Major, your job is over too. What? What do you mean my job is over? What are you talking about? Major, your job was to rear that scrapbook in your hands. What are you talking about? I didn't expect Okanogi to start talking about my grandfather's scrapbook. I don't doubt that there is a disease called Hinamizawa syndrome, but the whole village is going into a panic 48 hours after the queen dies? No one's ever seen that happen. No one knows if that's true or not. Don't be ridiculous. Look here. It's somewhere in here. Where? I know it's in here. From the studies of other similar parasites in the brain that the statistics say... Damn it. Where is it? Oh. I flipped through the pages of the scrapbook in a panic. I can't even remember which page I'm looking for. Okanogi slapped the scrapbook aside, and it thudded. No, it landed in a muddy pile. So, it splashed onto the ground. The open pages of the scrapbook were face down in the muddy water, and already turning color as they soaked up the mud. What are you doing? This is the most important information. As I crouched down to pick up the scrapbook, Okanogi stepped on it. The splash of muddy water hit me in the face. I had to witness my precious scrapbook being stepped on and covered in filth. Major, I don't really care if what's in the scrapbook is true or false. As a matter of fact, nobody does. What do you mean by that? I tried to get the scrapbook from under Okanogi's foot, but I couldn't pull it out. The clients in Tokyo merely wanted to see how many people would actually believe what's in the scrapbook. They didn't even care if it was the truth or lies, as long as it was believable. They didn't care? No, they didn't. They just wanted some famous doctors to research the subject and come up with a report full of difficult terminology so they could deceive people. That was your job. No. This isn't a lie! My grandfather and I researched it for many years! Come on, move your foot! The scrapbook is getting soaked through. I'm trying my best to do that so it's not ruined, but it's no use. The queen dies and the village must be killed. All you had to do was convince the higher-ups of that crazy story. Nobody cared about parasites to begin with. They only cared that it was useful for political gain. You knew that, didn't you? And at this point, nobody will ever pay attention to any of that nonsense again. A lot of people bet on the scrapbook, and they lost. The Mountain Dogs lost too. That's all there is to it. This is not nonsense! The scrapbook holds the truth. Everything in it is truth. My grandfather researched it, I researched it, and this is the result. Everyone believes in it. That's why they built such a beautiful research center, isn't it? They believed in that, and that was why Nomura-san got in touch with me. There must be other people who believe in my work, because all of this is for the future of mankind. Okanogi got fed up and kicked me. I didn't weigh much, so I fell backwards and became soaked in the muddy water. Okanogi walked over and looked down at me. Fortunately, there's still something in the clients in Tokyo are expecting from you. Hey, one of the Mountain Dogs handed a gun to Okanogi. Okanogi chucked the cylinder, and then threw it over to me. What? What is this? Major, why don't you use that to shoot yourself in the head? What? I looked at the gun. I'm used to seeing guns, working at the Yeti Institute as I do. I was never frightened by guns before, but for the first time I feel scared at just looking at one. You know, this happens all the time, Major. Please, take responsibility as the leader of the defeated force and shoot yourself. What are you saying? Nobody has ever told me to die before. Nobody has ever told me to kill myself. If you die, the clients can just blame you for everything. Actually, Tokyo is already preparing to do that. Don't be ridiculous! Why should I have to do that? I'm starting to sob. My body is shaking all over. Well, you don't have to do it yourself if you don't want to. Maybe it's just too much to ask you right now. Okanogi pulled his gun out and pointed at me. The other members, having realized everything will work out if I die, just looked at me coldly. I'm going to say that I tried to talk you into surrendering, but you refused. We shot each other, and I had to kill you. That's the scenario. I gave you the gun so that way you could kill yourself rather than being killed by me. To show my appreciation for the time we've known each other. I don't want it to end like this. No. Who came up with this plan in the first place? I don't want this. It was your dearest friend, Nomura-san from Tokyo. Huh? They had a plan for damage control in case of the final operation failed. Nomura-san's code name is Cuckoo, and yours is Baby Bird, isn't it? Do you know where cuckoos lay their eggs? What? Cuckoos lay their eggs in other birds' nests. Once they hatch, they kill the young for the original owner by pushing them out of the nest, then take it over. The baby birds on the ground are left helpless, and they usually end up eaten by mountain dogs. I used the money I got from Uncle Koizumi to pay the mountain dogs, thinking I had gained a reliable ally. I always thought that, although Okanogi was barbaric, he was very reliable. But my nest had been taken over. Major, you never had any allies to begin with. All you had to do was exactly what the clients in Tokyo wanted you to do. But now it's over. Now you need to exit the stage. Take it. It's your precious scrapbook. Hold that in your left hand and pick up the gun with your right. The scrapbook was finally returned to me, covered in mud. I held it with both hands and cried. What a joke the entire life of Mio Takano was. Right now is when I should just go back inside that chain link fence. My shaking hands held the ice-cold gun. There's only one bullet in there. Sometimes a bullet can ricochet on the scalp, so that's why people usually put the muzzle in their mouths. Come on, hold the gun and point it like this. And die. Remember, kids, don't do anything that happens in the series. In the hills of the mountain, a single gunshot echoed. With that gunshot, members of the Bloodhounds rushed in. Okanogi and the other men raised their hands in surrender. Major Takano was with us, but she refused to surrender. She tried shooting at us, but I had to fire a shot to intimidate her. Retriever 7, the leader. We arrested First Lieutenant Okanogi and the 3 other members of the Mountain Dogs. Major Takano is on the run. Her footprints are heading southwest, but the brush is too thick and we can't get any further. Requesting backup. Major Takano is armed. I repeat, Major Takano is armed. Retriever leader to all units. Major Takano is on the run. She's armed, so be cautious. The patrol in the area and force her out. I'm running through the mountain, covered in dirt, and still holding my muddy scrapbook. I keep falling because of the mud, and branches and tree roots continue to torment me. I lost one of my shoes, so I decided to get rid of the other shoe too. This isn't the first time I've had to run like this. This isn't the first time I've run barefoot.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate and stretch.
I was good and actually grabbed some water during my break because I forgot it before stream. Big stretch. Okay. This isn't the first time I felt such pain on the soles of my feet. This isn't the first time I've cried like this. I repeat. Major Takano, disarm yourself and surrender. You can't escape. The Mountain Dogs have surrendered. You have no more allies. The helicopter above my head is calling out my name. I crawled into a hollow tree. I held my knees and hid. The last time I ran barefoot like this was a very long time ago. My feet are bloody and swollen, and I can no longer walk. I can only cry as I bite the corner of my scrapbook. Sadness and humiliation fight for dominance in my heart. When I feel sad, I cry, and when I feel humiliated, I scratch myself to calm my anger. Is my sound okay, by the way? The rain isn't drowning me out, or is it? I still have the gun in my right hand, and the one with the single bullet in it. I have to unalive myself. My death will be the only thing that can bring it all to an end. I just don't want to say the two words next to each other. Unaliving myself is the only way to get out of that day. Wait, it is drowning me out, or it's okay? When I look at the scrapbook in my left hand, I'm assaulted by sadness and fear. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Just die. Atone for your actions with your death.
I recalled the look in Okinogi's eyes. I know I've committed sins. There are so many sins. Too many of them. Is okay? Okay. There are more sins that I could possibly atone for. But do I have to die for them? No. I don't want to die. I cried again, and then noticed someone standing nearby. It's the girl. The girl whom I met when I came to Hinamizawa when the Erie Institute was first opened. I met this girl at the shrine when I declared war on God. This girl is the god of this place. That girl looked at me and sneered, rather than sympathizing.
Are you still trying to take God's place? Do you still deny that you're human?
Long time no see. I lost this game. This is what I get for challenging God, I guess.
Human child. Are you still after the position of a god? Are you still willing to endure for the sake of opposing the divine?
No way. Taking God's place really is impossible.
Human child, listen well. I will show you the way to godhood. With the gun in your right hand, end your life. The position of a god requires no flesh. Don't expect people to recognize your existence. Being a god is lonesome. You, foolish child, wanted to become one. Is that still what you desire?
Are you telling me to shoot myself with this? That's it. Something that simple would make me a god. That's so simple. Then, what is this? What have I been doing all of this time?
You shouldered the sins of many others. You purified all their sins by sacrificing yourself. Your courage will be praised, and you'll be allowed to take a seat among the gods.
What's that? You're telling me to be their scapegoat? To take responsibility for all of them and die? Ew. I refuse. I absolutely refuse.
Why don't you do that? Or why don't you want that? To attain peace in the human world, there must always be one sacrifice for one sin. Isn't that the truth of the human world? Isn't that the method of purifying sin? Didn't you want to sacrifice one girl for the future you desired?
What are you talking about? I don't understand anything you're saying.
You don't, because you are a human. You don't even know how stupid you were to even want to become a god.
I do. I don't want to die for other people to become a god. No way! I don't want to become a god at all. I'm fine with being human. I just wanted someone to forgive me for being that way. That's all! But why is this happening?
Then how will you purify this stain? How will you pay this price?
Why does someone have to take the blame? They're all pushing responsibility under other people. They maneuver this way and that just so they don't have to dirty their own hands. Is that just what happens in the human world? No, it's not. Because when my parents and my grandpa were alive, things like that didn't happen. We were all happy. Nobody blamed anyone else. How did I fall out of that world? Why am I wandering around in the mountain alone in the rain? Why? Why me? This is the punishment for my sins, isn't it? I knew it. I had noticed it. I made a huge mistake, but I didn't want to admit it. When I was too late, I regretted it for the first time. So this is the punishment for my sins.
The human world will want you to purify your sins. You'll be purified when you sacrifice yourself. That's the way of the human world. However, I am not a human. I am a being above man, a being which fills in the missing gaps in harmony, a being that forgives human sins. Man cannot forgive the sins of man. I am the one who forgives the sins of man.
In like 200 years, when y'all just take up old videos of where people say unalive instead of die or kill, we'll think words actually had powers and could summon the wrath of an entirety called the algorithm. Yeah. The algorithm.
I forgive you. Demanding a sacrifice be paid for sin isn't the way of the human world. It's the way of demons. So this is not the world of man. This is a world of demons created by man and the demons infesting them. Humans cannot end this way of their world. So I became a god to grant that death, or that end. So it was over 1,000 years of pain. I wanted to come down from this place. I desired a world where God doesn't need to make peace. And finally, after 1,000 years' time, I found that fragment. Human child, I will forgive your sins in my name. Kneel and repent. As for forgiveness, then you shall receive it. God will forgive you. God will forgive your human sins. The god in human form walked up to me and reached out. As I knelt and looked down, she touched my head.
She still has a gun, though. She still has that gun.
Hanyu! Hanyu! Where are you? Hanyu-chan! Answer if you can hear us!
I heard voices in the distance. And then, I saw a girl standing in front of me. She's one of Mion's club members, my most hated enemies. Shit. She's found me. The rain had already ceased. I decided to come out of the hollow tree. After the rain, it had grown so humid. I was starting to sweat all over. I'm soaked in sweat, mud, and rain. I feel filthy. I've been bitten by mosquitoes, and my body is itching all over. This is why I hate the mountains.
Don't say a word.
Don't say a word. I pointed the gun at her. The girl just looked at me calmly as if she didn't see it. At the very least, she did follow my order. What should I do? Should I take her as my hostage? I only have one bullet. How long can I keep running for? Hanyu! Where are you? Damn. She really is lost.
Ah! There she is! Hanyu-san! Hanyu, where have you...
I really am. Unlucky to the end. Or maybe you should call this a kind of luck. At the end of it all, I managed to get some vengeance. Do you know what this is? It's a gun. Don't you dare move. The tables have turned now. Damn it, why now?
Mion-chan,
If you don't want anyone else to get shot, step forward.
no, don't do it, Mi-chan.
Mion stepped forward quietly. She certainly has a lot of courage. No wonder who she's the leader. Thanks to you, I've been ruined. Some scary men on the mountain want me dead. They won't forgive me. But I can't just go out like that. At the very least, I want some revenge. I know you only have one bullet in that gun. That's right. But that one bullet could kill Mion-chan, couldn't it?
Takano, are you going to shoot her?
Don't move. If you do, I really might just fire this gun. Don't any of you move. Just stay behind me. How courageous. Is this some spirit of self-sacrifice? Rather be shot yourself than letting your friends be shot? Well, it's not that easy to kill someone with just one shot. Of course, it depends on where you hit, though. I'm surprised. How can you be so brave? You want me to shoot you with all the others? Just so you know, if you think I'll hesitate to shoot just because they'll rush over here once they hear it, you're sadly mistaken. Go ahead, shoot me. But after you do, my friends will rip you to pieces. Let them try. They say you dig 2 holes when you curse another. Going down along with a great commander who made Okanogi surrender wouldn't be so bad. Go ahead and shoot me, but make sure that it isn't me you hit. If you shoot anyone else, or it is, not isn't, I'll put you through hell. Oh my, I'm shaking.
No, don't, Mi-chan. Takano-san is serious. She really will shoot you. Somehow, we'll have to buy some time. Someone from the Bloodhounds will come by for sure.
I'm sure they will, but I'll shoot before I lose my chance. Let's see, where should I hit her? I'm not good at this, so forgive me for not being able to aim that well.
Mia, you aren't serious, are you?
Don't anyone move. I'm the leader of this club. If I can protect you all, I'll be satisfied with that. If I don't make it, set up a shrine inside of my locker and pray for me there. You'll be taking over my position, Kei-chan. Help him out, okay? Miona's prepared to die. I'm already cornered. I won't accept any words of negotiation. Miona understands that. She doesn't want anyone else to be killed. That was why she chose to be a shield for her friends. That was an easy decision to make for her, because none of her friends would end up hurt. If she ends up just getting injured, that would be a stroke of luck as far as she's concerned, even if she doesn't make it. She thinks that's far better than seeing any of her friends die. That's why Takano will shoot. Even though she understands Mion's noble intentions painfully well, it's too visceral for her to accept. So she'll shoot. I will pull the trigger. With all the absurdities of the human world riding on that bullet, I will shoot her. You all play games so often, right? Have you ever played Old Maid? No. We play Old Man, though. They use the same rules. The human world is just like a game of Old Maid. Everyone's trying to foist the Old Maid onto someone else. It's a game that seeks to determine not a winner, but a single loser. The sacrifice. You see, I picked the Joker, but there's nobody else to pass the card to. That's why I'll shoot you as my revenge. Fitting for this irrational world of man, isn't it? I'm preparing myself to shoot. There's no hesitation left in me. I will shoot her. I'm serious. Mion closed her eyes and opened her arms to try and shield her friends as much as she could. And that was when Hanyu stepped forward and placed herself in front of Mion. Hanyu, get back!
Brave Mion, I've witnessed your courage. That's more than enough. If the Joker can't be passed to anyone else in this human world, then it's my job to accept it. Hanyu, what are you? Rika, I had a lot of fun in this world. Thank you for letting me join the club. It was so much more fun to be in than that just to watch. So thank you. I enjoyed myself. I was so happy spending time with all of you.
In that moment, Hanyu glared at me adamantly.
Now shoot me, man of child of man.
Man of child.
With that sin you must foist onto another. I'll accept it.
Okay. Fine. Die! The club members must have thought I was joking. Or bluffing. They didn't think that I would actually shoot. There was a noise like something exploding. In a world where time became as sticky as a syrup, we saw it happen. The silver bullet hitting an invisible wall in front of Hanyu, as though the wall was protecting her. The bullet wanted to pierce Hanyu's chest, but it couldn't reach its goal. A bead of sweat formed on Hanyu's forehead. She had stopped the bullet with an invisible force.
Hanyu, I'm okay. I can do this, even in human form.
The silver bullet was being pushed back. Takano was startled by this otherworldly phenomenon, but then she spoke one phrase. You... Monster! The silver bullet smashed through that invisible wall. There was no longer a wall at all. There was no wall to protect Hanyu from that bullet. The bullet approached Hanyu's chest. Somebody let out a silent scream. Nobody could stop it. Nobody could stop that bullet. In that world of frozen time, nobody could stop the bullet that was stopped just inches in front of Hanyu's chest. Hanyu's friends had seen the scene before. The moment of checkmate. No matter how much they screamed, there was no way to avoid this tragedy. They knew that from their memories. You will die for sure. Think about the good old times as much as you want. When you're finished doing that, the bullet will pierce your chest. Drown in your own blood.
Unless I was prepared to do so, I wouldn't be here.
Hanyu thought that this would take care of everything. Hanyu wasn't supposed to exist in the first place. She would leave the stage, and the rest of the cast would stay unharmed. This is how it's supposed to be. But in that moment, something happened to surprise even Hanyu. In the world of frozen time in which nobody could move, Rika reached out and put her hand on the bullet that was stopped in midair. How could she move? Even Hanyu couldn't move. Why could a mere human like Rika grab that bullet?
Don't be so surprised. You've already learned about that. You've learned about how to make a miracle happen. A lot of amazing things happened today, but none of them were worthy of being called a miracle. If we all believed in each other, it was supposed to happen. Therefore, I will perform a real miracle in this very last moment. I am the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama after all, so let me make a miracle happen at the very end.
Rika rubbed the frozen bullet, gently, very gently, and then held it, and embraced it lovingly, her arms at her chest. In that world where not even Hanyu could move.
Now I realize that neither Takano nor Hanyu listen when other people talk. Didn't you hear what Mion said? We don't play old maid. We play old man instead. Takano laughed and said that they were basically the same game, but they're totally different.
In Old Maid, a single joker, an unharmonized element, is added to a full harmonized set of cards, and people try to foist it onto each other. But in Old Man, one card is removed from that harmonized world, and everyone foists the unharmonized fragments onto each other. It's different from having a joker, because everything will be in harmony if there wasn't something missing. Players try to get rid of something in both games, but what they try to get rid of is very different.
In our game, the loser is left with one last card, too. I can understand how Takano thought they were the same thing, but they are different, because in our game,
if the missing card was added back in, there would be no loser. Hanyu, the missing card in this world where everyone has to foist their sins onto each other, has joined the game. So this game has no losers. Yet you're still trying to take one card away? What a waste of a miracle.
This world doesn't need a losing card. That is the answer I finally reached over after a 1,000-year journey, trying to find a miracle.
The answer was, or has always been there. It was there in the very first game of Mion's club. There was always a loser because we were playing a game of cards with one missing. If we could fill in for the missing card by believing each other and helping each other, then it would complete a full deck of 52 cards. A complete world without a loser. A complete world where no one is left out. Nobody has to stay out of the circle. Nobody has to cry or be burdened with sins. A world where everyone holds each other's hands and forgives each other's sins. When people live, there will be sin. What's important isn't to avoid sins, but to forgive them. A world can only become ugly and twisted when people try to stay pure. Let us accept our sins. Let us all forgive. That's the answer Rika Furude reached. A complete world. A world free from the sins of the human world, where one has to become a loser. Rika reached that, as a human being. After an unbelievably long time, she finally reached it.
Welcome home, Mother.
The frozen time had begun to thaw. There was smoke coming from the muzzle of Takano's gun, so it was definitely fired. However, nobody got hit. Keiichi looked around fearfully to make sure nobody was bleeding. They were all fine. Nobody had been shot. You missed. Serves you right. The tension lifted in Mion's body, and she began to sweat all over. How did I miss at this distance? All the club members thought the same thing. It was a miracle that the bullet didn't hit anyone. The club members had all felt the same way. They were all thinking, if it's going to hit someone, let it hit me. However, Rika Furude wished for a miracle that was far beyond that. Rika wished for a miracle that was higher than self-sacrifice. She wished for a world where the bullet wouldn't hit anyone. She wished for a world where Takano wouldn't be hurt because she shot anyone. Footsteps were rushing towards them. Takano tried to run, but she tripped over a root and the scrapbook in her hand scattered everywhere. As she tried to gather up the papers, members of the Bloodhounds surrounded her. All the Bloodhounds pointed their guns her way, and some even poked her with them, but Takano still didn't stop gathering up the papers. Some of the men stepped on the papers, and Takano tried to pull them out from under them. She tried to pull them out, begging them in tears not to step on her precious papers. Major Takano, you are under arrest. So, it's all my fault, isn't it? The club members, feeling bad for her, looked at the ground. Stand up. Put your hands behind your back. Hey, don't resist. No. I want to take my grandpa's scrapbook with me. No! Takano just wanted to pick up the pages of her scrapbook, but the Bloodhounds, thinking that she's just resisting, pulled on her hair to try to make her stand up. Although this was her fate, it was too hard to watch her be treated that way. And then a noble voice resounded among them. Wait. Radiating with divine light, a man appeared. They all knew this man very well. They had never seen him look so determined. I'm First Lieutenant Tomatake from the Research Division. I'll take it from here. But, sir, we've been ordered by headquarters to bring her back to Tokyo immediately. Can't you tell? Just look at her. Look at all the scars. She's been scratching herself. She must have Hinamizawa syndrome. There were lots of horrible scars on her wrists, arm, and neck. Takano had scratched herself throughout the day because of all the stress. There was no way for anyone to be certain if those marks were symptoms of the syndrome. But when Tomatake said that, it certainly sounded true. But the Major must have been given medication to prevent her from contracting the disease. There's no way she should have it. Haven't you read the report? It says that the inoculation isn't 100% effective. If you read the report completely, you would know that there are symptoms of the terminal stage. The research division thinks that her treatment should take priority. We must determine if this incident was truly her will, or if she's become delusional due to the syndrome, leading someone to take advantage of that situation. We have to be very, very certain, otherwise it'll be impossible to resolve this matter. Was it her fault, or was it the fault of her disease? It's impossible to determine that right now. To make sure, she has the right to receive treatment, and she is obligated to let herself be treated. Jiro-san. Take her to the Erie Institute so that she can be examined immediately. Notify Lieutenant Colonel Erie so they can prepare to treat Major Takano. However, from here on, the Major will be placed under strict observation and all activities will be restricted. The particular orders should come from Colonel through Colonel Oka, Director of Investigations. The Bloodhounds conveyed all this information over the radio. Nobody had any objections. Their job was to arrest her, after all. Any interrogations or investigations after that were the job of investigators. So if those were the orders from investigations, then that was that. Tomatake walked over to the muddy figure of Takano. Jiro-san. Jiro-san. Takano buried her face in Tomatake's chest and cried. Only Tomatake and Takano knew the meaning of those tears. Sorry for being late. I'm here for you. Jiro-san. Jiro-san. You're not as bad as you think you are. You can start over. You can start your life over as Miyoko Tanashi. I can't. I've committed too many sins. I shouldn't be allowed to start over. I should be dead. Otherwise the weight of my sins will... Well, that's true. Your sins may not be so light. But don't worry. I'll be with you. We can atone together. Let's atone for Mio Takano's sins. Let's bring back Miyoko Tanashi together. Until then, I'll be right here with you. Can I continue to live? Can I live? Everyone tells me that if I die, things will work out. But can I still live? Are you saying I'm allowed to live? Can I be forgiven? The world may not forgive you, but so what? I'll forgive you. So let's live. Death can't atone for sins. You must live and ask the world to forgive you. And then you start your life over. Then you will remember. You will remember what kind of person you used to be and what kind of smile you used to have. After a while, Takano was taken to the Idiot Institute in handcuffs. Does this mean you can infect other cities, or does it just stick to one town? I think it's gonna stick to one town. She was, however, handcuffed with her hands in front of her. I mean, the initial thing was to use it as a war weapon to, like, infect other people, but, like, at this point, it's just gonna stick to the town. She was holding the scrapbook. Tomitake had cleaned the mud off of it. The downpour from the early afternoon had passed. The cicadas began singing again, reminding everything that this was a normal June in Hinamezawa. It was so hot despite being June, and the sky was brilliantly clear. Someone asked someone else the time. She looked at her watch. It was 3 p.m. The Watanagashi festival would be starting at 5. It was almost time. Even from there, the Furude shrine could be seen. There was red lanterns hanging all over. Once the sun went down, the lanterns would be lit. It was almost time for the Watanagashi festival. And with that, everything would end. When the Higurashi cry, the game that stretched across different worlds, had ended. And what the winner obtained after their victory is that the game ended without a loser. Hanyu was prepared to leave after the game was over, but she was still there. She was allowed to be there. In other words, she wasn't the card that was taken away. The card that was taken to play their game of old man was no longer there. The breeze rustled Hanyu's sweaty, messed up hair. She was dumbfounded. Pika went over and stood next to her. She didn't need to say anything. She only smiled at Hanyu. That girl had pretended to be a bystander, but decided to step onto the stage. And then she thought that was enough, and tried to step off of it. With those memories of her bright time on stage, she tried to step off, but someone grabbed her sleeve and stopped her. She was told that she could stay. Then she realized she was still on the stage, and she didn't have to leave after all. There was a spot for her on the stage, and she was no longer a bystander. And that was an incredible miracle. She didn't even exist in the script. Nobody needed her to be there, but the miracle had allowed her to stay.
You suffered so much during your journey. This miracle isn't even enough to repay you for what you've gone through. Mipa? Well. This is more than enough. This miracle is more than enough.
Rika smiled at Hanyu one more time and passed her what was in her right hand. Hanyu felt something cold and hard. What was it? Hanyu slowly opened her hand and looked at it. It was the bullet Takano had fired. This was the proof of their miracle. It was the proof that Hanyu could exist there. It was the proof that they could be together, forever and ever. It'll be dark soon. It's time for the festival. We'll have so much fun together. You can't just watch us anymore. I'm sure there'll be plenty of punishments to torment the poor newcomer.
I don't have to just watch the Watanagashi festival, huh?
That's right. Because you don't watch a festival. You enjoy it. Were they testing the speakers? It was still bright outside, but there was music playing already. The cheap, dubbed BGM collection of the festival music can be heard from the Furude shrine in the distance. It sounded so exciting to hear. This was what she wanted to join in on all this time. No, I think the other timelines had enough losers to cover for this one, yeah. Rika held her hand. Let's go together. Let's go to the Watanagashi festival. All of us. Together. Yeah. And it just keeps going. Man, I'm very curious as to what's in the secret ending. They had almost too much energy left. It's been a long day, and some things had happened, but they still had the energy to go to the festival. It was, after all, the special day of Watanagashi. The curse of Oyashiro-sama had been lifted, and no tragedy would ever occur again. It was the first peaceful Watanagashi, the first one without a tragedy since the dam conflict. The villagers had noticed that the phone lines were disconnected during the day, but it was fixed so quickly that they didn't pay much attention. They heard the self-defense helicopter near the mountains, but rumor had it that they came to the wrong place for their training. The elderly villagers laughed and said that the young men of the National Defense Force need to pay more attention. Some people say the self-defense force even came to the Iri Clinic. The villagers didn't even get suspicious about that. They assumed that the Iri Clinic had started doing physical checkups for the SDF. started singing Slipknot when I heard the speakers were playing. Oh my gosh. They were pieces of broken glass on the roadside near the village border, as if there was an accident. Some people wondered how anyone could have had an accident when there was no obstruction on the road. The elderly people said to each other that they always had to drive carefully, even on a familiar road, but it looked only like a trace of a normal accident, so they didn't get suspicious. Imagine if, like, the speaker started playing and instead of this fun festival music, it's just like the rest was a ghost story. The villagers had an extra firework to signal the festival taking place. It wasn't an echo. The people in charge of the fireworks were puzzled, but when Rika said Oyashiro-sama must have shot an extra firework, the villagers simply believed that was true. It was the night of Watanagashi, the biggest festival of the year. The villagers forgot their worries and enjoyed themselves. The club members were doing great as usual. Having fun. Oh right, this timeline Keiichi's in charge of a thing, right? Was it this timeline or was it the last timeline? Maybe it was the last timeline. I actually don't remember. It's been so long. I'm getting them confused. Oh, that's a familiar sight. Especially being Keiichi getting beat up by Rika. Oh, hi! Have you ever been? Have we ever seen the teacher at the festival? Huh. They were doing so good that they were all taken to the main tent and yelled at by the mayor. That was a normal Watanagashi night for the villagers. But there was one thing that was very different. The girls fought for an unimaginably long time in different worlds for the sake of this night. However, nobody would ever know that. Oh, there was another big change too. Rika Furude said that she wanted to go to a pool in the summer. It's unusual for her to say that she wants to do something. She wants to see the stars. She wants to go on a camping trip. She wants to look at the sunflowers. She wants to make the school into a haunted house, etc. There are so many things that she wants to do over the summer break. Right, Rika Furude, for the first time, is making plans for after June 1983. After this is the first summer break she's going to experience after 100 years of repeating the same life. She will now experience an all-new summer vacation. Who would stop her from getting excited about that? Rika Furude is looking forward to waking up before Satoko to rip the page off the calendar at the end of June. Rika Furude's infinite future has begun. There are infinite possibilities, yet she can only make one choice. But that's why it's a great world! Is it mean if I troll someone playing a horror game? I mean, what do you mean? I guess it depends. If someone's playing a horror game and they have like sound alerts set up to scream at them, I mean, that just makes sense. Let's talk for a moment about the people who fought with Rika Furude. Mion Sonozaki has vowed to study hard so that she can continue her education after the summer break. Ha, you didn't get me. According to Keiichi, even that may not be enough time for her. However, how can the legendary club leader Mion Sonozaki fail an entrance exam? She will more than likely find a way to get into the school she wants to go to. Hopefully it isn't an illegal one. Anyhow, she's looking forward to enjoying her final summer break. She has tons of plans. The club members can't get away from Mion, even during the summer. Once you're involved with her, she'll always find a way to get at you. No matter how much you want to be alone, you'll never go back to spending a boring day of summer by yourself. Man, I wish I could have a Mion. Keiichi Maebara had been asked by Mion and Chie-sensei to be their next club class president. He was also asked to be the next club leader too, but he declined immediately. Keiichi likes the club because Mion runs it. He continued saying that it's Mion's club until she got mad. Keiichi can't understand why she got so angry. Well, Keiichi wouldn't be Keiichi if he wasn't dense. Not sound alerts, I mean the alien from Alien Isolation is behind you. Oh. Yeah. I would say that's fine. So things are rather lively around him again today. His good name continues to spread, even in Okinomiya. Ren Ryugu is growing more energetic every day too. Look at these three children. 3 feet tall. There were two Renas for a second there. Satsuko, Rika, and Hanyu spend every day in fear of being abducted by her. Still, she's been acting more mature lately. She takes care of her younger classmates, and she's almost like a mother figure to the class. She's like a mother to all of the club members, too. After hearing that, Keiichi said they'd be a father for the class. Oh no! Keiichi, how dare you! I guess that is fatherly behavior. As usual, Rena thought about that too much and blushed. But we couldn't see it, because she got invisible, because there's so many bugs in this one for some reason. Satoko Hojo is as lively as ever. She used up most of her traps on the mountain during the battle with the mountain dogs, so she's setting up new ones for the next event. Rumor has it that some of the members of the Bloodhounds were so impressed with her trap techniques that they asked her for some lessons. There is supposed to be a training area near Mount Fuji, and they asked her to set up her traps there. That's not a very good idea. The sea of trees really will become a forest of no return. Either way, Satoko keeps saying how she wants to fight against the Bloodhounds next. She's invincible. Also, she's become a great cook. That's because Hanyu has been teaching her. According to Hanyu, Satoko is a quick learner, as compared to Rika. Satoko's dream is to master fried chicken, which is her brother's favorite, and welcome him home with it. Oh. No, my mother is out of the... Oh my gosh, okay. I'm the only one who knows this, but her dream may come true very soon. As for her brother, Hojo Satoshi has yet to return home. His condition is unchanged. If there's been any change, it's in Shion Sonozaki. She goes to the clinic on her days off. Nobody knows why she goes there, but she seems to be very happy, so nobody pays much attention to it. Mion teases Shion by saying that maybe she's planning on getting implants, but Shion just smiles. Also, for whatever reason, she's visiting her relative's clothes shop and buying all kinds of men's clothing. Lately, she's even started buying more than just men's clothing, but why is she so excited when she visits the clinic with a maid outfit that's not in her size? Whose size is it? The truth is shrouded in mystery. Who's being dressed up as a maid? The biggest change is probably that Shion babies Satoko nowadays. She tries to make Satoko call her Nene, which only annoys Satoko. I mean, she did call her that once. Iri Kyosuke has two jobs now. On one hand, he is a respected doctor, and on the other hand, he's an evangelist for maids. The Iri clinic was supposed to be closed, but the villagers pleaded to the authorities not to shut it down. While Iri isn't originally from the village, he and everyone else feel that he's one of the villagers now. He's an indispensable part of the village life. The conservative attitudes towards Hinamizawa syndrome is gone, and now it's being researched very proactively. The syndrome was being researched so passionately that, hopefully in the near future, all the victims of this disease will be freed for good. Perhaps a men's-sized maid dress? Maybe. But it's, like, I feel like she would dress Satoshi in a maid outfit. It's like, okay, you abandoned me. You were gone for so long. So you know what? Oh, maybe it's gonna be set up to where he wakes up in the maid outfit. Also, later on, Iri will publish an advanced article about the influence of the brain on human behavior, which will surprise people in the medical world. I won't go into the details here, but it'll talk about how one should hate the sins instead of the sinner. The deceased Hifumi Takano and Mio Takano's names will be mentioned in that article. Jiro Tomatake still visits Hinamizawa every season. He is still known as the fighting, traveling photographer, and he continues to walk around the village looking for good picture spots. However, he isn't seen in the village as much as before. His bicycle is always parked around the back of the clinic, so maybe he spends a lot of time there. Some villagers say maybe he's sick and being treated, but his bright smile proves they are wrong. Mio Takano hasn't been seen since that day. Nobody knows where she has gone, but obviously Tometake isn't worried, so she must be doing fine. She'll probably show up one day out of nowhere and start telling ghost stories to scare some kids. As for Mamura Akasaka, what happened to him was pretty funny. His wife and daughter followed him in secret. They pretended to run into him at the festival. Rika called him Papa and things grew complicated all of a sudden. Akasaka's wife smiled, but she choked his neck with her braided hair. Her arms were folded, and her braid moved like a tail. Squeeze! She tortured a man who destroyed a special forces unit without even using a weapon. Rika continued to tease him, making the situation even worse. However, Akasaka's family liked Hinamizawa, and they said they wanted to come back. Akasaka's daughter and Rika grew so close that they seemed like sisters. mean, if a loved one of mine is putting me in a situation where I can easily prank them, I'm not going to pass up that opportunity. Yeah! Probably not in that situation, though, hopefully. Kurado Oishi has gotten back into playing mahjong. For whatever reason, Akane Sonozaki has joined his table too. There's a rumor a riot squad almost got dispatched to the mahjong parlor at one time. Oh no. His colleagues say Oishi has calmed down quite a bit. It's probably because he has reached closure within himself, but his colleagues know nothing about that. He's planning to move to Hokkaido when he retires, but he wants to come back every summer. His bright second life is waiting for him. Tatsuyoshi Kasai hasn't changed much compared to the others. To some people, this was a life-changing event, but for Kasai, this was another episode added to his tale of heroics. According to Kasai, this incident was just a little bigger than usual. If this was just a little unusual, then what in the world would have needed to impress him? Shion insists that he will tell her, but Kasai only tells her that that's a secret. Also, he regretted exposing that part of his past. Shion keeps begging him to tell her about it, but he simply ignores her. Let me talk about myself, too. I, Hanyu, am doing great in my new life as Hanyu Furude. I'm finally getting better at playing games, and now I'm taking the role of the club's dark horse, a position formerly reserved for Keiichi Maibara. I have a bad habit of believing everything I hear, so Mion and the others always tell me some strange things. Thanks to that, I'm getting tougher, to put it in a good way. Shrewd, to put it in a bad one. But then, I need to, otherwise I wouldn't survive in this club. I'm going to continue to learn a lot of stuff through these club activities so I can live in this human world. Nope, if I was in a coma, my family would prank me either by painting my nails or dyeing my hair pink. That would be fun. Sunday, June 19th, 1983. Night falls on my longest day of the past 1,000 years. The club members are having a blast. A lot of people are here. The stall vendors are still doing business. The speakers are blaring rough, yet exciting festival music. I've known all of these, but how wonderful it is to actually feel and hear them in person. I thought I knew. Because I had been following and watching them. But that was completely different. I knew of it, but this was the first time I've actually experienced it. We had a takoyaki eating contest. There was no octopus in it, but it was still very tasty. We had a shaved ice eating contest. I would have enjoyed the shaved ice if I had eaten it more slowly. I bought a candied apple for the first time. Everyone took a bite from it. It was tasty, and it was fun. And I want a candy apple. We played a shooting game. I didn't know how difficult it would be to shoot the target, but it was fun too. Also, we played a shady lottery game. It was one of those things where you pulled a string and got a prize. Nobody got a good prize. We all complained about it to the vendor. That, too, was just as much fun. Then it was time for the dedication dance. Of course, we got there early, so we commandeered the best seats. I snuck out and stood where I was told to. I could see better than the other club members. This was the spot where the object of worship sat. This was where I was supposed to be during the ritual dance. No, this was where I thought I had to be. But seeing the dance from this spot wasn't fun. Therefore, I returned to where I was, and sat with everyone else. They saved me a spot. Everyone rubbed my head while asking me where I went. I apologized by saying, "Ow, ow." That made me very happy. I watched the performance in the crowd of people. It was the best dance I've witnessed in the past 1,000 years. I couldn't keep either my happiness or my tears from flowing out. After the dance was over, a handful of cotton was passed around to all the villagers. We let the cotton absorb all the filth and the sins of the past year and washed it down the stream. Cotton is cotton. Obviously, it's not human. We use cotton instead of a human, so that nobody is sad. In other words, this is the way to purify sins without making anyone suffer.
Here you are. This is for you, Hanyu-chan. Do you know how to do it? Yes, I do. I go like this and drift down the stream, right? Ow, ow.
The girl who gave me the cotton took the letter I from her name during last year's Watanagashi and washed it down the stream. By doing so, that she was freed from her suffering and began a new life. We drifted our sins down the stream. It's not the same as pushing our sins onto the cotton. Instead, we wash away our own sins and forgive ourselves. We forgive each other and we help each other, and that's how we would create our own story. I put my cotton in the stream gently. The cotton went down the stream, into the world where sins are cleansed. I let my bare feet soak in the clear stream. As I watched the long, long line of cotton flowing down the stream in the dark, surrounded by people sending their cotton flowing down the wondrous stream. Oh, the slow fade.
It's so nice. Okay. Are we getting anything more, or is this the proper end?
This is a complete world where all the fragments were put together. This is an ideal world. What else is there? What else do you need? Hanni Furude still wants more. Because we can be even happier than this. We can be even happier if we wish to be. Not a long time from now, but in the near future. Then, when is it? I told you it's in the near future. We'll be happy then, too. See?
That was kind of ominous. I don't know if that is, I don't know if that's referencing to the secret ending or to Umi and Echo. But we did it! Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is accepting that. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is fulfilling that. I too am entitled to happiness. The difficult part is working out a compromise. Oh, thank you! $10!
You can finally stop crying.
Thank you! Thank you, Risa! Because from now on, I'm gonna live a happier life. Oh, we get sung to. Yes, the Higurashi can stop crying now. Oh, that's so sweet. There we go. I was like, I feel like there's some visuals. A report on the coup d'etat of the Erie Institute. Proposal regarding the coup d'etat for the Erie Institute. Background. One of the responsibilities of the Erie Institute, hereafter the Institute, was the administration of Emergency Manual 34. Certain personnel, however, conspired to execute the manual. I'm not going to be able to read this. This is Inquiry Committee's conclusion. You know what? We're just going to let this scroll. I can't read this that fast. This way we can listen to the music. Regarding the Erie Institute, as per the original plan, the research project in Hinamizawa will conclude within 3 years. The new director was sent from the headquarters, and it is decided that the previous director will continue his research duties under the new director's supervision. After it's acceptable. If I may obtain your approval, I will report to your residence tomorrow evening. Nomura. Those under the kanji, those are really tiny, but I don't. Oh, it's in hiragana. I was like, are those words? Okay. Huh. Interesting that they just turned this into hiragana instead of actually translating it. We did it! We finally finished Higurashi, other than the secret ending. And also the extra chapters that have released this month. But yay! Man, it's interesting looking at all this. Because I think all the people that worked on Higurashi through the whole project being like, thank you. Or being thanked. Because there's this whole line of Subarashi kyoku wo arigatou gozaimasu. So thanks for your amazing work, I think, vaguely. Thanks for amazing something. I am sad that this one had a lot of visual bugs. But that's okay. It didn't mess with the story too much. This was a lot longer than I thought it would be. For anybody who was here at the beginning of the stream, I was like, oh yeah, this is going to be just another hour or two. 5.5 hours later. But it was fun. Aww.
Higurashi when they cry whole. Welcome to Hinamizawa when they cry.
Let's see.
The scenario jump mode has been unlocked. Okay. The tips reading room has been unlocked. There were no tips at all. The staff room has been unlocked. You received a new tip, the forbidden treasure. Onigari no yo.
Okay. So, I suppose we'll look at the tip, because we still have time.
Well, actually, should we go for the secret ending or for the tip? Let's see. Let me look. Because I think the tip's gonna obviously be closer.
You know what? Let's do the tip first.
The forbidden treasure, Onigari no Ryo. It's the most valuable asset to the Furude shrine that's been kept in the ritual storehouse. In ancient times, when this place was a chaotic world of both humans and demons, this precious sword defeated the demon god. However, nobody has seen it for 1,000 years. According to the legend, it is sealed in the statue dedicated to Oyashiro-sama in the ritual storehouse. Because of its structure, as long as the belief in Oyashiro-sama continues, it will remain a forbidden tool, forever sealed away. Also, it is only mentioned in the forbidden scrolls of the Furude shrine. Therefore, only a handful of the Furude family heads have ever known about its existence. According to several of those forbidden scrolls, the sword is shaped like a willow branch. There are some ink paintings of the sword, made by a few Furude heads, but none of them match that description. That means they drew those pictures from their imagination. The legend says that there was a girl named Oka who received a divine message that commanded her to defeat the demon god. However, neither the swords of the humans or demons could conquer the demon god. It would require a blade that was neither a human sword nor a demon sword. Only a sword that mixes human and demon qualities could defeat the demon god. It has been said repeatedly that the ancestors of Hinamizawa are half demon and half human. Oka Furude is said to be the first person whose blood was mixed in that way. This description is what conveys that. Heaven gave Oka a precious sword. A precious sword was shaped like a willow branch. Its tip split 3 ways, which symbolizes heaven, earth, and people in unity. It also symbolizes the harmony between heaven, demons, and humans. Oka headed to the swamp where the demon god hid, and defeated him with this treasured sword. Each forbidden scroll describes how she defeated the demon god differently. Some say she disciplined him, some say he ran away, some say he surrendered. What happened to the demon god afterwards is unclear too. The oldest scroll says the previous sword destroyed the demon god's horn, but the other books don't mention that. The previous sword that defeated the demon god was that then enshrined and was named Onigari no Ryo. Oka sealed the precious sword in the deepest place of the shrine to hide its existence forever, even if it was created to slay the demon god. The sword didn't belong in this world anymore, and shouldn't exist in the face of the earth. Some said that this is why it was removed from the human world, but some said Oka was the daughter of the demon god, and that she wanted to banish the sword that killed her mother. The ancient cult of Oyashiro-sama suggested Oyashiro-sama was this demon god, the source of chaos, the source of all that was evil, and the source of all of the friction. That to prevent the demon god from returning to the human world through worship and comfort is the root of that ancient cult. This may be a type of cult devoted to an evil god. This idea that it's not worshipped for protection but to stave off a curse links slightly to the modern worship of Oyashiro-sama, but seems slightly distant from the modern worship that asks for Oyashiro-sama's blessings and sees them as a god of marriage and good relationships. It fosters the argument that humans are good by nature, saying that all discord is the work of Oyashiro-sama, and there are no demons in the world of man. After that, the legend continues on to what we know today, the harmony of humans and demons. But in this era, all the scrolls of the origin of the belief of Oyashiro-sama, the scrolls of the matriarch of the Furude family, have been sealed due to the being forbidden. That happened probably because of the new image of Oyashiro-sama, that of a loving and affectionate god, and the ancient image of Oyashiro-sama, the source of all evil, didn't match. It became too difficult to explain the faith's doctrine. Also, if one believes the forbidden scrolls, the Furude family was descended from one who killed her own mother. That would mean their blood was cursed. If all of that was true, then today's faith is very different from the one that was started by the matriarch. One of the leaders of the Furude family from hundreds of years ago wrote this. The Onigari no Ryo is the legendary precious sword is the symbol of both the Furude family and the sins of the human world. It was an era where people pushed the source of their evil onto others, and could only purify their sins by killing one another. The matriarch, one, took in the root of all evil herself and let her child murder her. That was how this place was freed from the chaos. 1. Matriarch usually means Oka Furude, but sometimes it means her mother. The notion that the matriarch was the demon god was a taboo among the Furude family. However, obviously some leaders interpreted it that way. When the Furude family, or when the world of man commits the foolish act of seeking to blame others and tries to return to the world of demons, this is when the faith will disappear, and the statue's head will shatter. That's when the Onigari no Ryo will reappear to us. The second coming will once again revive the memory of the Furude family's forgotten sins. Is the demon god a fictional legend, or someone who actually existed? In some rare cases, babies are born with horns, and they are called children of the demon god. Descendants of the Furude family will also read this. The myths passed down to our forbidden scrolls are numerous, and their content vastly differs. But don't get caught up in the smoke. No matter how different all of these scrolls are, there is one thing that they all want to convey. Search the heart of Oka Furude, the one who sealed the Onigari no Ryo forever. I can't pronounce this sword. That is the fate of all the Furude family leaders must understand. Either that's going to play a part in the secret ending, or they were just like, hey, here's a little bit of tidbit information. This is a little tidbit of information. Okay. So, I don't know if we can actually get to the secret ending that fast. But let me check on the settings to make sure it will skip unread text. Because we have to go back. We have to go back to the fragments. So let me look in the configuration. Let's see, skip unread text. Okay, so it only will, so it'll only skip the ones that we've read. Good. Nope, not continue. Can I can't save. Okay, cool. So, to get to this secret ending, we have to chapter jump to connecting fragments. And I have the guide, because you have to do it in a very specific way. So we will either start the secret ending here, or we will have it be prepared for the secret ending that we'll see in the beginning of next stream. But I will at least get at the start of it. So, the first thing we need to do is go on to page 4. This is gonna take a bit, actually. Let me see. We gotta go through that first.
But yeah, how did you guys like Higurashi?
I'm very excited to see what the secret ending holds for us, because I'm not sure if it really showed us. If it really showed us it in the anime?
Yeah, speeding through.
Because yeah, we saw all these. We just have to go in a very specific order to unlock the secret. And I think I didn't look into it too far, but I think it has a link to Umineko with the secret ending. Before this game, I never touched it, definitely. Let's see. Okay, now we go for this one. If only I could skip faster. Yeah, I'm excited that we finished it now, because it's been a long time coming. Okay, most of these things are going to be on here. Yes, very long-running series. And it's wild to think there are 3 more things. There are 3 more chapters. But that's okay, because those are extras. Those are considered extras, so we can wait a while to go into those. I believe you started around the time I found your stream. Yeah, I think so. Because it was very early on that we did this. Because I started in October. So I played this like very soon after playing Deltarune Chapter 2, if I remember right. It's not a game, but it's interesting. I like when stuff just goes off the walls like the maid rant, right? Like that was my favorite part, was just the like silly talking about whatever kind of stuff. Especially like the guy when they were playing against the baseball team, and it was just like, yeah, I would boink a cake. And I was just like, what? It's fantastic. Because I was interested in your art, wanted to see your model, and saw you were playing Higurashi, and was like, Higurashi fan, yeah! Because yeah, I've been wanting to like do this for a while. And then eventually we will play Umineko, but we'll play some other games before that. We'll take a little bit of a break from these kinetic novels. But yeah, we'll get it. And then eventually I will do this the extra chapters, but that can wait for a bit. Friend that got me into anime and Higurashi in my early teen years. Oh yeah. I was in middle school when I saw Higurashi. And I can't remember if I saw Higurashi or Umineko first. Or not Umineko, Elfenlied. But I definitely saw Elfenlied as a child. Yeah, let me see. Okay, that was number 9. 10 is back over here. I saw that around the same time. Yeah, I only watched a little bit of Umineko, but I didn't go too far into it, which I feel is okay, because I feel like a lot of people were like, oh yeah, the anime adaptation was just terrible. So we'll get to see it in its pure form. I don't know. We're just watching edgy stuff, right? Let's see. Chapter 11 is this one. But yeah, what else did I watch as a kid? I don't know. I feel like those are probably the most intense ones that I watched as a kid, because otherwise I was like, you know, well, no. Dokuro-chan probably counts, right? But that's more of a comedy anime. It's not on the same level. Let's see. Part 12 is on screen 3. But yeah. And then, like, watched Negami Sensei first. Is that the... I feel like I know which one that is, but I'm spacing on it. 13. Is that the, like, the guy who can, like, blow up skirts? Like, the magic thing? I might be thinking of something else. I remember, like... We had that in our school library. We had the manga for that. Harem with a young kid as a professor in an all-girls school. Yeah. Yeah, that was at the library for our school. Yeah, it's but you know, it's just funny. I don't think any of the teachers really like looked at any of the books that were in there. Okay, 14. Why is it in your school? I don't know. I feel like I can't remember if there was any other. Was Helsing there? I can't remember if our school had Helsing or not. This is foreign, let's be cultured, right? It's like, oh, the kids like anime these days. Let's put this in here and not look at it at all. Okay. Yeah, a kid can read that. It's comic after all, right? It's totally fine. Man, I wonder if there was anything else that was, like, weird at my school. But I think that was mainly it. I remember like watching a lot of like Vocaloid music in the school library's computer lab. Let me see, where is 17? Where is 17? There it is, screen 4. Let's see. Someone tried to get me to watch Witchblade and Queen's Blade as like a 13-year-old, and I was just like, oh no. I don't know if I ever checked those out. Bro, I want edgy, not sexy, right?
Want edge, not spice.
Yeah, I watched some cute stuff too. I remember like Chibi Vampire was like a cute one. Not many people talk about it nowadays, but it was very cute. Which one? Chibi Vampire, the one where it's like she kept getting nosebleeds everywhere. Like she just had explosive nosebleed. I lived off K-On! And Soul Eater. I've never finished K-On! I really wanted to, but like I don't know why. Soul Eater was another one that I kind of lost track of. I don't remember where I was at in the series. I might have to like sit down and rewatch it. Katsugo Hitman Reborn is another one where it's just like, I've lost track of where I am. But I remember there was one time I was at a sleepover at one of my friend's house, and you know, I usually don't sleep at sleepovers. So I had access to her computer, so I was just sitting there, just binge watching Katsugo Hitman Reborn, and she was like, "Have you not slept?" And I was like, "No." Oh gosh. Immediately forgets where I am. Let's see, 21, scene 1. Never finished K-On!, but I watched the first half, yeah, so many times. It's so cute. Yee. Did watch Soul Eater. Lucky Star was the most important thing. Yes, Lucky Star was so good. I want to like rewatch it. I couldn't understand Lucky Star when I was young. They talked too fast. Yeah, that's fair. There was also like a lot of references to other things. 22. Where is 22? Screen 2. And it sure takes a lot to unlock the secret ending. I struggled when I was younger with reading, and I was a purist who wanted to watch sub only, right? I'm like slowly getting away from my like purist ways. Because like, for the main part, I think it got to a part where I was just like, okay, I want to watch anime, but I also want to multitask, so I guess I'll watch the dub. But like, I don't know, sometimes there's like some series it's like, okay, I want to visually, I know this anime has good visuals, so I need to watch it for the sub for that. Which is why I still haven't watched Demon Slayer yet. I think that's why I haven't watched a few things yet. Spice and Wolf is the only hill I will die on that should be watched in dub instead of sub. Interesting, really. I know I watched it was interesting. I had like the purist mindset, but I also watched like Inuyasha just in the dub, because I felt like in the sub that he had a weird voice. that was my only thing of like, yeah, I'll watch this instead. Let's see, but because the voice actors do it so much justice, yeah. I think it really depends on like, oh gosh, that was 28, right? What page am I on? 25, no. Which one did I just watch? I just watched that one, right? Okay. So, 26. Okay. So I don't know if it's so good it needed more episodes. I think... Isn't it getting more content? I thought I heard of it. It's definitely getting a lot of figures right now. I have a friend that really likes that character. And yeah. And so anytime I see a new figure, it's like, hey, it's your waifu! They've been trying, because they made a VAR game too. Yeah! Let me see. 27? But yeah, I think I don't remember if it's a continuation or like a thing, but I feel like I heard something about it coming out. Found a cute new model that I'm gonna get for VR chat. Ooh! That's very exciting. Is it from Booth or from Gumroad? Let's see, 28 is on screen 5. Maybe someday I'll see it. Booth currently. Ooh, yes! Booth has really, really good models. They didn't put it in on their Gumroad. Ah, okay. But yeah, I was just asking because, like, Gumroad has a lot of the, like, kind of spicier models, while Booth has, you know, the really cute models. I have gotten a few models from Booth. They are very cute. There's this one modeler that I really like their model style. Their name is Sisters. And I think on Twitter they are Hamuketsu, so like hamster butt. But they're very cute. Got the Midna from Booth. Ooh, I see. I think I know the one that you're talking about, I think. Let me see. Yeah, I'm like trying to prepare where to go next. Okay, we go on to scene 5 next. You should send me a link after stream. Yeah. I think I might be able to. I'll do it later. Because we have a mission. Okay. Skip 31 is gonna be on somewhere. There it is. Scene 4. Okay. But yeah, I like their stuff. They're really, really, really cute. And anytime they come up with a new model, I'm like, I have to stay strong. I can't buy them all. And yeah, the Midna one has 18 plus toggles because of course it does. Yeah, the person who did the hair for the helmet toggle did such a good job. It's pretty. Yeah. I haven't looked into it too far, but I do know that it exists and it looks really nice. My elf is quite a fan of Midna, so hence why I found it. Just big gremlin imp energy, yeah. Just gremlin imp short stack energy. We're talking about just models as we're going through, being like, okay, yeah, all this disaster is happening. Cool, we already know. 34 is on the first screen. Okay, that's the last one for that screen, and then 35 is on screen 4. It's a lot of build-up to this for this extra thing. Well, if we play together, you can take some pictures from your stream, because I'll wear it. Yeah! One days we need to figure out that. But like I said, I need to figure out how to make it so that way it won't explode on me. Because I don't know why it hasn't been doing that recently, or like for a while, but then recently it's just like, yeah, this world's too big. You're not allowed. And it crashes in different ways too, so that would be very annoying to happen on stream. Unless I'm like, okay, I'll do the 2 computer setup, so that way if it crashes, I'll still be alive. Ready to stream when you're all set, yeah! And then I still need to set up a collab stream for Psych as well, because we have that that second game of Hive Swap to do. Where is 37? 37 is on screen 3. But yeah, that would be really fun. Screen 3 is that one. 38 is gonna be that one. Talking on side. Okay. So yeah, we might just be prepping for the secret ending, but I don't know. I was told that I have an extra little bit of time today, so we might be able to. Every day that passes, I'll get more annoying because I cannot contain my excitement. Yeah. But yeah, I need to make sure to finish my queue for commissions, and then I will be able to start doing other things. Because I want to be able to get the commission queue done. Where am I? Where do I need to be? Okay, scene 3. Because I got a trip going on this week. Or not this week, no. This month, rather. So I want to be able to have it all set up. You should maybe take up more art streams.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good, but it's just like, one of them is a commission type that I'm not comfortable with streaming. It's not spicy, but it's you know. And the other one, I think I want to get like a little more familiar with rigging, because a lot of it is just like I have a tutorial video off onto the side, and that might confusing or annoying. I don't know. Because I always love watching the problems. Yeah. Yeah. Once I'm caught up on my queue, I will do art streams. I definitely want to do a whole bunch of art streams next month, because next month there's a little website called Art Fight. So you basically just like draw random people's characters, and I like to do that, even though I usually don't do too many of them at a time. And usually get busy in July, but you know. I want to at least do it a little bit. Line is open because you're done my model. Let me just step right back in line for more, right?
Yeah.
I want to do more art streams. Cause yeah, now that we're done with Higurashi, we don't have to worry about it. Okay, let me have some sips while we're having it go through all this thunder. Cause yeah, once I finish my queue, then I have to message Psych and be like, hey, I'm ready to do your emotes. After so much time of being like, oh, my queue is full, I can't. Okay. So yeah, we're on the very last little bit of space, I think. Okay, and then 43. Okay, so we basically have to ignore that one fragment until the last one. Okay. We're on the home stretch. Yes. Let's see. Gotta like come up with emote and badge ideas before I do any commissions. Yeah. Because like, thinking of emotes are hard. But they're very fun. I do have one emote idea, and I haven't gotten any more like emote slots for a while, but like maybe I'll have it be the animated emote until then. I just need to actually, you know, draw it out. Okay.
Skippy, skippy, skip.
Running in the 90s. Going through all the fragments. Always ask what people want to spam in your chat. That's true. I do need to do a wiggle. I do need to do that wiggle. Okay, and this is, oh my gosh, is this gonna go? Oh my gosh, this is gonna go through the whole thing for Akasaka. It's really making us work for the secret ending. Boom ba doom ba doom boom boom boom. Boom ba doom ba doom boom boom boom. Boom ba doom ba doom boom boom boom. We're almost there. Man, just all the explosions. But yeah, I definitely need to make a wiggle. That shouldn't be too rough, I don't think. But yeah, I want to make the wiggle dragon, and then like this one where it's like I look like a combination between like scared and crying. Oh wait. This is it. She needs to be rescued too. Flags from kids' meals.
I'm going to play outside.
A girl's cheerful voice echoed in the house. It was a tenement house, so walls were thin. So of course her yell carried through to the neighbors. But since it was a child's voice, nobody complained.
Miyoko,
We're thinking about going to the mall. Her father's voice didn't reach the girl because she was thinking about what she was thinking about because all she was thinking about was making a new secret base with her friends in the field. Her father knew the girl had been looking forward to going to the mall, and that if they went without her, she would be upset. He also knew that the girl liked collecting flags from the kids' meals at the restaurant there, and one more would make her collection to 20 flags. The girl was making a wish on those flags. She believed if she collected 20 of them, she could become happy. Oh well. He supposed he'd bring a flag home as a souvenir. It wouldn't be a big deal. If he asked a waitress, she'd bring one for him. On that day, due to an accident, the trains were running behind schedule. To make up for the time lost, drivers were braking a little too late and accelerating a little bit too soon. It was rather unsafe. The Tanashi family didn't own a car. They always used a train to go to the mall. As the girl skipped her way to her friend's house, an unfamiliar woman stopped her. Obviously, she wasn't from around there. The ties between the neighbors were very tight around there. The girl knew everyone's face. So if there was a stranger, it was either a new mailman or someone who's lost. The woman said to the girl, "Do you want to live, or do you want to die?" Any person would think the woman was crazy, asking something like that, but the girl was too innocent to think that way. She answered immediately,
I want to live.
"Okay, then go. Your friend isn't home, but go on."
She isn't home?
The girl couldn't figure out why the woman would know that. As the woman left, the girl stopped her. She was curious, although it was a little scary, as to what response she'd get if she answered differently.
If I want to die, then what?
"Then you'll get another flag from a kid's meal."
Eh? Hey, that's not fair. They're going without me. That's not fair.
The girl turned and tried to run back home. "Are you sure? You won't regret it?" The mysterious woman tried to confirm this.
Why would I regret it?
"I won't tell you. I'm mean." The girl thought this was some kind of riddle, so she pondered it for a while, but she couldn't figure it out. Then she clapped her hands as if she came to a conclusion.
That's okay then,
"Why is it okay?"
because my parents will be with me.
The woman stepped aside. The woman bowed her head and ran home. She saw her parents locking the door to leave. The girl jumped on them and nagged them that she wanted to go too. The girl was going to go to the mall with her family. The family headed to the train station, waited for a train to arrive, and got on it. The driver was feeling the pressure to make up for the delay, and the passengers could tell that from the way he was driving. The girl noticed the unusual swaying of the train. She stood on her knees and looked out of the window. Her mother told her to sit down because it was dangerous. The girl stuck her tongue out. Then, the train reached a very big and very sharp curve. The train tilted in that direction, and all the people were shoved to the side. They were all squished together and grumbled about it. Then, the train continued to... I can't believe in the secret ending we're unaliving her as a child. Oh no. Wait. Oh! Her being there saved them! Woo! The girl and her parents came home under the sky, full of stars with shopping bags in their hands. They unlocked the door, turned the lights on, and then the girl put her bags by the front door and ran into her room. She opened her desk drawer, took something out of her pocket, and put it in. She closed the drawer once, but opened it again, and then spread her treasure on the tatami floor. Pardon me. They were the flags of many different countries that came with the kids' meals. The Japanese flag, the American flag, the English flag. Which country was this for? The one with the 3 colors. There are so many flags with 3 colors. She lined them up as she counted. She counted it out. Then she danced around happily. For she now had 20 of them. It took her so long to collect that many. It was hard work for this girl, who was so proud of herself for reaching her goal. She worked so hard that there must be something good waiting for her. She made a wish to become happy if she collected 20 of them. Therefore, something wonderful must be waiting to happen. The girl waited excitedly, but soon realized that it was a magic lamp, it wasn't magic lamp, so no genie would be jumping out. Maybe it wouldn't happen that night. Maybe it would be tomorrow. The girl decided to wait patiently. She accomplished something as great as collecting 20 flags. Surely some wonderful happiness awaited. Surely some wonderful miracle awaited. Or perhaps it might be like a charm, keeping sad fortunes at bay. The girl put her 20 flags back in the drawer. As she heard her mother tell her to brush her teeth and go to bed, she ran to the bathroom. What does that mean for everything? This is fine, isn't it? It's okay to get a miracle in advance. What should I do next? There are plenty of fragments to play with. What? You want to try too? It's fun. Makes you feel like God. A world with Satoshi or a world where the Sonozaki families didn't switch. I wonder what a world with Satoko's parents and Nika's parents alive would be like. Oh, how about this? Akasaka gets enticed to the enemy's side by Takano. That sounds interesting. Personally, I'm curious about a world where Takano is madly in love with Tomatake. It'll be fun to match Keiichi with different girls, too. I love drama very, very much. Let's see, what should I do next? I have so many fragments. Hey, do you want some? What kind of world are you going to make? Oh my gosh. The world of Higurashi when they cry will move on, even without us. There are many dreams, possibilities, and miracles in that world. They are innumerable fragments, all interweaved with one another. I've shown you a small number of these fragments, but it's up to you to play with the rest of them. The world of Higurashi when they cry is now in your hands. It is a big, wide world full of fragments, and they are yours to manipulate. Your dreams, your possibilities, your miracles are all yours to discover. I thank you for joining me in this 4.5-year tale about this world. I thank all of those who supported me during this 4.5-year tale of this world. I thank all the characters who brought this 4.5-year tale to this world of life. I thank my family who have given this understanding for this work. I thank my coworkers who spared no effort for the sake of this work. I thank my friends who supported me during the creation of this work. And while I'm the same person who created this work, I thank this work itself and its unforgettable 4.5 year it's given me. I thank for the fact that I've left this behind the legacy of the 4.5 years of work. I thank for all the people who sent emails teaching me the joys of production. If I may leave you with one piece, I leave you the joy of making a product of your own. I have nothing to show for the 4.5 years I spent in college. I simply spent my days without achieving anything. I left no proof that I was alive during that time. If I feel the regret of this that was drove me to this work, then I think that again as friends. This is why I'll leave you this message. Look forward to the day we meet again, my friend. Ryu Kishi 07. That's fine. Huh. That's actually fun, because it's kind of like, hey, I give you permission to do whatever you want with the Higurashi series. Huh. Because there are 100 more fragments that we've never seen. So you can always be like, hey, this is my headcanon, this happened.
Yes, we salute you, Ryu Kiichi. Woo!
Okay. So now, I think since we have some extra time, we can... Nope, not config. There is the little staff room. These have been short recently. Hello, this is Ryu Kishi 07. Thank you for playing Matsuri Bayashi. No, thank you very much for playing Higurashi when they cry until the end. Matsuri Bayashi is, in a way, the solution episode for the situation with Takano and the kids starting from halfway through Minagoroshi. How can they defeat Takano's conspiracy? How can they reach their ideal ending? I wrote this episode as a duel between you, the reader, and me, the writer. So if you think you created a better resolution world than my Mitsuri Bayashi, that means you've defeated Ryo Kishi in this duel. I, Ryo Kishi 07, have provided 2 resolutions. One is how to fight against Takano. First, here is a hint from the Minagoroshi chapter. You find out about Takano's conspiracy, which relies on Emergency Manual 34. Next, here are hints from the Watanagashi and the Meakashi chapters. It has been 48 hours after Rika's death, yet the village is peaceful. If you put those 2 things together, obviously the basis of the emergency manual which Hifumi Takano wrote, that everyone will develop terminal symptoms within 48 hours, isn't true. When you put these two together, you can realize that if Rika's body was discovered 48 hours after her death, then it's possible to prevent the final operation. In the Matsuri Bayashi chapter, I wrote about the attacking side and the defending side like a novel. If I were to simply write about the resolution, all I had to do was write for Oishi to announce that Rika died at least 48 hours ago, and Takano's conspiracy would fall apart once the news reached Tokyo. This was rather an easy resolution, like a puzzle, so I'm sure many of you got this right. The other resolution was the ideal ending for this world. To answer this, I have to explain the worldview of this story first. There are hints all over, but the crucial ones are in the Tatori Goroshi and Mino Goroshi chapters. Satoko's uncle came home, and Satoko's life became miserable. How can she be rescued from that situation? If the story was an exercise in murder, then the Tatori Goroshi chapter was the correct answer. Keiichi kills Teppei and hides his body well. There's a happy ending. But I didn't end the episode that way. Instead, I denied it with a bad ending. The resolution the world view of Higurashi when they cry advocates is a non-violent one, with everyone united together. That is established in question chapters such as Onekakushi, Watanagashi, and Tatori Goroshi. In those worlds where someone becomes suspicious about everything and worries about it alone, things get worse and that leads to tragedy. The Meakashi chapter is the sublimation of the situation. On the other hand, when one talks to their friends, it's revealed that the causes of the tragedies are quite silly. That is indicated in the Sumi Horoboshi and Minogoroshi episodes. In other words, can you see that in the worlds of Higurashi, anything can be overcome when people talk to each other and help one another? Unfortunately, that doesn't happen in reality. Helping each other creates friction, and other times, working alone is a lot simpler. However, we always hope that we can connect with other people and understand each other, so that way we can face any difficulty. In that sense, this world is a fantasy. That's right. In the worlds of Higurashi, there is one magical rule. That is to talk to others and accept help from them. Then you can defeat anything. With that, it is possible to make a miracle happen. If that can be cast into an absolute rule, it would be a sort of magical, systematic miracle. Just like what Hanyu and her friends said in the story. That is the worldview of Higurashi when they cry. If you follow that rule and think about an ideal ending, I bet the first thing you'll think about is the ending where all the club members unite and defeat Takano. Actually, there are scenes in Mitsuya Barashi chapter that affirm that sort of ending. However, at the same time, Takano is described as a very lonely person. By doing so, I raise a question about the resolution. Everyone else unites, defeats Takano, and makes her into his sacrifice. This is a happy ending for everyone except Takano. It is a very popular style of story for the protagonist to unite together and sacrifice the antagonist. Aliens come to the Earth to invade us, so the world unites and defeats the aliens. Hooray for humans, and we must all get along. This is a very popular storyline all over the world. There are plenty of stories that use aliens, devils, or monsters as clear bad guys and makes them into sacrifices. Two parties fighting with each other become allies once the third party shows up. Storylines like these are indeed exciting. By adding a sacrifice, differing parties unite and become allies. To create the situation, there has to be always the third party, the sacrifice as well. I'm sure many of those who created such stories must have already noticed that. We always add a third enemy that can't possibly unite with us. To make up with each other, we try to find a common enemy. Am I the only one who feels that describes our world today? In reality, this world belongs only to humans. There are no aliens or devils or monsters. So for us to find an enemy, we'll have to fight each other forever. To make up with one another, we need a new enemy, so we just end up fighting someone else. In this chapter of Higurashi, I declared to be the demon of the world of man. With these explanations of the worldview here in mind, do you wonder if the resolution of defeating Takano is in fact an ideal resolution of the Matsuri Bayashi chapter? That's right. It's basically the same foolishness found in Tatori Goroshi. According to that logic, the Mino Goroshi chapter isn't the best resolution for the problems that surround Satoko either. Do you understand that? How can they make up with Takano? You shouldn't suggest to make Tokyo into a new enemy and let the club members join with Takano, would you? If I continue to talk about this issue, I will probably end up mentioning something religious, so let me stop here. What kind of ending would be the best outcome following the worldview of Higurashi when they cry? Perhaps it's something better than the Matsuri Bayashi chapter. You can consider this a graduating question for Higurashi when they cry. Maybe I will leave it as my final gift to those who enjoyed this tale for 4.5 years. Or more like, 8 months for us. Thank you for reading this extremely complicated story. In the end, Was this all there? Was this? What was all this for? If I were to put the answer to that question in one word, it would be entertainment. It's not important if you were able to answer the riddles. After all, if you enjoyed yourself, you won. The Okishi 07 will continue to challenge you. Higurashi When They Cry ends here, but I hope to get to see you again in a different world. What kind of work do I want to create next? Maybe it's fitting to choose my next work from an infinite number of possibilities while listening to the chorus of the Higurashi. I want to express my gratitude to all the people who have surrounded me until today. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you all again soon. Ryukishi 07. I feel like that is a very fitting ending. It's always nice to get the little afterword from the creator. So with that, we are done. And so now we can go over to the just chatting screen, because now it is time to find out somebody to raid. So let's see, who is streaming today? Ooh, I was actually hoping that Ama was streaming, because I think she sounds very excited when we raid with Higurashi, so it can be like, we finished it! We finished it after months! Okay, so let me get that started, and then we will... The Higurashi... Whoops, why am I not typing? Hello? The Higurashi are done... are done crying. There we go. Okay, and then we'll do a heart. Okay, so there is the raid message. I kind of feel silly that we couldn't actually get to Zero Escape. But that means we can focus on it the next stream. We stream on Friday next time. So hopefully everybody enjoyed Higurashi. I know I did. I'm glad to be done. But yes, we can see Junpei and Clover and Santa on Friday. But yes, I am excited to see everybody there. And yeah, and then we'll go through a few other things. I want to play some more RPG Maker games now that we're done with Higurashi, and then I also want to play Your Turn to Die, which is kind of similar to 999 and also Danganronpa. It has a little bit of a mix of both elements. But yes, I will see everybody on Friday. You Eggies have a good rest of your Wednesday, and we will see each other again soon. Bye! 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 Hopefully it actually raids this time. Okay.